Just over 5 minutes away from getting underway, day 3 of this county championship Division 1 fixture between Hampshire and Warwickshire. The state of play overnight is that Warwickshire in their second innings are 11 without loss. They trail Hampshire in the game by 142 runs. Dom Sibley on 1 and Alex Davis on 10 will resume that Warwickshire second innings. Your commentary team for today, a little later, you will hear from Southern Vipers off-spinner Charlotte Taylor. But to take you up to the top of the hour and for around half an hour after that is myself, Kevin James, and from BBC Commentary in Warwickshire and BBC West Midlands. Once more, it's Clive Eakin. Clive, good morning.
Good morning. Well, interesting day ahead. Warwickshire obviously got to... if they repeat the first innings, then the likelihood is this will finish sometime late today, because that won't be enough, anywhere near enough. They've got to get to 300 to even have a modest chance, and even that probably wouldn't be enough. But I was thinking, actually, if best case scenario from Warwickshire, if they bat really, really well and don't get bowled out, can they actually win the game? And they'll have a huge amount of time to do that. Let's say they don't get bowled out, so they're in a position where they've got to decide when to come off. I mean, by the end of today, if they go reasonably well, they might be 150 ahead. So they would have to go well beyond lunch tomorrow, I would think, before they could even think about. And I mean, that's the positive side from Warwickshire's point of view. The best chance of winning actually might be that they get bowled out for 350. But yeah, they're going to have to bat a lot better than they did in the first innings, and also if Hampshire bowled as well as they did first innings, then Hampshire will fancy their chances, and be a big win, wouldn't it? Because we don't know what's going to happen in the Surrey and Lancashire games, but they do seem to have an awful lot to do to actually win those games. They're looking like high-scoring draws at the moment.
Yeah, I was looking overnight. Surrey 191 for 1 in reply to the Yorkshire 521 all out. That looks a flat wicket to Scarborough, doesn't it? Hampshire there in a couple of weeks' time. Looking forward to that. And as you say, Lancashire 164 without loss, Somerset 446. So Hampshire starting this game in second place, Warwickshire in 6th. And the pitch started very, very dry here. It was the pitch actually left over from the T20 international between England and India here last Thursday evening, so almost a week ago. So it is very dry. So you would say, is it turning? Well, it is, but not a lot, and nothing even worth worrying about. There is a lot of rough, but even coming out of that, there doesn't seem to be a lot of turns. So I suppose, hopefully from a Hampshire point of view, there will be, but it never turns big here, and I know I get almost sick of tired of saying it. But you think going into day 4, Clive, you think, oh yeah, I'll start turning lows, but it never really does here. So yes, it's a worn pitch, and Simon the groundsman was saying to me that the ball is actually now starting to move the surface in 1 or 2 places, but other than that, I still go back to McAndrew's comment to you the other night, which I think it just sums it up perfectly.
Doing a lot of a little bit, yes. Yeah, Ollie and Dorby spoke to him, and yes, they didn't feel... he said that Hampshire batted really well, but he didn't feel there was an awful lot change in terms of the pitch. It wasn't producing too much. However, Alex Davis and Dom Sibley did the first part of their task yesterday, which was to get through those 6 overs to effectively actually make the declaration not work, I suppose you could say. It was worth a try, but by getting through that spell, they've might make Hampshire think, oh, perhaps we should have just batted on and got a few more runs. However,
I think they would have done if Fuller and Ben Brown would have stayed together. The whole idea, isn't it, about putting partnerships on low down in the order, it gives you momentum going into when you bowl. I think when you've got a tail ender like Abbas and everybody back on the boundary and you're trying to farm the strike, it's almost as if you're starting to, the momentum's draining away, isn't it?
Yeah.
But even so, yeah, it's worth a try for 6 overs. So, yeah, in terms of, I mean, there's no reason to think that Warwickshire won't get some sort of lead here. I think Hampshire have done amazingly well to actually get them bowled out before they get in front. It's just how many in front and how tricky the 4th innings might be.
Yeah, I mean, I think if Hampshire bowl them for 300 or less, they'll be pretty confident of winning. But if if Warwickshire are still there at the close today, then it'll start getting a little bit worrying for them. But at the moment, Hampshire hold the cards, I think. These two did produce a decent partnership in the first innings. I just need to stick a 1 in front of it in his second innings. Put on 63 in the first.
I see it's free entry at Chelmsford. I've just looked for the Essex game. I'm surprised. Not many wickets left. Harmer gets the balls.
Exactly, yeah.
They'll be all over before you've even taken your seat. Anyway, let's concentrate on here. Yeah, those 6 overs, there was few alarms, if any, for both batters.
Yeah, Barker got a couple, I think, to beat the batter Sibley, didn't he? But Davis actually played pretty confidently, hit a couple of nice boundaries. We'll see Mohammed Abbas, I think, is going to open the bowling this morning. Didn't bowl last night.
No.
And I'll leave this one with you because I'm going to go and tell the
sure.
burgers of Coventry, Warwickshire and the West Midlands all about it.
So it will be Abbas from our commentary end, the hotel end here at the Ageas, the northern end of the ground. We are high up on just about floor 4 in the camera gantry, and we are literally looking right down wicket to wicket. Here's Abbas, right arm over, and bowls to Sibley. First ball of the morning, it's a length ball. Sibley is forward, pushes that out on the onside, and there is no run. We are underway then with Warwickshire trailing by 142, 11 without loss. Mo Abbas in the first innings, where Warwickshire were bowled out for 217. Abbas's figures, come to that in a moment, as comes in again. 2 slips and a finish gully. Oh, that's nice bounce and carry through off a length. Good leave as well, quite close to the off stump. Abbas's figures: 12 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 22. It was Abbott that did the real damage, 5 for 45. But Abbas's sole wicket in that first innings was Chris Benjamin, bowled, not actually playing a shot. One of 3 Warwickshire players who were bowled are leaving the ball. Now, something on the outfield there, because Kyle Abbott is just running towards something else. Looks like a white ball. That must have been left over from practice before the start of the game. There was a white ball just lying in the outfield, still, just to the right of Kyle Abbott at mid-on. Nobody had noticed it until just then, after 2 balls. From here, it looked like one of those sort of white discs that had been left out. Abbas bowls, length ball, Sibley well forward. That trickles out to Gubbins in the covers. And there is no run there. So Sibley has 1, Davies has 10. Day 3 here at the Ageas. It's another warm one, but without the harsh sun, because again we've got some hazy cloud above us, but it's been warm for days 1 and 2. A bit more hazy cloud around yesterday, but still muggy. Here's Abbas, comes in again, runs away from us and bowls, length ball, Sibley forward. Again, it's gone out to Gubbins, and there is no run. Again, fairly sparse crowd. It doesn't help actually when you've still got the green seating area. The temporary seating which was put in for that game last week, T20, and it's been left here because there is another international on this ground just ahead of the 100 competition. England-South Africa T20, 31st of July, that is a Sunday. That is just ahead of the first Brave fixture here outside the off stump, a little wider of off stump this time, and Sibley quite happy to leave that alone. Sibley caught behind in the first innings, just nibbled one at Keith Barker, caught by Ben Brown for 56. That was the first of 5 wickets that fell after lunch for just 16 in a crazy half-an-hour period, which really ripped the heart out of the Warwickshire first innings. I think it might be a little bit over the top to say that might happen again. This wicket's not really deteriorated, not from this distance, doesn't look as though it has anyway, as Abbas bowls. Comfortable forward defensive there for Sibley, who plays that out on the offside. That's a maiden over for Abbas to get day 3 underway. Clive Eakin is back.
Yes, tight start. Sibley played very positively at the start in the first innings. I suspect he might feel as well slightly different here. He'll want to bat long. I suppose it depends on whether Warwickshire are thinking let's just try and save the game, or whether they think they can actually win it. As I said at the outset, it might be difficult unless they get bowled out to get in a position to set Hampshire anything. Kyle Abbott is going to continue from the pavilion end.
I'm just wondering, you know, obviously guys like Sibley who are looking to get either back into the England side or get into the England side. Obviously that call a few weeks ago from Stokes that said, you've seen the way we play.
Yeah.
These are the sort of players and we want people to play this way. I'm just wondering what people like Sibley think about that.
Well, yeah. That's bounce as high as played down by Davis. There's no run. Yeah, and that's the point that's been made, whether Sibley fits the current mindset. I do think that England they just have to have some balance, don't they? It's all very well saying that, but they need batters at the top of the order who can set it up for the likes of Stokes and Bairstow. That's edged, and I think that was a chance. At second slip, did that carry? It's gone through and doesn't go all the way. So early scare for Alex Davis. Yeah, I think that was a chance. Second slip dies in front of first, and between them, they're not able to snaffle it.
Dawson and Vince. Dawson diving to his left. It was in between them, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Right in between them.
Well placed by Alex Davis. But an early scare, they'll be disappointed not to take the chance. It'll give Hampshire some early encouragement. Abbott in to Davis, who leaves that one. And there is no run. It was a game, I'm trying to remember which one it is, but it was mind-blowingly frustrating from a Warwickshire point of view. It was against Lancashire, who were their support, I think it was Lancashire, and their supporters were getting fed up of drop catches in recent games.
Really?
And so what happens is 3 Warwickshire players are dropped, and each and every one of them got out without adding any further runs.
Wow.
So talk about not taking advantage of the opportunity. Abbott in to Davis, nips back, and it's taken by the wicket keeper. Davis does a bit of gardening.
It's
wobbling about a bit, isn't it?
It is a little bit actually this morning, isn't it? There's not much cloud cover. It's quite high. Well, I say there is cloud cover. It's just very, very high, and it's a thin layer. I look at that slip cordon now. They are both very good slippers, Dawson especially. But now they've moved closer together, and you just think, well, if only you'd been there. I know it's after the event, but I have always thought having slips with big gaps between them is just not ideal at all. I've never thought that at any stage.
Next one is clipped a little airily by Davis, who's going to get 4 runs for it through long on. And that's 4. I'm just going back what we said about England. Somebody's got to tell Ben Stokes to stop batting like that. He's a far better player than that.
Yes.
Maybe no one dares. Anyway, 17 without loss.
What's that one? Is it a couple we hit to mid-off? Then got caught the second.
That's right. Yeah, it was like he was. It was like he was the dad in the garden giving his kids some catches. So, first runs of the morning are coming this over, but it's not been a entirely convincing over from a Warwickshire point of view, and Davis plays that one to point. There's no run. Abbott, shout of anguish. He came close to that over, but Davis did add 6 runs. The edge went through the slips and got him 2, and then the aerial shot to long on, which got him 4. He's on to 16, and Warwickshire 17 without loss. Now a mere 136 runs in arrears.
Steve Holford has tweeted at Solent Sport, says, I took the Stokes mantra on how to play to mean that players are positive in what they do, rather than necessarily playing like Saywag on hot coals.
Yeah.
That's fair enough.
That's fair.
Right, so Abbas to get the next over underway. The 9th of this Warwickshire second innings. They've added 6 so far this morning. Here's Ageas over the wicket to Sibley, forward. Pushes that out again to Gubbins. And there is no run. Doesn't seem to be a lot there for Ageas at the moment. Nice and accurate, but nothing's moved off the straight yet.
I guess Hampshire have to be if things aren't happening. Well, it did in Ageas last over, but as well as trying to get wickets, and try and make Warwickshire score slowly, give them plenty of time to bowl them out.
That's right. Yes. Here comes Ageas again. Bowls, another length ball, straight. Keeps a little low. Sibley pushes that up to mid-on. Waiting for the first Sibley on drive of the morning, like we saw the first morning. Saw a few of those before lunch. Lovely straight on drives. The Dom Sibley Mark II. After all that work that he put in the nets during the winter. Turned down, what was it, England A Tour?
Yeah.
To work hard. Who was he actually working with, do you know? Or is he not? I suppose he hasn't said.
Well, I mean,
Warwickshire
the Warwickshire coaches have to accept. Paul Farbus, of course, is at,
on the first innings efforts. That's outside the off stump and that's left alone. I'd say it's been working.
Yeah, well, he's having a decent season. He's he's not making lots of sort of double centuries, but he's got his second century of the season in the last match, so that's a 50 and a century in his last 2 innings. The sun's coming out again. We had a bit of respite initially.
Very warm last night, wasn't it?
Yeah, it
of
was.
course, your hotel window doesn't open.
No.
That air conditioning must have been going 2 to a dozen as that's pushed out towards mid-wicket, no run.
To be honest, I don't like air conditioning much. So I sort of had it on before bed, then I thought I'll switch it off. And it worked the night before, but last night...
Too hot.
Yeah, so I had to get up and switch it on in the end.
I know what you mean.
Might not help, but I helped myself to a huge curry on last night.
You had a what?
I had a curry last night. It was very nice. But
out for the curry, or
doesn't always make me sleep well. I went out, yeah. Just some, yeah.
Oh, very nice. There's Ageas again. Sibley forward again. Gubbins in from the covers.
Well, I thought I was being good because I thought I looked it up and I saw there was one about a mile and a half away. So I'll walk there and back. So I can wake up an appetite and then walk it off on the way back.
So which way? It would have been
towards West End.
Yeah, towards West End. Yeah. On the main road there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just for those of you that are not quite sure where the Ageas Bowl is, as we mentioned on the first day, it's not actually in Southampton. It's outside of Southampton, Hedge End, West End. Here comes Ageas again to Sibley. Just comes back a fraction. Nice carry off a length, but a good leave as well from Sibley. Good judgment. 17 without loss, Warwickshire. A maiden over from Ageas.
Well, he's been tidy to start with. 2 maidens. And that's okay from Hampshire's point of view. Yeah, they've plenty of time. I'd say they've got, well, at a pinch, they've got 4 sessions to bowl Warwickshire out. I mean, if it does go to lunch tomorrow, it'll get slightly awkward, but they'd still be clear favourites if they bowl them out by then. Unless Warwickshire score at a fast rate. So they've got time, Hampshire. And Warwickshire need to dig in for the long haul here.
Still got half the game left. Ages.
Indeed. Kyle Abbott into bowl. Having got an edge last over, that one nips back probably after it passed the stumps. It's left by Alex Davis, taken by Ben Brown, tumbling to his left. Like a goalkeeper getting an extra roll in just to make it look really good.
See, Luke Wells has got his 100 from Lancashire, having been 99 not out overnight.
Batted himself very well against Warwickshire. Frustratingly well for Warwickshire. He won the game for them, got 170 when they were chasing big target.
Wow.
Yeah. Davis, inside edge on that one. He's going to get a run. He's coming back for a second. He'll have to sprint for the second. He does so. But Davis not quite finding the middle of the bat at the moment, or it's perfect timing. He's moving on nicely. He's on to 18, but 19 without loss. Warwickshire, first job obviously is to try and see off that deficit. then take it from there. Abbott, right arm over. Davis drives that. Good accurate delivery. It was a decent defensive shot from Davis.
Interesting, there was no Barker opening up this morning. He opened up last night. He opened up in the first innings.
He's out there, isn't he, on mid-on.
On
behind Aubrey, by the way, so he just cramped up a bit. There wasn't no hamstring problems or anything like that, just a little bit of cramp. To be fair, they did work him rather hard in the heat.
Was it 32 overs?
Yeah, something like that. Abbott comes into bowl to Davis, who leaves that, and there's no run.
Good leave. Yeah, 32 overs in that heat. I think over a day and a bit. I think that's. I think you're allowed a little bit of cramp.
I think so. Yes. So he's all ready to play his big innings at the end. Stretch Warwickshire's lead, as you'd be hoping by then. See, Hampshire's over it. It's now showing -1, I think. As I say, I think this is such small lettering. So hit by Alex Davis actually hits the non-striker's stumps. Didn't come off the bowler's hand. Charlotte's young eyes can probably read it, but I'll just put my bins. I think it says -1.
Yeah, I think you're right.
It does, yeah. So they've got one of them back. No doubt we will see a fair amount of Liam Dawson, certainly for Warwickshire. I suppose the problem in terms of the over it will be if Warwickshire start losing lots of wickets, and it's got to be a little bit mindful of it. Hampshire. Davis pushes out to point. There's no run. If they're going to be bowling all day, then we'll see plenty of Dawson, I'm sure, and that will get it back. But they just need to. If suddenly Warwickshire find themselves 6 down by lunch, then they will just have to be a little watchful of that over it, I guess. End of the over. Just that 2 off a bit of an inside edge for Alex Davis, who scored all the runs this morning. He's on 18, and Warwickshire on 19 with that loss, trailing by 134.
A bit of Felix Organ as well with his off-spin, I should imagine, if things keep going deep into the day. It's a Bass. Going to continue from our commentary end. It's a bit quiet around the ground at the moment. There is a few people in, I can assure you, but mainly, well, there's always a few just down below us, either side of the sight screen. As Abbas comes in and bowls to Sibley. Sibley just gets a slight leading edge there, going out on the offside. He was just looking to turn that towards mid-wicket, or around that area. Anyway, but they're quiet. They will get excited when things start to happen, or they'll shout out if they think the play's too slow. Other than that, you won't notice them. We can't quite see them unless we peer over the top, and you don't really want to be doing that because we're quite high up. I'm not sure if if any BBC health and safety person heard us that we were peering over the top here, would be too happy. Here comes Bass. Bowl simply drives. A little bit of bottom hand in that, as that goes to Abbott at mid-on.
And the hotel balconies have got people on them, because they wouldn't give me a room overlooking the cricket ground, which suggests they're all booked up, although I don't see many in the balconies. There's a couple over there.
You didn't ask nicely enough.
No. I do think when people booking this, you say, do you like cricket? And if you don't, we'll stick you overlooking the golf course. But anyway, still quite a nice view.
You got a view of the fountain on the lake?
Yeah.
That's all right. Abbas bowls again, Sibley thick outside edge, bounces in front of third slip.
I don't like to mow, but he's slightly obscured by, they've got some construction outside my window, and I don't know how you describe it, but it's to make the hotel look nice, I think, but it sort of gets them away slightly. But you know,
we'll stick you in a B&B next time.
Yeah, well, exactly. That's why I shouldn't complain, should I?
B&B on the main road. Here comes Abbas to Sibley. Sibley leaves that one alone. 2 bounces through to Ben Brown. I'll give you an example that this wicket can be a little bit too paced.
Yes, that's been said during the course of the game, so much have to concentrate. So far, so good, although Davis has given a chance. They've got an awful long way to go. If these two are still there at lunch, they'll start to feel hopeful.
Oh, yes.
They're still there at the close.
Whoa.
Happy days.
Declare.
Yes.
That's 2 slips and a 4th slip. Bowls to Sibley once more. Sibley forward, pushes that out to Gubbins. And there is no run. Score remains on 19 without loss. Warwickshire have added 8 this morning so far in almost 20 minutes worth of play.
And that's it. It's very easy to say standing up here watching. Obviously, Warwickshire do need to keep that scoreboard moving, even if it's just nerdling singles about. I don't want to get stuck, because that would just give Hampshire plenty of time to eke them out.
Best turns. Comes in once more to Sibley. Another length ball. Plays it, misses, he's edged it. No, he's gone. He's gone exactly the same way as he did in the first innings. A faint tickle through to Ben Brown. And it's the same combination. And Sibley goes for 1. And that's the first wicket of the morning. 19 for 1.
Big step towards victory for Hampshire. Dom Sibley not adding to his overnight score. That's a faint edge. And he felt that he had a big role to play if Warwickshire were going to get out of this. It's going to have to be other people now, though.
Yeah, you always look at 1 or 2 players, don't you, in opposing sides, and you think if you are going to try and force a victory or whatever situation in, you look at 1 or 2 players and you think, yeah, that guy can bat all day. That guy doesn't give it away, and he's certainly one of those.
Yeah. Well, massive bloke, that. In terms of a 3-day finish, I reckon if Warwickshire are bowled out before tea, we'll get a 3-day finish likely.
Still a long way to go, Clive.
Still a long way to go. No, I'm just speculating as what could happen, but that certainly is a big step forward for Hampshire. Taking them 5 overs today.
Didn't do a lot, did it, really, the ball? Just a good line, wasn't it? It's just that line that when you're playing forward, you've got to be certain that you're in behind it quite often. A fraction outside the off stump, you're not always in right behind that. And Sibley, I mean, that must have been a very, very faint tickle. No deflection off the ball whatsoever through to Brown.
So Chris Benjamin won't have to face, because it was the last ball of the over. I had a discussion with Scott Reed when I was doing the game against Lancashire. And, we're talking about the rule about batters not crossing, and he was sure it was just in the white ball game. I thought it was in all forms of cricket. It turns out we're kind of both right. It is in the white ball game at the moment, but it is going to be introduced into the laws in October, apparently. In all forms of cricket.
I'm glad you cleared that out, because I must admit I wasn't sure.
Abbott comes into bowler Davis, who plays out to the onside, and there's no run.
That's interesting, because I've had a couple of messages to say, oh, you know, they've crossed, so blah, blah, blah. And then I read something the other day about it's not coming in until October. So I thought, well, what is it? But now actually you've made me realise.
Apparently the laws of the game are going to be changed in October.
In first class.
Yeah.
So that's why, of course, with all the T20s we've had the other situation.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Yeah. Clear as mud.
Anyway, didn't apply here, just it was the end of the over, and Davis leaves one that nips back a bit from Abbott. Be careful, Davis. Probably high enough as well to leave, but
nice carry.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure how I've got batters. I mean, the batting has, for the most part, been decent this season. It's the struggle to bowl teams out that's held them up. They need a big batting performance here against a very good attack. Kyle Abbott bowls, and Davis plays that back to him. Abbott tries to gently deflect the ball into the non-striker's stumps, and I think has a conversation with the slip. Something's been going on there about whether he does that or not.
Because wasn't it yesterday?
He held the ball, that's right. He held the ball and showed it to the slips when he...
Look, it does stick in my hand every now and then. That's right, Very funny.
Nearly ran out Alex Davis in the first innings. That way did Hampshire.
Yes, that's right. I remember, turned quickly, actually. Alex Davis.
I can't remember who the bowler was. Was it Abbas? This end?
Was it?
Davis plays that onto the onside, but doesn't pierce the inner field. It deflects to Keith Barker.
Maybe I'm thinking of another one then.
I think it was right.
No, you probably are right. Maybe there
that's
was
how I
one
visualise it anyway. But
yeah. No, you probably are right. But I remember the incident because actually, I think a lot of batters at the non-strikers end actually would have been out. I think Davis actually was quite quick in his reactions.
Wicket keeper's reactions.
Does he not want to keep?
He probably does, but Michael Burgess has done enough to. I think they sort of compromise, and he keeps in the T20. He does keep in the T20. That's played out to back of square leg for a single. A few oohs and ahs inside edge. He's going to get 2 runs for it though. Davis is moving on, not necessarily with perfect shots, but he's on to 20 now, 21 without loss. Yeah, so I think Michael Burgess was reassured when they signed Alex Davis he would still be keeping wicket as long as he's in decent form, which he is.
Yeah. So, because from what I remember, Davis was keeping regularly at Lancashire, wasn't he?
Yeah, as I say, he did keep in the T20 and kept well. Both of them actually keep well. Fortunately, actually, arguably got 3 decent wicket keepers because Chris Benjamin keeps wicket as well. This next one is left, and it's the end of the over. Warwickshire 21 for 1 with it all to do. There's still 132 behind.
So, having started the day 11 without loss, they've added 10 for 1 in 25 minutes worth of play. And, still Abbott and Abbas. The opening attack still in operation. No Barker as yet. I'm just wondering the fact that he hasn't bowled this morning, that he's going to be bowling the pavilion end, taking over from Abbott as he does so. I just think Liam Dawson, I think from memory, has bowled all his overs, or most of his overs, from this end, so that's probably the plan.
Elsewhere, Scotland are playing a World Cricket League 2 match against Nepal. Actually lost an early wicket, 11 for 1 in Glasgow. 50 over match. Callum McLeod, formerly of this parish, is now batting.
Abbas comes in and bowls to Benjamin. Benjamin forward, plays that up towards mid-on.
I should say formerly of the Warwickshire parish, of course. Championship, Lancashire, I lost one. I think, were they none down overnight anyway, with 186 for 1 now. There's still 260 behind Somerset at Southport. Can't see how they can win that, really.
Yeah, they were 164 without loss.
Yeah. Gloucestershire 171 for 7, 3 runs behind Essex.
They've lost 1 this morning.
Yeah, not to Harmer, would you believe?
Oh, what's going on?
Now, Kent are getting themselves into a reasonable position.
Comes Abbas again to Benjamin, forward. He's going to take a quick single to Abbott, just wide of mid-on there. He was very, very keen to get off the mark.
Kent are 302 for 6, only 1 run behind Northants now.
They've lost 1 this morning.
Sorry, 206 for 1, but still 315 behind Yorkshire at Scarborough. And the game that's moving apace at Northwood, it looks like a really interesting game that. Middlesex are 202 for 8, they lead Worcestershire by 199. That could be a thriller.
Slip coming out, going to short mid-wicket by the looks of it. Ian Holland pushing Abbott a little straighter at mid-on.
Derbyshire 33 for 3, lead Durham by just 20. Getting a bit of a pickle at Chester Street. Leicestershire 178 for 2, still 410 behind Sussex at Hove. That must be a bit dispiriting.
I think Tom Alsop got a big one there, formerly of Hampshire. Here comes Abbas, bowls to Davis. It's way outside the off stump. Davis leaves alone.
And could be a good game at Cardiff. Glamorgan 85 without loss, lead Nottinghamshire by 118.
Probably rain there at some point. It has been a little bit of rain there, hasn't it? I think, was it day 1 where they took an early tea? The temperatures we've had here, I know we had a couple of spots, but we literally only had a couple of spots yesterday, but the temperatures we've had here, you can't almost imagine it raining anyway.
I don't know, it just feels like sort of whether you might suddenly get a storm come and refresh us.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it? I think we'll be out there enjoying it. Abbas bowls on the back foot there. Davis steers that out to point. Be quite nice, wouldn't it? A bit of rain. I can't believe I'm saying that. But I can't remember. I don't know. When was the last time you've commentated on a game that was affected by the weather?
We had a little bit of weather around this season, but not one that sort of killed the game off, if you like. Trying to think now.
It's hard, isn't it? It's hard sometimes to remember. That's how good the weather's been. Here's Ageas again to Davis. Leaves that alone. He's doing quite well leaving it outside the off stump.
The one frustrating one for Warwickshire was at Taunton, where they were battling to save the game, and they were bowled out just before the end of the third day. Had they carried the match, even with just 1 wicket left into the final day, they probably would have been all right, because it hosed down on what would have been the fourth day. So they probably wouldn't have got on and would have got the draw, but they didn't manage to get it into the fourth day.
I think on the whole there's been less this season, though.
Yeah, I think so.
Ageas comes in again and bowls. Again, it's a good leave from Davis. He seems determined to be leaving anything outside the off stump this morning. It's 22 for 1. Davis has 20, Benjamin has a single.
We had a bit at Northampton. Was it time I brought Charlotte in?
Oh, yes. Yes,
let's
it is.
do that now.
Charlotte Taylor coming in, the Southern Vipers off spinner. Back in the side for the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy, a trophy that she's had considerable success in the past. Most notably, the first Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy at Edgbaston, where the Vipers beat the Northern Diamonds, and a certain Charlotte Taylor was player of the final. She will tell you all about that for the rest of the day, I'm pretty sure. Welcome, Charlotte.
Thank you. I don't know if I will.
Will you not?
No, I'm not one for bigging myself up, really.
You're not? Well, that's very
I'm going to stand on my stool, though, so I can see.
Yeah, you need to sort of just look over these sort of bars in front of us. What was it, 6 for?
It was 6 for 30. Oh, God. 34.
Look at your so. Look at you. Like you
No,
don't
I'm
remember.
struggling.
Do you
No,
seriously?
Was it 36?
Anyway, player of the final, that's all that matters, isn't it?
That's all that matters to me.
There is not many people around that can have got awards like that. Here's Abbott, comes in and bowls. Forward is Benjamin. That's a thick inside edge as that's worked out to mid-wicket. And there is no run. So your first view of the game in the 30 minutes that we've had this morning, it's pretty much, I think, going the way we thought, where scoring is difficult on a slightly two-pace wicket, which on the whole is slow.
Yeah, exactly. I think they'd be very pleased to get the wicket of Sibley this morning. I think that was a big one for them to get.
Yeah. I'll have to do a very quick 30-second summary of the first half an hour in a moment, as that's full and that's worked on the onside and there's no run. It's coming up about a minute or so's time. So the deficit is, was it 131 at the moment?
But it does look difficult to score, doesn't it, Kev? It looks difficult out there to sort of get yourself in, but I can imagine once you do that, Alex Davis is doing that at the minute, it will get easier, just like it does every time. So that's what they'll be looking to do, Warwickshire, for the rest of this morning.
Yeah, we saw that yesterday. Eh?
Build partnerships.
Yes, that's what
sounds
it's
simple,
all
doesn't
about.
it?
Well, I know, but it's not always easy to do, as we know. Abbott comes in and bowls. Benjamin is forward. That's pushed out into the covers, fielded by Gubbins. But we saw that yesterday, even with Hampshire, 370 for 9 declared. You know, generally when Warwickshire bowl well, and they did for most of the day, straight line and length, it was difficult to manoeuvre. Slight bit of width, hit through the line of the ball, no problem. Too straight,
Absolutely.
work it away on the leg side, no problem. But getting in the right areas, it was quite difficult. Here we go then. Abbott's just taken his time at the top of his mark at the pavilion end. We've had half an hour's play this morning. Warwickshire, who started the day trailing by 142 at 11 without loss, are now 22 for 1. So Hampshire have made one inroad this morning, and that was Dom Sibley, the former England opener, just tickled one outside the off stump, got an outside edge through to Ben Brown. Mo Abbas picked him up just like they did in the first innings, same combination. Sibley made one. The score then was 19 for 1. At the moment, with Warwickshire at 22 for 1, they trail Hampshire in the game by 131.
Yeah, thank you.
Now there is a man pushed out at deep square leg. As Abbott comes in again to Benjamin and bowls. Benjamin forward up towards mid-off, and there is no one. It looks, I haven't been out there to the pitch, but I've spoken to Simon the groundsman a couple of times, but it is a very, very dry wicket. It looks dry from here, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It does look very dry. Looks difficult to score, as we were saying, and it's it's one of those pitches which, like you say here, it doesn't spin an awful lot at the Ageas Bowl, and therefore it stays pretty similar through the rest of the game, which means that, I mean, there's a few footholes for maybe Organ to bowl from if there's any left-handers later on. If he will get any spin from that, I don't know.
Abbott bowls, Benjamin forward, he wants a single, but there isn't one there. That's literally straight up to mid-off. End of the over. He's trying to be positive here, Davies, even in defence, which is the right way to play. 7 overs, 2 maidens, none for 19 for Kyle Abbott. We talk about, there hasn't been a lot of spin here. There never really is. I mean, you've played some Vipers games here. I mean, have you got it to turn much here?
Not an awful lot of spin. I mean, Charlie Dean, one of our biggest spinners of the ball, gets it a little bit, but for the rest of us, there's not a lot at all. And yeah, she puts a lot of revs on the ball and gets a little bit out of it. But yeah, it's never been a big turning pitch, and I don't often get a lot of drift here either.
Do you not? Because that is your forte, isn't it?
Yeah, and I don't get that. And it's quite irritating actually as Abbas comes in to Davis over the wicket and Davis leaves that one alone. But yeah, I don't actually get a lot of drift, which is quite frustrating. I get it more of like I don't know whether it's something to do with the outgrounds. So like Northants, for example, there's quite a lot of gaps in the. So I don't know whether that's anything to do with it potentially.
No, I don't
like it coming across the ground where you haven't got you're contained by stands, and I don't know what it is.
I don't think sometimes there is logic in it. I think generally I've never found this ground, I only watch it, not play it, to be a big swinging ground anyway.
Well, maybe that's just the case. Is Abbott over the wicket and Davis just pushes that into the offside and there is no run?
I mean, people do obviously, but I mean, like the old ground, for instance, in the middle of Southampton, I always thought that swung. It's fairly easy to swing there, really, but watching here over the years. But maybe it's something to do with the height as well. I mean, obviously we're quite high up, aren't we? Where, in terms of the terrain and that, we are quite high in Hampshire, aren't we? Generally, we are in this ground. Maybe that has something to do with thinner air.
If anyone knows, please let us know, because we obviously have no idea. We're just guessing. Abbas then to Davis, and he's pushed in defence. He's looking for a single, but won't get one.
Yeah, at Solent Sports, solentcricket@gmail.com. Just talking earlier about losing games or park games to rain this year, which hasn't been many. Dave Allen, Hampshire's honorary archivist at Solent Sports, says day 4 here against Lancashire. Hampshire in a good position, looking to take 10 wickets in the day. Would they have done it? We don't know, but never got the chance because of light rain all day. And it was never heavy, but it just light rain all day. I remember the T20 game here against Sussex when the Vipers were on in the afternoon, weren't they? It was a double header. Hampshire played Sussex here. I think we had a break of about 25 minutes late on in the evening. Didn't lose any overs. That was about it, really. Yep,
that was about it. It's just the way it is as Davis pushes that one back up to a short mid-wicket, and there is no run either. This is a good over from Abbas, building some pressure. That's hold on, good maths. 10 dots in a row.
Yeah. Oh, umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy's looking at Abbas's follow-through. That's one thing that Steve O'Shaughnessy's been very strict on here. Or, he's looked at all the bowlers in their follow-throughs. He's looked at Hannon Dolby. He's looked at Kyle Abbott. Keith Barker, I'm not so sure about, but certainly, and Kyle Abbott. And Abbas has just had a...
As he encroaches on that danger area, Abbas again left that one alone. Good swing outside the off-stump from Abbas. Davis happy to see that one through to the keeper.
And actually, talking of affected games, of course you up at the Foundation Ground, Edgbaston, a couple of weeks ago against Central Sparks.
I'd rather omit that game from my memory, if I'm honest.
Oh,
Other
really?
than the wind, not the wind. There was no wind, which is why I kept drizzling all day. It was one of those games which is so frustrating because you're on and off all day. And those are the sort of games that I hate. As a bowler, you get warmed up, you cool off, you get warmed up, you cool off. Very frustrating, but we got the win, and that's the most important thing. Tighter line from Abbas. Sorry, that's going to get confusing this time. And Ben Brown takes it on a half volley, and there is no run. Another maiden for Hampshire. 22 for 1. 15 overs gone. Davis on 20, and Benjamin is 1 from 8 balls now.
Yeah, so that, as you say, that was affected by the weather because the Vipers only batted for 10 overs, didn't they, in their second innings?
Yeah, it's funny actually. It actually suited us quite well, I think, in the end. And we pushed Freya Kemp up the order to bat at number 3. She was originally carded at 7 or something as a left-hander, and gives it a good whack. She hit a huge 6 on Saturday, and from a fairly central wicket at Hove, and it hit the stand, probably 3 rows back on the full. and there was a few of us that were quite shocked at how far that ball travelled, really. But yeah, it suited us in the end to get that win down there.
A few guys would struggle with that, wouldn't they? Here's Abbott, start another over. He's wrapped on the pad. That looks close. Has he got an edge onto that?
He likes it, Abbott.
Yes.
I liked it as well.
If you're watching on the live picture feed, have a look at the replay, make your own minds up. Abbott comes in, leg stumpish.
Yeah, going down maybe.
Yeah, I think it's just angled in and maybe going a little further in off the seam. It's a good shout.
Yeah, it just needed it to straighten, didn't it? Didn't need it to come back a little bit off that seam, but you're right, it did keep going.
Yeah, I think that's a really good decision. I have to say, Robbie James has just texted me actually. Robbie was the ground announcer here for the first 2 days. He's not doing because he's watching some golf up in Scotland, or he will be. What an excuse that is. He's just texted me about the pitch actually. We're talking about the pitch here. Here comes Abbott, bowls, length ball, Benjamin well forward, punches that up towards mid-off, no run. He says, because obviously he was out there doing the interviews at the toss and what have you, a little more grass on it on day 1 when I was out there. He was surprised, he says, in his shoon because of the heat. Might be a little bit, and also because it's just, the wicket had been prepared for the T20 game last Thursday. Obviously it's drying out in this weather. I guess you naturally leave a fraction more grass on it just to hold it together as long as possible. But as Simon the groundsman, just to emphasise, talking last night, saying that he feels that 1 or 2 balls now are starting to make it through the top, but it's only the odd one. It's basically played pretty well. Let's push it out into the covers, and there is no run. I think it's been a good wicket actually.
Well, it's a good cricket wicket, isn't it? You don't want to see, loads of spin. You don't want to see wickets tumbling, but you've got some runs. The Hampshire batters showed yesterday that you can score runs on it and score runs quickly. So it's a good cricket wicket, I think, and that's what you want from a 4-day county championship game where it challenges its both batters and bowlers.
I agree. I think from what we've
Stating
seen
the
here,
obvious.
well, it is, but I think when you sort of get half an idea of what sort of wickets they're trying to produce here, as Abbott bowls, forward is Benjamin. That's another good delivery. Again, that's pushed out into the covers. Again, having 1 or 2 chats and that, I think generally, maybe not every game, but I think generally there is a move to try and get the ball to go through a bit more, and that is, I understand, by trying to make them a little drier. I think we have actually. I think in the last game or so here, I think it has been noticeable how the ball has gone through a little bit more, because over the years, generally, there's not been a lot of pace here.
No.
Not been a lot of pace at all. So, but I think this one is almost a throwback a little bit. Here comes Abbott, bowls, forward Benjamin. That's pushed up to mid-on, fielded by Keith Barker. And
I suppose one of the, just going on what you were just saying about that, the pace of the pitch, I think sometimes isn't the bigger picture, if you're talking really, really big picture, in Australia we're not very good, so the ball bounces and it carries and it comes through quicker. So is the idea to kind of, obviously you're not going to replicate conditions, that's never going to happen, but to try and get those conditions slightly to prepare players for that? Is that ever in their mind, do you think? Or is that a really long shot?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't understand the science as that's pushed out into the covers. That's the end of the over from Abbott. That is a maiden, 8 overs, none for 19 with 3 of them. I don't know. The thing is, isn't it, you still generally, when you turn up to a traditional ground, and you can put whatever ground into that bracket you like, you kind of already know what you're going to get, don't you? Wherever you go, you say, oh yeah, the wicket's like this, wicket's like that. They just have reputations, and maybe from time to time some grounds change it for whatever reason, but that's the exception rather than the norm, isn't it? I mean, you go to the Oval, for instance, you pretty know that's going to bounce same height all the time, generally a decent pace. Over the years you have had the odd one that does slightly different, but generally that's the way it'll be. You think, yeah, I'm going there, I love it because I bat.
Yeah. Abbas continues straighter deliveries, pushing out in front of that pad, Davis. Another dot to Abbas, there is no run.
I mean Lancashire, I know they've turned the wicket around 90 degrees since I was last there, but generally, it was like concrete up there. The bowler would bound in, you would hear it, and the ball would bounce on the surface.
Like
is it still like that?
Yeah.
Is it? Yeah. The ball would hit the surface and make this real sort of crack. And, your studs sometimes on the wicket there would hardly go through the top.
It is a little bit like that
hard,
still.
Is it? Yeah.
From what I remember, we played one of the 100.
Oh, you played Thunder?
Yeah.
Oh, there, really.
But
Oh, you played 100 as well?
Yeah, that's the game that I played in as Abbas. In again, and Davis leaves that alone outside off the off stump. Comes up there and prods the wicket a little bit. Maybe just have a little conversation with his partner, Chris Benjamin.
And like last week at Hove, I mean, little bounce. There's never a lot of bounce there, is there?
No. But it's interesting how maybe different groundsmen, if the whole groundsman team decided to move to a different ground, would they prepare a wicket in the same way? Would they do things? They've obviously got their own little knacks and tricks and things that they like to do, and it's probably not what a one shoe fits all kind of situation, I wouldn't have thought. Abbas again, it's a really good line from him, left outside the off stump, not by missing by a lot, but it's a good leave by Davis. He goes through to Ben Brown, 22 for 1.
Oh gosh, he's getting looked at again with his follow through.
It was a little hand up, maybe. Sorry, boss.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. Well, I think there's a balance here. Sorry, just changing the subject, floating around a bit. There's a balance here because, of course, Hampshire are batting last, assuming they do bat last. So, of course, if the bowlers are encroaching into that danger area, what you're doing is penalising your own batters. But I guess because Lancashire are still quite a long way behind, it is affecting them as well. So,
in the immediate. But there we go. He's got a bit wider on the crease this time. Abbas, tighter line. Davis just pushes that up to a mid-on. Abbott does the fielding.
I mean, I'm not involved in conversations, and obviously I'm nowhere near playing anymore, but I don't know if grounds people sort of have a chat, you know, with the general directors of cricket and captains and coaches and that sort of thing, and between them they try and work out a policy over a season. Maybe the odd, you know, match you might sort of think slightly differently. I presume that goes on. I don't really know now.
Well, I suppose the one conversation that would happen as Abbas comes in again, bowls left outside the off stump, that's ducked back in to Davis, and Ben Brown's gone diving and rolling to his left hand side, and he's taken the ball very well, and you could say that was a good leave, left on line, but it's ducked in quite a way, and Ben Brown's taken that, you know, quite far down the leg side in the end, as the in swing comes back in. It's a good change up from Abbas, and he's looking threatening here on the back of another maiden if he gets this one in the same place.
Just wanting coming wide of the crease, mainly because he's probably having to, is just, I don't know, just maybe making Davis think a little bit more. Absolutely.
Maybe trying to get out the way of that danger area as he comes in again, and Davis looking to push that side into the offside, and there is no run. Another maiden for Abbas. 22 for 1 here at the Ageas Bowl. Davis 20 from 54, Benjamin 1 from 14.
Well, Davis has actually added just 10 in 45 minutes this morning, and almost trying to leave the ball outside the off stump as much as he can, not pushing at anything. Tom Sibley, I'm afraid, the one wicket that fell did, and just like in the first innings, just got the faintest of outside edges through to the keeper. Abbott will continue. Nicholas Rogers has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. We were talking earlier about the rule changes and who comes in and who faces and who doesn't. He says, does Nicholas, the new rule change about the new batters, you should say, having to face when they come in was introduced in the 100. Charlotte will know about this because she played last year. So that's a length ball from Abbott. Benjamin pushes out on the offside and is now in the blast. But in the international game, 2020 England versus India, that rule never applied as batters were allowed to cross. Or he puts question mark. Were they allowed to cross, I guess he means.
Yeah, so the question's for us. Do we know the answer to that?
I've got no idea. Absolutely no idea. Have you?
Well, I know that it happens in our games.
It does.
So maybe it's... But he said... Oh, I'm just surprised that it wouldn't happen then in international cricket.
Well, Clive seems to think that in first-class cricket it's happening in October, and I did read something, that something's coming in October, that's for sure. Benjamin pushes that towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. Charlotte has a look at something on her phone anyway. Dave Allen, Hampshire's honorary archivist, who's not very well, was going to be with us tomorrow, unfortunately can't. He's emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. It's a long one. I've sort of had a quick look. But anyway, here goes. While Abbott's bowling. He's had 2 balls of this over so far. Many thanks to you all for the commentaries so far, cheering me up from my sickbed. Oh, he's really bad, Dave, obviously, in his sickbed. Maybe that's just an excuse to listen to the cricket and watch the cricket all day. Quick single out to wide mid-off. I think that was Fuller trying to pick that up one hand. It didn't quite work. least he didn't give away any more runs, though. Somehow that ball was bounced off his hand, actually gone down towards cover point from wide mid-off.
And he's still got to go and get it.
Yes, it has. Nobody's gone and helped him out. 23 for 1. The deficit is 130 currently. Listening yesterday, says Dave, I was reminded of a match in Southampton in 1974. Some of the similarities, even closer than I remembered. Hampshire played Gloucestershire, who scored 196, which Hampshire followed with 384 for 8 declared. Yesterday, Hampshire 370 for 9. It's close. Our innings was built on a 5th wicket partnership between Peter Sainsbury and David Turner. None of these names mean a Scooby to Charlotte Taylor. That's a length ball, and Davis prods forward out on the onside. David Turner made 137, nicknamed the Nippy Nudger, David Turner. Exactly the same as yesterday, and in both cases with a Wiltshire-born batter. Sadly, in brackets, unlike Sainsbury, we don't have anyone from Hampshire these days. No, the 2 Hampshire-born players in the squad aren't playing. I hope it's a good omen because we won the match by 9 wickets. Hampshire's championship side of 1974 is the best I ever saw, but cruelly even, robbed of the title, in brackets 2 points, as Abbott comes in and bowls. Davies plays and misses outside the off stump. That's a great delivery. He had to play at that, and it just straightened on him. Gets a round of applause as well for that delivery. We were robbed of the title by terrible weather late in the season. I didn't think I'd still be waiting for the next one all these years later. No, Dave was very excited last year up at Ageas. I think he was up at Ageas, or he was certainly listening and watching the action. I think he might have been. I don't know, my memory's terrible. He'll remind me because I know he's listening. With Hampshire just 1 wicket away from winning the title. But Warwickshire, it was Warwickshire's in the end.
Well, hopefully he gets that level of excitement today.
I think it's nearly 50 years. I think it's 49. Oh, he's wrapped on the pad, Alex Davis. The finger is not going up. I wasn't sure there, I must admit.
Possibly a bit high?
Might have been. I think you're right. Played slightly across it, didn't he, Davis? Watching the replay. Again, that's nipped back, hasn't it? And done quite a bit. Good over from Abbott again. 9 overs, none for 20. Davis still there. 20 not out of 57 now. Benjamin is 2 off 17. Warwickshire 23 for 1 in their second innings, trailed by 130 in the game.
Well, he's just trying to angle that ball back in, but he does need that to bring that LBW back in. He does need it to straighten as he's coming wide on the crease, so that's something that he's going to have to bring in. Those they're not going to get even out at that rate. I know Alex is a small man, Alex Davis. Good fact about him, between him and I beat him at a game of darts in the 100.
Did you?
Yeah. Because he played at the Brave, and we had a game of darts one night, and I beat him.
Did you?
Claim to fame.
Whereabouts?
In downstairs in the foyer of the Hilton Hotel.
Right. Other hotels available, of course. Other hotel chains.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
As Abbas comes over the wicket, bowls, and that's angled down to third man by Benjamin. He's going to pick up 4 here, and that's raced away. That's 4 to him. It was controlled. It was a big, not a big swing of the bat, and he's angled it down nicely, and he picks up 4, and it's just gone past the right hand of Liam Dawson at second slip. It's 23 for 1 now. Now Benjamin moves to 6.
Sorry to interrupt.
That's okay.
Was that game of darts of a particularly high standard?
No.
Right.
I'd like to say it's my second sport.
Really?
I don't know if that counts. Can you count darts as a sport?
Yeah, of course, yeah. Of course.
So, but it was it put off a couple of others from wanting to play me. Let's put it that way. Yeah, sort of.
So you are good?
Well, I wouldn't say good, but I think both of us were not having our best day, let's put it that way. But I did manage to beat him. As Abbas comes in again, it's down the leg side, that's done a lot. That swung quite a long way past Ben Brown, and that's 4 byes. It's harsh, as it would have been a very good stop if he managed to get a paw on it. But it's not, and it's gone for 4. Abbas slightly offline there, and Warwickshire raced to 31 for 1 at the rate they were going.
Yeah, 20 runs added this morning in 53 minutes. Yeah, that really sort of reverse swung, didn't it, that one? First time we really see a ball go in the air. So, have you got your own set of darts then?
I did. I think they're in my car, actually. But I used to carry them around. I used to play on my dad's... he's just texted me now, so I feel like that's what he's going to say to me about the New Milton darts team that I used to play for, as Benjamin just prods that into the offside off Abbas for no run. I think that's probably what he's going to say to me now, is that he should give a shout out to my father, who's a very, very fine darts player.
Is he? So he was a good cricketer once, and now he's an even better darts player,
I think he's better darts player than he's cricketer now, I think.
Really? Oh, what, you mean now or was?
No, now.
Right.
So yeah, play a bit of darts. Used to play on a Monday night for their sort of club, pub side, whatever you want to call it. When they were short, as Ageas comes in again, wider on the crease, left alone by Benjamin outside the off stump. Big, expansive leave.
So your highest score on the board, have you done a 180?
I have. I've done 3 in my life.
Have you really?
And it's the first time it happened, I almost did a lap of my lounge. I was so excited.
Wow. And your highest checkout?
Oh,
Is that what they call it?
Yeah, they do call it that. Good question. It's in the hundreds, but not a high one. Maybe 112 or something like that.
It required at least one treble or couple.
Yeah, just one treble and then a double.
Wow.
So yeah, little fun fact about me.
Yeah.
Ageas tight to the umpire this time, takes that away from the right-hander, and it's on the half volley to Ben Brown. It's not carrying all that well. You said earlier about it being a bit of a two-paced pitch.
Yeah.
Signs of that there.
Well, but also he's starting to get a little bit of shape here, Ageas.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if he's starting to get into his little groove, which he gets into from time, well, most of the time actually. Because the last couple of balls, 2 or 3 balls, there has been some shape on it.
Yeah, and both directions. Away from the right-hander and back in. So he's threatening both edges of the bat here as Ageas stands at the top of his mark, past the umpire, over the wicket, and that's tighter line. Just worked into square leg. James Fuller goes to throw the ball and doesn't. And there is no run. At the end of that over, the score is 31 for 1. Davis is 20 from 57. Benjamin 6 from 23.
And trail in the game by 122. Mike Martin at Sonus Sport says, "Morning, Kevin Charlotte. Great to see Tom Prest and Fletcher Middleton in the runs for Hampshire's second 11 yesterday at Taunton Vale. Weatherly missed out though, yes he did. Cheered on by a solitary Hampshire fan, and it was Mike's brother, who lives in Bridgewater. He was the only Hampshire fan there, apparently.
Oh.
Might have been the only person there. To be
I thought you might say that.
Did you?
I just had a feeling that you might have said
Well,
that.
there's never many goes to watch second team games. I mean, I don't know what the Somerset second 11 crowd is like. I have no idea. Here comes Abbott Bowles. Javis leaves that one alone. That's a good leave. That's quite close to the off stump. Dave Allen back on the tweets at Sonus Sport says, Liverpool, question mark. He says, I was there. Sorry, Dave. I don't know. It was all a bit of a blur in the end last game of the season. Sorry, I confused my message. As in 1974, the 5th wicket partnership yesterday was 137. And again, both men in both games were out in the 90s. That was Dawson and Ian Holland yesterday, and I think he said Peter Sainsbury and David Turner back in 1974. There you go. There's a comparison.
Like for like.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Great memory. Here comes Abbott again. Bowles. Davis forward quietly. Place that into the ground. And there is no run. Well, there's little run action as we were expecting, really. We were never going to really see loads. Don't think we'll see too much throughout the day unless 1 or 2 batters get in, but they're still establishing themselves here. Warwickshire, of course, don't want to give away too many wickets before lunch, and that will keep Hampshire's tails up, and they'll keep pushing and keep pushing. They'll keep pushing anyway, but it's amazing what a few wickets do. They're still 122 behind, so it's still a dicey situation for the visitors here as Abbott comes in and bowls. Davis pushes forward, goes out into the covers. Gubbins the fielder.
We were talking about my darts.
Yes.
And my dad did text me.
Right.
And he said, 3 is the only one you can reach, which I thought was quite rude. Obviously being of a shorter stature, and 3 being at the bottom of the darts board, which I thought was quite rude. But he also asked a very good question that I think we could discuss. I mean, we talked about it a little bit earlier, and he's sort of saying, shouldn't the opening batsman here, or the top 3 in this case, be playing more positive cricket and positive shots?
Abbott comes in and bowls, left alone outside the off stump.
As replicated in the international game, if they want to have aspirations of getting into that in that England team. Obviously Sibley did that a little bit in the first innings, didn't he? He scored quickly, and then sort of not quite the same this innings, whether they're playing a bit more reserved. But I just wouldn't, in the new era of international test cricket for England, you wouldn't see him playing sort of in this manner.
No, you wouldn't. No. Well, and when we say new era, we're only talking about the last few weeks.
Yeah, the new era of 3 weeks.
Yes. As Davis is forward, it's pushed up to mid-off. I agree. Whether obviously it hasn't quite caught on yet. It certainly hasn't caught on to the England white ball team.
No. Well, they've been quite horrendous, if we're honest.
The other end of the spectrum, isn't it? So really, it's a new era for just the red ball team only, exclusively to the Test side, and it hasn't really sort of branched out as yet. Maybe it will. Maybe it takes time to sort of, players that have been playing for a while. I mean, Alex Davis has been around for a while. He's 27 years old now. Chris Benjamin, slightly newer to the game, of course, 23. Here's Abbott, short, and that's a deliberate uppercut down towards third man. That's quite safe, and that is 4 runs. 35 for 1. Davis moves on to 24. It may just take a while, but I don't know. Is it going to catch on in the county game? I think when you come into situations like this, our players going to sort of run down the wicket and smash it over mid-off? I don't know.
It's a good question, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I think it would just be left to see in future weeks coming and future seasons about whether they adopt that across the board. We'll see. Change of bowling from this hotel end. James Fuller is going to come on, which is an interesting choice. I don't know why. Obviously, Barker's probably going to bowl from the pavilion end, so that would be another change. But I thought I might have seen Holland. I don't know why I thought that. Yeah,
I agree. I suppose there's several options out there, really. I mean, Fuller a little bit quicker.
He's got a different field, that's for sure. So he's going to have a fine leg, as in situ for Abbas, but he's also going to have a deep square and a deep backward point. So whether they're going to look to target him with a bit of short-pitched bowling, with the quicker pace of Fuller, we'll be finding out in the next few moments. Hampshire on the attack by the looks of things to get some more wickets. As he comes over the wicket, he does, and that's, oh god, that's hit quite firmly to Dawson at second slip, all along the floor, but quite a thick outside edge. But it absolutely flew down. They did quite well to stop that.
We did, didn't it? Very quick. Abbas's figures this morning. His first spell of this at Warwickshire second innings, 7 overs, 5 maidens, 5 for 1.
Well bowled.
Economical.
Absolutely. He's a very impressive bowler, isn't he? For a long, long time. I read earlier he's got something like 560 first-class wickets, just casually. As you do. But he has been playing a while as Fuller comes over the wicket. Pushed back up to mid-off is Benjamin in defence, and there is no run.
565 to be exact. Well, they're making that 566 now.
566.
Actually, that'd be 567 actually. I tell you, because he got 1 in the first innings. 139.
Doesn't update overnight.
No, I just wrote it down at the start of the game, so I've had to
Constant
update
stats.
it in my head.
But luckily, you can add 2, so that's just expert behaviour.
But yeah, 139th first-class match. 25 of those Test matches.
Good stuff. He comes tighter this time, and he's in defence, is Benjamin. Pushing back up to the short mid-wicket. Holland stood there patrolling, directing.
Sorry, just quickly going back to the rules and regulations about batters crossing and not crossing, and rules, being in on some forms of the game and not others. Andrew Jackson, solentcricket@gmail.com, says the regulations for this India series are probably being run under last year's playing conditions, which would make sense, of course, because that Test match was the last one of last year's series.
Yes. Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
Didn't think about that. Shorter in length to Benjamin. He works that down to fine leg. There's a dive from Organ. He does well. He brings that back in. They're going to pick up at least 2, and it will be only 2. It's very good fielding there from Felix Organ, and the score moves to 37 for 1. That's well played by Benjamin. Just tucked off his hip there. Gone quite fine. Moves to 8. No, so that would have been played under the same rules.
Yeah, it would have to be, wouldn't
it?
Yeah. Which would suggest that actually Dom Sibley was dropped for the last Test of that series, because he was playing in the series last summer, wasn't he?
It'd be interesting, not that they would, but if they decided to have the same squad, it would be quite interesting. He's Fuller, almost Yorker length this time, Fuller, and Benjamin works that out to deep square, and he picks up 1 more, 38 for 1. Benjamin's now 9 off 28 balls.
They probably should have done that, really, shouldn't they? Said this is the squad from last year. So somebody had probably given up and retired.
You've got to come back and go again.
Actually, yeah, you need to get your whites out again and travel to England or whatever, or maybe one of the English players. I don't think anybody had retired off that. They probably did.
But it'd be quite interesting if, Sibley, for example, came back in for that game because he had to, and then scored 100, and they think, well, they weren't going to pick him, but actually, he just scored 100 against India. Maybe we do have to pick him. But well, these are make-believe situations. Obviously, we're just having a bit of fun now.
Of course we are.
As Fuller bowls another Yorker length delivery, and he pushes that back up to him, does Alex Davis. And that's the end of the over. And Warwickshire 38 for 1. And I'm going to come over to you.
You are, as they say, in commentary land. Yes, Clive Eakin will come back in, and then I shall have a break, and Charlotte Taylor will come in my position. So 38 for 1. Warwickshire trail by 115. The one wicket that's fallen this morning after 20 minutes. Dom Sibley caught behind by Ben Brown off the bowling of Mo Abbas for 1. The score then was 19 for 1. Clive Eakin.
Terrific disciplined bowling from Hampshire this morning, buying themselves time. I've got a stretch from your tea here. There we go. Got it. Buying themselves time with some accurate bowling, which stops the run scoring, and the current scoring rate. Hampshire really have got all day to bowl Warwickshire out and still be chasing next to nothing. Did you commentate on the last over or not?
I did.
Right, okay,
That was
well, I'll
great
take
memory,
this one then.
wasn't
I always
only
forget.
it's only happened
I
about
forget
3
after every
minutes
ball.
ago.
Yeah.
But yeah, I did.
Keith Barker then into the attack.
The tall stature of Keith Barker.
Indeed.
An absolute mountain of a man stood down there.
Well, 3 overs for 2 runs yesterday, so they were Warwickshire thinking, oh, got rid of those bowlers. Oh, blimey, Keith Barker's coming in now. No respite, and that's hit by Benjamin to mid-wicket for no run. That's looking at the Rachel Hayford Trophy. It's going well for you so far.
Yeah, it is
as
very
defending
well.
champions.
Yeah, we are. We're very lucky with our, our squad and our depth of squad, and it's been brilliant so far, and a competition that I really enjoy. I love the 50 over format. I love the longer format in general. So yeah, we've done well these first 2 games, but we've got to keep the momentum going.
The coach has been talking. That one is I played out to mid on. There's no run. And how proud were you of your magnificent 1 not out?
I was 1 off 1, and I tell you what, I was setting up for a
strike
slower
rate.
ball, and Freya Davis bowls a leg stump Yorker, and yeah, it wasn't. I always thought I was more worried about the bottom of my bat breaking, if I'm honest. But it wasn't the ball that I was expecting. But I managed to get it down to 3rd man and get off strike.
Well done.
Do you think Keith Barker would enjoy bowling against his whole team here?
Yeah, although the team's changed quite a lot since he's left. There's a couple of players you'll still know. Neither of these two. As he comes into bowl to Davis, who plays up the onside, there's no run. He was popular at Warwickshire. I was sorry to see him go, the supporters. But I know what a good cricketer he is.
Definitely.
I see the finals at Lord's this year. That's exciting, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's very exciting. It's the last recognised sort of game of the women's summer. So hopefully we'll finish off with a bang, and if we can get there, that'll be even better.
Barker comes into bowl to Benjamin, who pushes out to mid-wicket.
Yeah, not everyone can say they can play in a final at Lord's.
No,
so,
absolutely.
Although I can say that I was there for the 100 final at Lord's, but that didn't go in our favour, so let's wipe that one from the memory, and we'll go again with hopefully a new memory this time if we can get there.
38 for 1. It's easy to say sitting here, but Warwickshire will need at some point to break the shackles and start scoring some runs. Now Barker comes into bowl to Davis. Oh, he's beaten him outside off stump. That's playing for that very good ball from Barker. But the danger for Warwickshire is these two could sort of occupy the crease for an hour. I think they're battling well, then lose a wicket, look up on the scoreboard and see they've added virtually nothing.
That is the danger, isn't it? And that's what Kevin and I were just talking about earlier, about being a bit more positive, trying to put the bowlers back under a bit of pressure. That's what we're seeing in the England Test side at the minute. Don't let them settle, and don't just let them bowl at you. But you're right, they do need to build a partnership here, but you don't want to see them adding no runs to the scoreboard.
Barker round the wicket to Benjamin, who's pushed out to the offside. Oh, that's going to be a tight run, and I think that might have been out if it had hit. And Alex Davis turns and glares at Chris Benjamin. He had to dive full length. Throw could actually have gone to either end and the batters would have been in trouble. That maybe just shows how frustrated they are getting, because it really was not a run to take.
That was a fantastic dive from Alex Davis, though. He's absolutely leapt through the air. And obviously we're not at the right angle here, right behind the bowler's arm. But you would say that it would have been very, very tight at either end, it was almost bizarre.
It was. And they're having a chat now. Maybe coming up with a little strategy about how not to get run out.
A little bit of a conversation saying, maybe don't do that again.
Yeah, 39 for 1. That was the end of the over.
And what an exciting end to the over it was. Fuller goes to run in then, and Benjamin isn't quite ready, so he has to start again. Fuller this time over the wicket to Benjamin. He's past the umpire. It's Fuller in length, and he's just guided that thick outside edge, and it's going to be 4 down to third man. A bit streaky, but it was all under control all the way along the floor. And that brings 43 for 1, Warwickshire's score. Benjamin now on 14.
Yeah, well, they'll be grateful for every run they can get. It was Nick Gubbins, by the way, the fielding there for that near run out. I don't think he missed the stumps by much.
It was an emphatic bit of cricket. Really interesting to watch. Real pressure. You can see the pressure building. They feel like they had to do something. And I'm not quite sure that was the right option. But it gave us a bit of entertainment, Clive.
It did. I don't think Warwickshire have actually had a run out against them this season so far.
Well, let's not jinx that. He's tight to the umpire this time. That's also guided down. It's gone through second slip. Liam Dawson's fumbled it. It's gone right through him, and they go to pick up 4 more. And Fuller looks slightly frustrated, head in hands. As Benjamin picks up 4 more, he moves to 18. Warwickshire 47 for 1. Dawson really should have done better.
Yeah, not particularly convincing runs from Warwickshire, but I suppose they can't complain. They got them. Played it with soft hands, Benjamin. It was an awkward bounce for Vince, but as he's saying, we'll feel he should have stopped that.
And I actually lied, that isn't Dawson at all. He must be off the field because that's Scott Curry, I think.
Sorry, yeah.
Sub-fielding at second slip. But Fuller's got to go again here. He's under a bit of pressure, and he bowls Fuller in length this time. And just push back to cover for no run.
Has Dawson gone off to get his bowling boots, I wonder?
Maybe.
Do you do that, by the way? It's never used to happen in the game. The bowlers would disappear and get their bowling boots on every time they're about to come on.
No, I don't. I don't change my shoes. I actually bought some normal trainers and then got them spiked to company on the famous Instagram. Found this company online and gets them spikes. They fit my foot perfectly rather than getting a custom-made cricket spike, if you like. Straight in length and line is Fuller. No run to extra cover. So yeah, I don't do that. But I can't imagine Liam Dawson would either. He might have just popped off. I think he's just walking around the boundary there with a bib on, actually. I'm not. I think that's him directing whoever's down there at. Is that Donald down there at at third man, sorry, on the boundary? He's just sort of that is a Dawson walk, so I don't know quite what he's doing. He's got a bib on, but he's off the field. And that's Yorker length. It's gone through to Ben Brown. And Benjamin just fishing at that one a little bit. Not got anything on it. There is no run. It's all happening in this over. There's a bit of excitement. A couple of boundaries.
Well, if that is Dawson, that would suggest there's a reason why he's off, other than just.
Yeah, I'm not into. I think that's him. Does look like his walk. But I could be wrong.
I mean, if it is, he seems to be walking fine.
Yeah.
He's now jogging now.
He's now running, so we're not quite sure what's going on, but we'll get updates, I'm sure. As that's a quick single from Benjamin to Barker at mid-off, and he's done it very well. That's a better judge single, and they get through for the single. It's 48 for 1 at the end of the 23rd. Well, and the deficit now 105.
Yeah, probably working through the key box. Maybe not as live fielder around, but it was a little. It still looked a little dicey. But they got there. Again, it indicates they know they need to get this scoreboard ticking, even if it's just a couple and over. They just need to. I mean, they're now averaging 2 and over. That Chris Benjamin's 2 streaky boundaries in the last over helped. But they've got to get that scoreboard moving. They're almost down to double figures now in the deficit. They trail by 105.
So what I just said last over about that being Liam Dawson is an absolute lie, because he's now second slip. So that must be Brad Wheel. So I've done really, really badly. I apologise for that.
No, there he is.
Just made up my own story.
Barker round the wicket to bowl, and that's short and a rare loose delivery, which Benjamin's half taken advantage of. He didn't really go through with the shot. He's just going to get. Oh, he might get more than 2. There's a misfield. And they get 3, And I'm afraid that's a classic example of the modern player. If he'd just run and gone past the ball, picked it up and thrown it in, he'd have been fine. But he chose to try and slide and stop it, did Felix Organ, and ended up knocking the ball back. And it just cost 1 run. And the 50's up, eventually.
It is. It's been a bit slow, but we've got there in the end. But like you say, you just need to build a partnership, don't they, Warwickshire? And they're doing it, these two. Benjamin scoring a little bit quicker than Davis, but he's... they're now both starting to find a little bit more momentum with the change of bowlers.
Barker in, that's pushed out, there's no run. Don't know what Kevin's watching, but it's very entertaining.
He's giggling to himself.
Yeah, and again, the laughter as well from the audience, whatever it is. He's watching the back episodes of Dad's Army or something, I don't know. So, well, I suppose Warwickshire, the plus side for them, they'd like to have lost no wickets, but they've just lost 1 wicket an hour and a quarter. But from Hampshire's point of view, the fact that they've restricted them to 40 runs means they still have plenty of time. Barker into Alex Davis, and that's pushed towards Gully. They thought about single, don't take it. This is where Felix Organ will be hoping Davis gets out, and then he can say the misfield actually helped, because it would have put Davis on strike instead of Benjamin.
Davis quite small in stature out there, isn't he?
Yeah, he's made contributions this season. Only the one really big score in both formats. That was a century against Lancashire, which in the end, he made the mistake of saying in the interview, it'll count for nothing if we don't win. Well, they didn't win, so
he jinxed
they
himself.
Lost. So Barker comes into bowl, and that's played back to the bowler. There's no run. Other than that, he's made contributions without really making big scores, and he will feel a little under pressure.
Yeah, we want him to put that right today. He's got off to a good start. Just needs to keep batting. As we always say, the longer you bat, the easier it gets. So that's all he needs to focus on here now.
And that's particularly been the case with these this batch of balls, isn't it? That they tend to get softer and easier. They've knocked 23 and a bit overs out of this one so far. Probably need to get to sort of 30, 40 overs in. Barker comes in to bowl, and Davis plays that bat again. Good accuracy. The Hampshire bowlers have been very accurate today, giving nothing away.
And it'd be interesting to see when Hampshire decide to bring spin into the attack. I mean, Felix Organ is now wafting his arms around like he's warming up a little bit. That could be a false alarm. But he's doing a couple of warm-up bowls, if you like. So they might bring spin in earlier than maybe we thought, just to see if they can change the momentum here.
Barker. 2 slip space on the shortish mid-wicket. A little bit of width there for Davis, but Davis doesn't manage to take advantage because a crispy enough shot goes straight to a fielder in the covers. And they got the 3 there, which should have been a 2. 51 for 1. Benjamin got those runs. He's on 22.
Almost wanted to put his hand straight through that and slap it through the covers, and he didn't quite do either, did he? He got, you know, a big piece of it, but yeah, you just like to see him open up the face a little bit and slap that right through covers. Might have picked up a boundary. Could have got his innings motoring, but who knows. Abbas has gone off the field now as well. He's going to take a little break.
Yes, he hit a couple of good boundaries yesterday, but today's boundaries, of which I think he's hit 2, both been a bit on the streaky side, so a nicely timed drive would have been a bit of a lift for him.
Fuller's going to start a new over from this hotel end, and he's over the wicket to Benjamin in defence to extra cover, and there is no run. I read a stat yesterday about Liam Dawson's innings that about 80% of it was all behind square, so it's almost very difficult to score in front of the wicket. And he played, you'd like to play everything late anyway, everything under your eyes, all that kind of stuff. But that stat really proves that he really did that, and was very, very searching for it outside in front of him. So that might be a tactic that the Warwickshire batters adopt here if they've done their homework. Down the leg side this time, Fuller. Benjamin picks up 1. Organ comes around, does the fielding, does well, and it'll only be 1. Goes to 23. Warwickshire 52 for 1 now.
Warwickshire's 50 came in 139 balls, which makes it the slowest 50 of the match so far. For any pedants, I mean, by 50 I mean 0 to 50 or 50 to 100 or 100 to 150.
Got it.
Don't start texting and say, well, they went from 33 to 83 in
And there will be someone that will do that, won't there? It won't be me. I wouldn't be that quick to comment.
But again, it shows how accurately Hampshire bowling.
Absolutely. He's in again as Fuller, almost Yorker length again. He likes a Yorker, but Alex Davis works that out into mid-wicket. He's going to pick up 2 here as Organ comes around and does the fielding. Score now 54 for 1. They're starting to find a few more runs out there with this bowling change. The opening bowlers of Abbas and Abbott. God, it's really hard to say those 2 names together. I don't know if I'm the only person that has this problem, probably.
A lot of abs in this team, have to be in the gym.
But yes, they kept things very tight, and there's a few more runs on offer from these change bowlers. 3 off this over so far, with 3 deliveries to go. As he glides in, Fuller past the umpire, bowls, and that's a nice looking drive up to mid-off, but there is no run. Keith Barker's patrolling that area.
When Abba's name appears on the scoreboard, it always looks as if there's a couple of tribute bands about to play. A plurality of Swedish tribute bands.
What a band they were.
Yeah, just about.
Oh yeah, that's true. They're still going strong. Yeah, haven't seen. I think they've.
I think I might stop bringing a hologram to commentate for me.
Fill in the gaps. As Fuller comes in, I think he tried to leave that in the end, Davis, but he does angle it down and Vince does the fielding, but it's a bizarre looking shot really, and Vince does well at first slip, and there is no run after all that kerfuffle.
Yeah, trying to get his bat out of the way, didn't he? Made a late decision to do so. He's not been entirely convincing, Alex Davis, but crucially for Warwickshire, he's still there on 26 off 72 balls, and this is beginning to look like a partnership between these 2 now.
They trail by 99 now, so the deficit's under 100. That'll be good for them. A good mental battle won as Fuller bowls, and that's absolutely slapped up the wicket by Alex Davis. He's not got any of it really, actually, and he's going to pick up 3 by the looks of things. Carl Abbott does the fielding, pulls it back in, and they do pick up 3. And I thought that had gone a lot further than it did, and it turned out to plug and go nowhere really.
Yeah, that was
none of it.
What you players these days call clothed, wasn't it? And it wasn't that far short of mid-on. He got just enough to clear mid-on, but again, it's not quite timing it, Alex Davis. But
now, what you're saying about it not being convincing, that sort of backs it up, doesn't it? Really, another day he might have, cleared the ropes with that sort of shot. Big backswing, and like you say, just sort of clothed it over mid-on. But they do pick up 3, and they move to 57 for 1. And Davis now 29 from 73, and 25 overs gone in this Warwickshire second innings.
Well, they're trying to release the pressure a bit here, Warwickshire, getting away with 1 or 2. Davis on strike now to Keith Barker. 2 slips, shortish mid-wicket. Davis solidly defends that to mid-off. Nothing wrong with that.
So Scott Curry's on again as a sub-fielder for Murbas. He's got the ball in his hands now, shining it for Keith Barker. And Organ is definitely warming up here at backward point. He's waving his arms around, so he could be introduced shortly.
I mentioned to Kevin, I actually saw Felix Organ play just a few days ago, very near where I live. In comes Barker. Oh, that was an inside edge onto his pads there from Davis. Just about manages to keep it out. He was playing for Dorset in the Minor Counties Championship against Herefordshire at Eastnor. I'm quite close to that, so I thought I'd pop over and
have a little look.
Watch for a couple of hours.
It sort of amazes me a little bit how they can sort of swap. Although Dorset's a minor county, it's sort of, it kind of amazes me how they can just sort of do that.
Well, I saw him take a wicket. It'd be fair to say he celebrated it quite keenly. He likes taking his wickets. Obviously, not too many in the ground, so you could hear him shouting.
Excitable character.
He was very happy. Barker comes in to bowl. Oh, gosh, I suppose that was a good lead from Davis. He's going to be a little bit careful, as you say. 3 Warwickshire batters, not Davis, but 3 Warwickshire batters did get out, not offering a shot, all bowled in the first innings. Davis has dropped his bat.
Just having a little reset by the looks of things.
Yeah. What's going on here now? A few Hampshire fielders having a chat with each other.
Well, Vince is sort of chatting to Organ. Maybe it's that. I don't know if they're looking at the ball or. Yeah,
oh, here we go. Well, it was 9.5 overs in the first innings. We got to 25.5 this one, so things are getting better. So the umpires now are marching towards each other, holding the ball up. What do you think? What do you think?
Yeah.
Do they have the gauge? Yeah, we do have a gauge, don't they? We'll see if it goes through the hole. If it doesn't, on will come the box of balls again. Somebody made the point. I think Melissa made the point in commentary out.
Yep,
There must come to a point where they've run out of these spare balls.
Yeah, they are waving for it now. Not happy with the ball. It's going to be changed by the looks of things, to the delight of the Hampshire bowlers. But I can imagine Warwickshire will be a little frustrated after they built a little bit of momentum in that period.
Because someone was asking, I presume they don't put the damaged balls back in the box. But I wonder, do they use them in the nets, the damaged balls? I suppose it depends how badly damaged they are.
Yeah, I suppose so. Or at fielding bag or something like that, I suppose. But yeah, I wouldn't imagine it would go back in the box to be used at a later stage.
So, they are looking at a box of balls.
Which one do they want?
Someone from Warwickshire just brought the box of balls on, so they might have just put lots of nice soft balls in the box. Here you are. Take one of these.
Lots of nice squidgy ones. Let's whack that around for a little bit.
It did reach absurd levels on the first day when they walked out after tea, and before they'd even bowled the ball, they changed the ball. You're thinking we had 20 minutes in the tea interval to do that.
Too busy eating their bacon sandwiches.
That's why we finished at 7:10, long after everyone else had finished on that first day. Well, while we're waiting for that, shall we go through a few
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the other scores are doing.
Yeah, Scotland in real trouble against Nepal, by the way, 47 for 6, and that's a 50 over match.
Sounds a little bit like England yesterday.
Yeah, a bit, yes. Lancashire still going along, 239 for 1. Reply to Somerset's 446. Essex are chasing 79 to win. They've bowled Gloucestershire out for 252. Dare we have a look to see how many Harmer got in the second innings? He got...
I'm going to guess 4.
Got 3 today.
Oh, okay.
So 8 in the... how many did he get in the first innings? So he got a total of... Well, he only got 5 in the first innings. So, but 13 in the match for Simon Harmer. Yeah. Disappointed
like it's
with
a
that.
rarity.
So it looks like Essex will win that, which will keep them in contention. Kent actually haven't gotten a good position. Lower order collapsed somewhat. They're all out for 335, so they have a first innings lead of just 32 over Northants. Sorry, I've lost. Oh, here we go. Barker's bowling. They've got the new ball, and that's a nice shot actually. That was into the body of Davis, and he's dug it out, run it down to third. That was a genuine shot, albeit it's behind the batter, and he gets 2 runs for it. Sorry, 262 for 2, but they're still 259 behind Yorkshire. And a good game on at Northwood, where Worcestershire are chasing 238 to win after bowling Middlesex out for 240. And they're 16 without loss. Derbyshire 66 for 4, lead Durham by just 53 at Chester Street. And Leicestershire 220 for 2, and now a mere 368 runs behind. And Glamorgan going well. Here's Keith Barker to bowl, and again it's into the body of Davis. That was slightly less convincing looking, but he's dug it away from his chest and run it down to third for 4. So 6 runs and 2 balls for Alex Davis.
Great change of ball.
Yes, it's working well. Glamorgan 135 without loss. They lead Notts by 168. So, well, Davis has raced on to 35 now, 63 for 1, 90 behind. And
it's interesting we were talking about the Essex game. Kev and I were talking before play started about the fact that both their last games are away from home, which could work in other teams' favour.
You can imagine that they won't be producing Bunsen burners for those games, will they?
Definitely not. It would be quite the opposite, I can imagine.
Barker bowls, accurate delivery, played back to him by Davis. Oh, Barker's remembering his day. Well, I bet he never hit the ball like that when he was with Rochdale. He kicked that beautifully into the hands of a teammate. Played about a dozen games for Rochdale as a striker and never scored. But perhaps his footballing skills have developed. Thank you, Charlotte, for the time being. We'll hear more from Charlotte in due course. And Kevin James is going to join us. So I don't think Hampshire will be getting frustrated yet, but Warwickshire are beginning to offer a little bit of positive resistance.
Showing some fight, aren't they? It's good. It's good.
But they are now going to come up against something different, because Felix Organ is going to come into the attack. I don't recall him. Did he bowl at all in the first innings?
He didn't.
No.
No, he sort of... You don't really see a lot of him, really, until sort of later stages of the games when there's obviously a bit of rough to bowl into. It's uncanny, really, because, I mean, he's in the side to bowl into mainly Barker's rough, but there'll be quite a bit of rough anyway. He's taken 8 wickets so far this season at an average of 27.
Wow,
so
that's not bad.
Doesn't do a lot of bowling. Hasn't played every game. But,
that's not a bad average, isn't it?
Well, it isn't. Well, his career-wise, he actually averages 22.
Wow.
So it's quite useful, actually.
If he can get his first wicket after 27 runs here, I think Hampshire should be quite happy.
Yes. So he's going to be bowling perhaps when you might have thought Liam Dawson would have come on first, but it is Organ. We'll bowl his off-spin. He's got a short leg, he's got a slip. Is it me over or you're over? I can't remember.
Yours.
Should I think it's...
Well, I mean, it doesn't matter.
I
did the last one, put it that way.
Yeah, go on, I'll do it. Right, so slip, that's Vince. Short leg, I think, will be an Aaron Donald, although I can't quite see his side on, but I think that's him. 63 for 1. Warwickshire trail by 90, having started the day trailing by 142, so it's been a good morning so far, despite Sibley going for 1. Drive by Benjamin up towards mid-off, fielded by Dawson, and there is no run.
Matt Mason and Tony Frost, Warwickshire's coaching staff, walking around the ground. I think it was Matt Mason that brought the balls on, which is a bit dodgy from a Hampshire point of view.
That's true.
Now, Tony Frost has got a drink which looks like it's from a fast food outlet, but maybe it's just the cup that's from there. Maybe he's got an energy drink in a reused cup.
Turned into the ground, fielded at short leg.
Fine batter, Tony Frost, and wicket-keeper.
Yeah, he was, wasn't he? Had quite a long career, didn't he, for Warwickshire, if I remember rightly? Always playing that late on the back foot to a length ball, plays it into the ground again, fielded at short leg.
He could have had a slightly longer one in that he was second 11 captain when Dougie Brown was coach, and Warwickshire had a massive wicket-keeping crisis. They're all going down with injuries.
Morgan again bowls, turns a little bit, Benjamin on the back foot.
Dougie Brown apparently asked Tony Frost if he fancied it and was told in no uncertain terms that no, he didn't.
Oh, really?
So, yes.
Non-negotiable. Okay.
He was on the ground staff for a short while, Tony Frost, before he...
MCC one?
No, on the Warwickshire ground staff.
Oh, okay. Oh, right. That's sort of a half pull shot which wasn't timed, goes out to Bark on the 45.
Yes, yeah, preparing pitches and what have you.
Oh, right, yes.
That sort of ground staff. But then he went back into the coaching side of things.
46 years of age now.
Yeah.
120 first-class matches. That's down the leg side, and that's swept, but not timed again as it goes to Barker. 88 day games and 27 T20s. End of the over. Maiden over Felix Organ to get his spell underway. Made his debut in 97.
Yeah, he had one or two particularly good seasons, I seem to recall. I think when they got promoted from the second division, he scored silly runs.
Okay.
Made a big part of that.
Finished in 2009, by the looks of it.
Yeah. So, 63 for 1. Still a battle is for Warwickshire, I'm sure. No. One more wicket before lunch, and they're still well in the ascendancy. Just got Dom Sibley so far this morning. Mohammed Abbas bowling with unerring accuracy. Got an outside edge of Sibley and had him caught behind for 1. Davis has added 25 this morning to move on to 35, and Chris Benjamin 23. A few byes have been thrown in as well. So Warwickshire are today 52 for 1 in 21 overs. So they've improved the scoring rate a bit. It's still pretty modest, as Barker comes in right arm over to right-handed Davis, who leaves one that's so angled to go wide of off stump, so that was never going to trouble him.
Interesting, Barker switched to over the wicket.
Yeah.
With the ball changed. Doesn't bowl loads over the wicket, does he?
Got a couple in sort of to the body of Davis, but Davis played them quite well. The second one slightly less convincing, but still effective enough. Scored 6 runs that way. Barker obviously doesn't want to concede more runs, because that is part of the job for Hampshire. Stop the runs, give them time to get the wickets, and that's an accurate delivery which Davis and pushes forward, thinks about a run, goes in a slightly strange circular walk there, and there's no run.
And if you think ball changes are exclusively here,
Oh,
I've just looked at a tweet that says there's been one up at Durham.
I was going to say, is it Martin Emerson by any
Yes.
chance? Yes, he does keep track of the...
He does, doesn't he? Was it him that
Balls
wrote the
situation.
article that he'd spoken to the man that's in charge of his company, does the balls? Was it Martin Emerson that did the interview or something? That somebody wrote the article up?
It's, outside off stump, there's no run.
He is certainly somebody that would keep track on it. Yep. It's everywhere, and it's getting a little tedious.
Yeah, it is. Slowing the game up as well.
Another interesting fact I've just thought of why Barker's coming over the wicket is because Felix Organ is bowling.
Ah, yes. Oh, you're on. Barker bowls, and that's played again to the ground by Davis. There's no run.
I should do a quick 30-second summary of the last hour and a half in a moment. Yeah, I think that's most definitely why Barker's coming over, just to stir things up a little bit outside the right-handers off stump. I'll just take over for a minute then. Let's do a quick summary as Barker comes in and bowls to Davis. Pushes out on the offside. Yes, we have had an hour and a half this morning, just over an hour and a half, where Warwickshire in their second innings have moved from 11 without loss onto 63 for 1. They're still trailing Hampshire overall in the game, but they brought that deficit down now until to 90. Just that one wicket that fell after 20 minutes. Ex-England opener Dom Sibley caught behind by Ben Brown off the bowling of Mo Abbas. He went for just one, but Alex Davis is batting stoically out there. He's 35 not out. Chris Benjamin is 23 not out, and Warwickshire then 63 for 1 in their second innings.
Barker in, that's pushed out the offside. There's no run. 63 for 1. It's a maiden from Keith Barker, having gone for 6 a previous over. Got that maiden. Yes, Warwickshire can't really complain if Barker's doing that because him and Jitan Patel are quite a combination in that respect.
For years.
Mind you, didn't we hear moaning about it from all the opposition camps?
I'll be honest with you, I moaned it constantly every time I went up to Edgbaston and watched Jitan Patel bowling into Barker's rough. I was relentless.
Well, Felix Organ's doing it now, so come on then.
Exactly right.
Give us a good moan.
No, certainly not. Straight down the line, me. Okay. Oh no, listen, Jitan Patel would have got 1,000,000 wickets anyway, but obviously it was helped. And obviously Felix Organ benefits from it as well, of course he does. Oh, it's into the ground, thick inside edge, but that turned a little bit. You could almost see some extra bit of rough that has been stirred up outside the off stump. Now it's perfectly legitimate, but it isn't a line that Organ will be targeting. You can see it, a darker area. Oh, Organ was just about to bowl then and didn't.
I mean, that's the point. It's perfectly legal as long as he doesn't encroach into the area they're not allowed to
exactly right.
land on.
Yeah, if you watch it on the live picture feed, you'll see it in a direct line between bowler and keeper, and that's pitched into it. It's quite full though, and Benjamin just prods that back to the bowler, and there is no run. But he's definitely stirred some up there. Definitely noticeable. Yeah, on the live picture feed, there it is between Organ and Ben Brown. There you can see that patch of dirt. That's where Organ will be looking to bowl into. Organ bowls straighter this time, well fitted by Donald at short leg, sticking out his left hand. So yeah, it should be good fun watching this. It's going to be a good test of skill for the batters.
Well,
it's always difficult to play when spinners are looking to hit the rough. That's slightly shorter this time. Benjamin just works that away towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. Got just over 20 minutes to go until lunch. It's been a good morning so far for Warwickshire. They would have quite happily settled for just the one wicket, but another 20 minutes to keep up the good work. As Organ comes in again and bowls to Benjamin, flighted. Benjamin well forward, pushes that out on the offside, and Organ fields off his own bowling.
Because it's a test of Chris Benjamin, who's still relatively inexperienced. This is only his 8th first-class match.
he's made a good name with the T20 this year, isn't he?
Yeah.
As much as anything.
Be in the 100.
Yeah. And that's thrown out there a little bit, and Benjamin's able to just push that out wide of mid-off for a single. He'll keep the strike there. I think a little bit too wide there from Felix Organ. 64 for 1. Organ has bowled 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 without taking a wicket, and Warwickshire are behind now by 89.
Yeah, still a lot to do, but if these two can get to lunch, it would have been I'd say a goodish morning for them. Losing Sibley's a massive blow, but they have got informed batters still to come. Missing Sam Hain, he's a big loss for them, playing for England Lions. Barker is going to come into bowl to Benjamin once again landing in that area. That one is wide of off stump, and Benjamin leaves it. The runs have just dried up again in the last few overs. Which might just have a mindset to say, look, clock says 12:39. Let's get that to 1300 and get off. It's been hard work, but they're sticking at it. 53 added this morning, so not halfway yet to wiping out the deficit. Benjamin will push out to the offside, doesn't find a gap though.
Yeah, you've just got to be focused as a batter. Just play. It's not particularly the easiest of wickets just to push the ball around. It was an interesting point that Charlotte made earlier. I heard Liam Dawson, was it majority of his runs behind the wicket, which is interesting. Yeah,
a lot of them have come that way today, haven't they? Alex Davis, I think pretty much all his boundaries have been behind the wicket. Well, at least one of them was a decent, genuine shot, but a few have been a little bit edgy. Sun baking down on the ground again as Benjamin plays that into the gully area, but it's cut off by Organ, and there is no run.
A real swing there for Barker coming over the wicket.
This is quite a circus. Innings, and Benjamin is a naturally attacking batter, but I said it before during the course of this commentary, he's adamant that he wants to make a name for himself in red ball cricket, not just the white ball game. He's 24 not out off 58 balls. Oh, but he's edged that and it's caught behind. Chris Benjamin goes for 24, and Hampshire take another step towards victory, 64 for 2.
Yeah, well, with every wicket that falls, just makes the Warwickshire task a little harder, and you've just got to keep going as a bowling side. That's something Hampshire have done particularly well this year. They are taking wickets, and they hadn't been taking one since Sibley's 20 minutes into the morning. But if you keep enough balls in the right area, sooner or later something will happen. That's been the story of the season so far, and that's exactly what's happened. Didn't really do too much, that ball, just angled across the right-hander. Just another, again, a little outside edge through to the keeper.
So he goes for 24. Battle there, Benjamin, but once just still up against it, didn't manage to reach the 50 partnership. They put on 45. And Warwickshire still staring down the barrel somewhat, despite their efforts. Dan Mosley, another very inexperienced player, albeit very talented player.
Yeah, I quite like this guy, I have to say. I think he's going to be a really good player for you over the years.
Yeah. He marches out now. Hampshire needing 8 more wickets. Warwickshire still need another 89 to make Hampshire bat again. If they could got to lunch one down, they might have felt, okay, that's a decent start, but now they've got to see off these last 20 minutes and avoid it being 3 down. But well bowled Barker. Good catch too by Ben Brown, second of the innings.
It was. Rather easy, rather hard than the first one. The first one was an easy one, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Standard run-of-the-mill keeper's catch, first one.
So here's Dan Mosley, who actually was the one batter who, when everything was collapsing after lunch, he was sort of the last one out, and did put a little bit of a battle up. Well, he was watching wickets fall at the other end. Got 16 in the end.
So, Warwickshire have added 53 this morning. Yeah,
53
so
for 2.
It's slow going.
Slow going and 2 wickets down. 53 in nearly 24 overs. Barker to Dan Mosley. Bowling over the wicket to the left-hander. Mosley leaves that one, and, well, Hampshire sort of reacting as if it was very close off. So I'm not sure it's quite that close.
No, just trying to put pressure on, aren't they, really?
But,
interesting, he's coming in at number 4, though, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
Obviously, again, that's an important position, though. That's big backing.
Well, also Benjamin at 3, so put the young batters in key positions. Barker bowls to him and he gets a little bit of an edge up on that, squirts out to the offside and survives the 2 balls. A wicket maiden for Keith Barker, who's 1 for 12 off 8. And Warwickshire still in big trouble at 64 for 2 after 30.
Yeah, still a lot of work to do for the visitors here. You can have a good half hour, you can have a good 45 minutes, you can even have a good hour, but the pace of which their innings is moving forward, it always means that if you lose a wicket or 2, then it really does set you back. 64 for 2 then, as Felix Organ to bowl his 3rd over of the innings. 15 minutes to go until lunch. Around the bat for Alex Davis is a short leg, and Vince, who's just directing things from leg slip, will move across to slip. There is Barker, who's quite deep on the 45 on the leg side. He's sort of 2/3 of the way back to the rope, but Abbas is at deep square leg for the sweep. There is a deep cover as well, and that is James Fuller. Interesting field for Davis. As Organ comes in and bowls, and Davis gets one that turns out of the rough, plays it into the ground off the back foot. Played it well, actually, but that is a bit of rough for Organ to work with. It's going to cause 1 or 2 problems from now on. That ref has definitely been stirred up outside the off stump from Barker, isn't it? Here comes Organ, flighted, nicely driven out towards extra cover. Fuller comes round to his right. Davis doesn't want to. Mosley did. And Davis was just had put the handbrake on at the bowler's end after that first one. 65 for 2.
It's a couple of runs they haven't run that they might have done in this innings. Davis, because of course they also had 2, well, certainly 1 really near run out. Maybe that's made Alex Davis be super cautious. They carry on scoring at the rate they're going. It's going to be beyond tea if they're still there before they actually wipe out the deficit. Yeah. So that makes it a lot harder for them.
Yeah, which is why it's imperative that you try and hold on to as many wickets as possible, and it'll be a long day, that's for sure, but it's been a good day so far. Good battle at the moment. As Organ will go round the wicket to the left-hander Mosley. Bowls, Mosley forward, that's off the outside part of the bat as it's punched out into the covers. Abbas fielding there, but it's not too many times Abbas finds himself at cover point. He's quite deep there, of course, because the extra cover Gubbins is quite close in, ready to stop the single as much as the drive. Lofted drive. Mosley forward again, it's just straightened a bit, goes out backward a point, fielded by Barker. Again, there's a little bit there for Organ. This wicket, of course, will be drier today than it was yesterday, and of course, yesterday it would have been drier than it was the day before with the hot conditions. We've got still a muggy day, another muggy day here on the south coast.
Extra slip gone into place. He's got 2 slips now, as well as a short leg.
I think especially early on, Mosley's early, first few balls of the innings, I think you've got to. Organ bowls. Well, it does turn, but from quite wide. Big turn, but that's out of the rough, way outside off stump. I don't think Mosley will be playing any of those at any time soon. Not sure if Organ was expecting him to come down the wicket. I don't think you come down the wicket at the moment, being a left-hander, the ball turning away from the bat. I think you need to be in for quite a while before you start to do that. Mosley drives pleasantly up to mid-off, will take a single. Comfortable single there with Abbott fairly deep. And that'll be the end of the over. 66 for 2, Warwickshire in their second innings, 87 runs behind. Mosley off the mark, 36 to Alex Davis.
2 singles, that over then. Warwickshire still 87 behind. And Keith Barker hungry now. Be bowling to Dan Mosley. Come off the mark with that single at the end of that over. There's a big chance for Dan Mosley.
Yeah.
A lot of people feel he perhaps should have been given a bit more. They didn't have him in the T20 team initially, but eventually broke through into that. Left arm over as Barker, and that's into the ground. There's no run. I felt a bit sorry from his first T20 game. He replaced Paul Sterling, who was away. Yeah. Big chance for him. Warwickshire made back 260 for 2, so he never actually got to bat. He did eventually get his opportunities and batted pretty well in the T20 blast, but couldn't prevent the collapse in the quarter-final against the Hawks, of course. Which means Kevin's had to be very busy organising finals, though. And I haven't had to worry about it at all.
Just had another couple of emails. Well, this game's been going on.
Barker bowls. That's driven down the ground. Barker's a little lazy in trying to field that, but gets away with it because there's a fielder backing up. But again, he was trying his footballing skill. Then maybe he's making a late bid to return to to the football game. Eventually, Donald backed up well.
Umpire's having a look at Barker's follow-through.
Yeah, just quite right. Get him off.
I bet you never said that when he was bowling for Warwickshire.
Can't remember. 3 slips. The third slip is a little wider, so sort of 2 slips and a little bit of a gap, and then another slip, as that's driven by Mosley to mid-off. No run.
It's quite interesting, isn't it? Because we're sort of wicket to wicket. It's sort of it's.
Alex Davis was winding you up yesterday. He's doing it again now.
I know,
he's doing a bit of umpiring here. Just prodding where he thinks Keith Barker's landing. Umpire's standing there with the double teapot, saying, "Thanks, Alex. I'll handle it."
It used to wind me up when I fielded and see batters do that, trying to sort of keep the whole issue in the umpires' minds. Gosh, it used to wind me up.
In comes Barker to bowl. That's left. That's a good lead by Mosley, because I think it nipped back, but possibly after it passed the stump, so it still looked a little tight and maybe a bit uncomfortable for Mosley because he's gone on a bit of a walkabout. But,
interestingly, Davis is prodding an area where Barker isn't even going. and the bits he is prodding, it's so wide that it shouldn't be in play, but he's just doing it. I know. Oh God, I'm not going to look. He will wise me up even after 20-odd years.
Well, Hampshire be a bonus now. Hampshire. Oh, he's doing one of his little windy run-ups, Keith Barker. Mosley pushes out to the offside. That's looking a very tight single. Goodness me. They make it. Had it hit, I don't know, would have been close. But it looked tight. But Barker was doing his little zigzag run. We mentioned it earlier that when he was with Warwickshire, he developed this habit of every now and then just sticking a hand out for no apparent reason as he ran in. It was Nottinghamshire who got leery about it and refused, sort of walked away every time he did it. And eventually a ruling came from above that he wasn't allowed to do it. So instead he's doing this little mazy run-up, which no one stopped him doing yet. Nick Gubbins again with the run-out attempt there.
I think that's the first time Barker's done it in this game, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think it is.
First time I've seen it, certainly.
Yeah, he doesn't do it very often.
Maybe he was getting wound up by Davis as well. Here he goes again. Just a slight one that time as Davis pushes out to the offside. There's no run. 67 for 2. I suppose he does well not to knock himself out of the rhythm slightly in terms of his run-up and doing that. But anyway, single that over to Mosley. A slightly dodgy single, but he got it. He's on 2. Davis on 36. Warwickshire 67 for 2. They still trail by 86. That's stuck. That's really is moving down quite slowly. That.
Well, yeah, you're right. Earlier, I mean, on the current run rate, that's half the tee to get into credit. So that'll give you an idea of the way things are. It's going to be Organ again round the wicket to Mosley. There's a gully. There is a slip. There is a short leg. There is a man on the drive on the offside. Banging the bat down on the crease is Mosley. You can hear that. Banging it down hard. It's not doing the bat any good. Here comes Organ off the back foot. Didn't really turn much. Played to Gubbins at short extra cover.
We could be on for extra half-hour territory if Warwickshire get bowled out a little bit after tea.
The one day where we're probably going to sort of keep the over rate up nicely, and then yeah, that might be an option. The over rate is -1 still. Mosley forward, well forward, good stride in there. It was -2 yesterday, so they have made up, as you mentioned earlier, 1.
I think they tend to review it at intervals, don't they? So we'll see what it says after lunch. I think they'll be okay.
Warwickshire got back, didn't they, from -2?
Yeah.
So they're all right. Assuming they don't bowl again. They will do, I'm sure. Outside the off stump, but it's left alone. Probably didn't turn as much as Mosley thought, but again, it's outside the off stump, so it's a good leave. Keepers you tend to see in these situations will just take it and then just move slightly closer to the stumps and then go, oh, like that. And then you turn around and you think, well, gosh, that was close to the off stump, wasn't it? But it actually wasn't. Although that was okay. Again, it gets a good stride in, plays that out onto the offside. 6 minutes to go until lunch.
Yeah,
Morgan might get another one in, actually, if...
it's a massive 6 minutes this for Warwickshire.
Comes in again. Might see an over of Dawson, will we? At the other end. Forward again. Plays that into the ground, fielded at short leg. Donald. Vince pushes Abbas deeper at point. And going to be silly mid-off now as well. No short leg. Donald across on the offside. 3 men around the bat. All on the offside as Mosley on the back foot cracks that away. That wasn't a great ball. Doesn't really get hold of it. Goes out to Abbas. That'll be a single. Bit too short there from Felix Organ. Probably the first one he hasn't quite got right. Organ now has bowled 4 overs, none for 3. 67 for 2. Trail Warwickshire by 85. Sorry, 68 for 2.
Yeah, as much as Organ is putting pressure on the batters, he's still got the protection of a sweeper out on the offside. So just 1 run for that delivery. And Barker will continue. And Warwickshire batters will probably do their best to make this the last over before lunch. Alex Davis especially canny enough. He's doing a bit of gardening there. Oh, wait a minute. No, it's not going to be Barker, is it? It's going to be Dawson. Yeah. So they should get 2 more in, as I say, unless Warwickshire find a good excuse for slowing it down.
Do well to make this. Well, it's 4 minutes now, I suppose.
Yeah, 2 slips and a short leg for Mosley. Seems to be getting quite a lot of the strike at the moment. Lets that one go, and it's bowled. No, he's not bowled. No, he's not. I thought they were celebrating. They're appealing for an LBW in the end, and I thought Mosley was actually walking there. He doesn't offer a shot. It's hitting the back pad. He's outside off stump, and I think he just about gets away with that. Apologies, Hampshire supporters, for making you think of that. I thought he'd been bowled.
Well, I must admit, I wasn't far behind you initially. That's come back a long way. Not playing a shot, my word. You're getting the umpire in play there.
Yeah.
Lucky boy.
Dawson in again, and this time he does play a shot into the ground. Back to Dawson. Rolls the blade of his bat. I get a memo from the bat manufacturer saying that we lovingly cared for that bat, so do use it. 68 for 2. But a real escape there for Dan Mosley. I think it probably was just because he hit the back leg just outside off stump, so it's probably the correct decision, but it was a very risky one for Mosley. He guides that one away into the offside. Oh, he's got that one away nicely. That's a 4. And that will just relieve a tiny bit of the pressure. It's going to go right into the grass. Poor old Phil's going to have to go right under the tractors and mowers and what have you to try and retrieve that. There's a member of the ground staff there who's trying to get it. Went right into the area where the ground staff are. And there we go. That's woken up one member of the ground staff there.
They do listen, by the way. That was Clive Eakin, by the way.
Oh, no,
they do listen under there.
Well, I think I'll be this heat. Anyway, it's a 4, 72 for 2. That's pushed out the offside. There's no run. So you listen, do they?
They do.
It's a great pitch, this. 72 for 2. Warwickshire, 2 slips. Short leg. And that's hit into the ground. A dive there from short leg. There's no run. one more ball this over, and then we should get one more in. We will get one more in. Dawson bowls, quicker ball, Mosley plays it back to him. Well, he survived a slightly dodgy leave, but he also got a 4 that over down Mosley. So he's on 7, Warwickshire 72 for 2. 81 is the deficit.
Yeah, so the last 6 balls of this session to be bowled by Felix Organ, bowling into that rough outside of the off stump. And yeah, that first ball really darting back from Liam Dawson. A couple of balls a little too short in that over. Probably might just take an over or two just to find the right length. But Mosley, nice shot off the back foot there in that over. So here we go then. Short leg in, slip in, man on the drive on the leg side. Felix Organ over the wicket, running away from us. Bowls to Davis. Davis leaves that one alone outside the off stump. Doesn't really turn out of that rough this time. Interesting if that one had. But as I say, if you look on the live picture feed, you can see that dark area just outside the off stump there of Alex Davis. That's where Felix Organ's looking to bowl into.
Extra helmet coming on. Going to bring another fielder in close. So I think we'll have a short leg and a short cover as well as one slip.
Yeah, I think you've got to. Last over now, isn't it? I mean,
silly mid-off is going out.
Yeah. I mean, Davis is quite I've been impressed with Davis this morning. I mean, even his defensive shots are quite positive, aren't they? Very sort of punchy, and he's worked hard this morning. Even though he's only added 26, but he's worked hard for those. It's way outside off stump.
Yes, so not much has come out of the middle of his bat, but as you say, he's battled. He's battled through it, and it's crucial too. I mean, now with Sibley gone, Davis playing a really important innings here for Warwickshire.
Yes, left well outside the off stump early on. Morgan again comes in and bowls. That's far too far outside the off stump again. That's actually missing that rough outside off stump. It's to the left hand side of it. I think he's just got to bowl and not think about too much. He's just got to bowl normal, because the rough is in an area where he'll be landing it. That's just the right hand side of the rough this time, so he's not hitting it at all. That's quite easily played by Davis out on the onside, and there is no run. 3 balls left until lunch. Morgan into his 5th over here. Fielders crowding the bat either side. That's not turned at all outside the off stump. I think that's probably just missed the rough again as well. May have been a fraction too full. Maybe Organ. It's often the case where spinners come on in these situations and you feel the pressure. The spinners feel the pressure, let alone the batters and the match situation from the opposition point of view. The spinner's expected to do well in these situations. Again, that's full, driven but not timed out on the offside, fielded by Liam Dawson, and that is at lunch with Warwickshire on 72 for 2. A maiden over there for Felix Organ, but not quite every ball in the right areas there with that last over before lunch. Alex Davis, 36 not out. And that has come off 94 balls, 7 not out to Dan Mosley. Those 2 wickets that fell after 20 minutes, Dom Sibley was out for 1, edge behind off Mo Abbas. That was 19 for 1 after Warwickshire had resumed this morning on 11 without loss, trailing by 142. And then just around 20 minutes before lunch, Chris Benjamin caught behind by Ben Brown. Good low take from him to his right hand side off the bowling of Keith Barker for 24. That was 64 for 2. So 72 for 2 then. Warwickshire trail by 81. We'll be back with you in the afternoon session in just under 40 minutes time. Welcome back to the Ageas Bowl, where we are about to get underway the afternoon session on day 3 of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Warwickshire. Warwickshire will resume their second innings on 72 for 2, which means they trail Hampshire overall in the game by 81 runs. They started the day on 11 without loss. They trailed by 142 at that point. 2 wickets that fell in the morning session. Dom Sibley caught behind off Mohammed Abbas for 1, and Chris Benjamin also caught behind off Keith Barker for 24. Your commentary team this afternoon to take you through until tea. A little later you'll hear from Southern Vipers off-spinner Charlotte Taylor, but taking you through this next period of play is myself, Kevin James. From BBC Commentary in Warwickshire and BBC West Midlands is Clive Eakin.
Yes, afternoon. Big session this for Warwickshire. They can get to tea, well, even 5 down, depending on their scoring rate. That might give them some sort of chance of setting an awkward target for Hampshire, but be mindful what happened after lunch on the first day. And 2 down. They lost the second wicket soon after lunch, and then the rest fell like a house of cards. In fact, they were 2 down, weren't they, at lunch, and then it all went pear-shaped.
Interesting, Dawson's not continuing. It's Abbott to come round the wicket from that pavilion end. Mosley pushes forward. Abbott again deflecting it off his hand, just pointing to the slips. Look, I did it again. It's been a little thing there, isn't it, between Vince and Dawson at slip, and Abbott every time he deflects it onto the stumps as he did there.
Davis wise to that, safely in, didn't have to dive this time. Well, may depend on Alex Davis. It's an inexperienced batting lineup. This is where Warwickshire would miss Sam Hain. He'd be absolutely ideal for this situation now.
200s in the last time these two sides met, back in 2019 in the Championship. Abbott with just over 10 overs now, none for 24. Length ball, Mosley pushes that out into the covers. The sunshine is beginning to break through the hazy cloud, and we're almost back to where we were the day 1 and about half of day 2, where it was very, very bright out there indeed. Certainly very muggy. Very, very muggy indeed.
Warwickshire won't be on par by tea if they carry on scoring at their current rate. They would have to step it up to wipe out these 81 runs by tea.
Abbott round the wicket again to the left-hander. Drives through extra cover. It's a pleasant drive. That'll be 4. Over pitch from Abbott. And Mosley didn't miss out there on that scoring opportunity. Moves on to 11. 76 for 2.
It's a few more like that will bring it down. Well, 1 more run away from being over the halfway mark to wiping out the first innings deficit.
So ball's back in Abbott's hands, and we're ready to go again. As Abbott comes in, 2 slips wait. Bowls, Mosley gets a length ball, which he pushes back up the stumps, and he actually hits the stumps himself this time. That's twice those stumps have been broken at the bowler's end in this over.
Yeah, umpire looks slightly irritated. He's going to pick up the bails again, put them on. If Warwickshire lose this, which is looking the most likely scenario, it's far from a certainty, but it's the most likely scenario, I think they'll just look back at that first innings batting performance. I think they bowled okay, to be fair, but against a very good Hampshire attack, they were well short of where they needed to be after winning the toss.
Yeah. Abbott's in again. Comes in, Mosley gets another length ball, which he pushes up to mid-off, and there is no run. Just feels with the sun being out that the temperature has just increased a little bit. Again, no breeze to speak of. It's been pretty much a theme of the last 3 days. Muggy during the day, muggy in the evening, but we shouldn't complain. Oh, as a man dropped out to deep square leg. Is the bouncer coming? We've had 5 balls in this over. It either will be or won't be this particular ball. Slightly short of a length. Mosley on the back foot. Tries to steer it through the covers. Just played a little early. Got a thick inside edge. Goes out on the leg side. End of the over. 76 for 2. Warwickshire trail by 77.
Well, a decent first over from Warwickshire's point of view because of that lovely cover drive from Mosley. It looks like Liam Dawson is going to... Is he going to bowl from this end? Yeah, so Liam Dawson's going to bowl from the end. The hotel end that Felix Organ was bowling from before lunch. And now... It's... Dawson to be bowling with a short leg and a slip. Davis has plenty of gardening. He's faced 94 balls, Davis, but he knows if Warwickshire to do something dramatic, he's probably going to have to bat very long here. Dawson is going to left arm round the wicket. Not much turn there, and it's guided out to the sweeper on the offside for an easy single for Alex Davis, who is on to 37.
Now it's interesting, Dawson, isn't it? Obviously bowled one over or so before lunch from that pavilion end, but it's been majority of overs from this end, isn't it, really? So Felix Organ taking out the attack straight away. Now the left-hander will give Dawson a little bit more scope to hit the rough.
Yes, it's got a short leg now as well as that short cover. He's saying a slip, and oh, well, that went up in there. Did it come off the bat? Well, probably never know, because it didn't go to hand. And there was a bit of excitement close in. And, short leg. Ryan Donald lunged forward but couldn't hold on to it. So a test for Dan Mosley this. He comes down the pitch and plays it back to Dawson. Dawson ready to come in again. Oh, he's gone for the reverse sweep. Ooh. And he's missed it, and there's shouts and appeals and the ball's rolling down towards the boundary, and it's going to be 4-leg byes. Well, interesting option from Dan Mosley. Maybe he has got the England memo. It was always going to be missing leg, I think, but 81 for 2. Warwickshire supporters might have watched that a little nervously. So he came charging down the pitch for one, ended up defending that, and then a reverse sweep slog, which he missed but got away with. What next? From Dan Mosley. Plays that. Ooh, he's hitting the pads there, and he's out. LBW trying to play back to that, and it was a quicker ball. And Mosley goes for 11, and Warwickshire 81 for 3.
Yeah, it's always going to be difficult. Left arm over to the left-hander. You've got to know exactly what the ball's doing outside the rough, and to be honest, I don't think anybody will know. Not really spitting, but some just sort of going on with the arm a little bit, some coming back, and he's right in front there, not outside the line. And Dawson getting his first wicket of this innings. Mosley LBW for 8. Blow at the start of the afternoon session. There was a few blows on day one. Just hope for Warwickshire's sake that doesn't happen again. Well,
you wouldn't bet against it, to be honest. 7 more wickets needed by Hampshire. And keep saying how valuable a win this would be for Hampshire if they can pull it off, because I think at the moment Surrey might well get maximum batting points, but hard to see them winning their game against Yorkshire. And likewise, let's have a look at Lancashire. Where are they? They're probably going to get maximum batting points as well. Again, though, they're going to find it difficult to win the game, you would imagine. So it is a chance for Hampshire to close the gap a little bit. 8 points to a draw these days, of course, so the gap isn't closed quite as much as it used to be if you win.
No.
But I'm just looking at Yorkshire's first innings. I didn't realise there were 36 no balls.
Really?
Not 36 deliveries. How many deliveries? 9, 13, 18. 18 oversteps. Blimey. That didn't help the cause for Surrey. Now I'm trying to work out how many bowling points they got. They only got 1, so they are likely to be restricted to 14 points in that game. Dawson into bowl to the new batter, who is Will Rhodes. Plays that into the ground. There's no run. It's the end of a successful over from Liam Dawson, who is 1 for 5 off his 2 overs, and Warwickshire 81 for 3, trailed by 72.
Yeah, so that's a good start to the afternoon session, isn't it, really? Hampshire had to work hard for those 2 wickets this morning. Alex Davis, I thought, was quite superb this morning in battling away, even though he only added 27 to his overnight total, but was very disciplined outside the off stump early on to the seamers, and just playing well within himself. What little I know of him in the past, you want to have seen him more than me, Clive, of course, but yeah, very disciplined, but he's got to do it all again this session, and probably, if he's there at the end of it, we'll need to do it all again in the final session.
Yeah, well, I mean, a good opportunity for him. Look at it on the positive side.
Oh yeah, definitely. You know, this is this is where you can really make names for yourself. It's Davis to face Abbott, length ball. Pushes that up to mid-wicket, and there is no run. So Warwickshire trail by 72, having started the day trailing by 142. So by that, I reckon they've done half the job in terms of getting the game back on parity. But of course, if they do get to that point, and when they do get to that point, you want a few wickets in the bag. A few wickets in hand. Abbott, who's still looking for his first wicket in this second innings, into his 12th over, comes in again, bowls. Davis drives out into the covers, thinks about a single, but Gubbins it is there.
If everything goes the way it's looking most likely to go now, by my reckoning, Hampshire will be 6 points behind Surrey at the end of this game, at the top of the table, and they'll also gain a bit on Lancashire. They will move, hang on, get there at the end, to 12 points clear of Lancashire.
Here comes Abbott again. Davis forward, just came back a fraction, sort of inside half of the bat there as it goes out square on the leg side. 1 run. Davis moves on to 38, 82 for 3.
And I think they'll even gain on Essex a little bit. They'll gain 1 point on Essex, assuming Essex win. So that would put them 32 points out of Essex, albeit Essex will have a game in hand. So an important step forward for Hampshire, keeps them very much in the running. Got to finish the job off here, that'll win the game.
Yeah. There's a lot of cricket left in this yet, I think. It's not doing loads out there. Yes, there's some rough for the spinners to work with, but for the seamers, we're into the 38th over. It's not a load out there, left alone outside the off stump. Bit of a wider one from Kyle Abbott.
But that in itself means that Hampshire's point of view, they shouldn't be scared of having to chase 150 even, and that would take some doing for Warwickshire now. Of course, it's not done and dusted, but while they haven't rattled through Warwickshire today, they've made good enough progress, Hampshire, to feel that they're still on course.
That's for sure. Here comes Abbott again in the sunshine at the Ageas Bowl. That's straight and turned away down towards backward of square leg. Up comes Felix Organ. That'll be a single. Rhodes off the mark, 83 for 3, and the deficit is 70. Just walked round the side of the ground, didn't we, after lunch? Saw Paul Pritchard, a former Essex captain, who's one of the Southern Vipers coaches. They're practicing this afternoon. Apparently Charlotte Taylor's been exempt until 6 o'clock this evening, which is interesting. Here comes Abbott. And bowls, that's a length ball. Davis pushes that up to Barker at straightish mid-on, end of the over.
She's a bit nonplussed though, because apparently she's expected to do batting practice as well. I thought she was only doing bowling practice, but she's booked in for a bit of batting as well.
She bats number 11 as well.
Yeah, 100% strike rate so far this season. The Rachel AFN Trophy, unbeaten as well. 1 from 1 ball. So 83 for 3, it's still fairly laborious progress for Warwickshire. 70 still needed once they get to that, if and when they do, it starts becoming psychologically, then the runs start sort of counting, if you like, the runs that Hampshire would have to get. But feels a long way now. 3 fielders surrounding Will Rhodes as Dawson comes in the bowl. Rhodes plays back to that, plays that quite close to a short leg. Keith Barker quickly gets onto it at square leg to prevent a run. It's a good time for Will Rhodes to produce a captain's innings. Always play that in the air. That did go past short leg pretty quickly. He'll get a single. But that interested in Aaron Donald there. 1 run. 84 for 3. 69 the deficit. For Alex Davis, slightly less pressure, just a slip and a short leg. But he's got the rough outside off stop. That's played out to the offside, and there's no run. Davis, the right-hander, he's on 38 now. That's 4 defensive, there's no run.
See the line that Dawson's bowling here, there's no real rough for him, not to the right-hander.
And it's hurried up there, it's edged out, slip area, there's no run.
Yeah, the rough for him is too wide of off stump with him trying to turn the ball away, and the rough on the other side is a bit too leg-sideish, so he's actually bowling into an area which, apart from being dry, there's nothing else.
That's pushed out to the onside for no run.
So you would think out of the 2 batters that Alex Davis will probably have the slightly easier time against Dawson. 84 for 3. 69 the deficit. It is clambering down, it's slow, but it's coming down. And of course, once you get in front, then things seem different.
Long way away from that though yet, still 69 to go. It's going to need a really big partnership from somewhere, by which I don't mean a 50 partnership, but 100 plus to even get them in the game.
So Abbott ready. Vince at first slip, Dawson at second slip, and Ian Holland at a 4th slip. There is a gap between those 2 as that's outside the off stump. Good lead from Rhodes. Start of a new over. 2 helmets out there behind Ben Brown. I think I've seen that once this year where the ball's hit the helmet. Only once, you don't often see it, but it happens from time to time.
It happens, isn't it? I always think when they've got 3 helmets in a line, what if you could just bounce the ball on each helmet? Do you get 15 then?
Yeah, I think there's been a couple of occasions this year when 3 helmets have been out there. I'm sure you've seen that. When sides are trying to push for victory. Plenty of players around the bat, but not too close at the moment. That's quite wide. Rhodes quite happy to let that one go by.
These days, with bright shots, I'm slightly surprised players haven't perfected a shot to aim at the helmet. Quite difficult to get it far enough over the wicketkeeper's head and onto the helmet, I guess.
Yeah. Sometimes, I mean, the placing behind the stumps is usually precision-like, but not always. Sometimes you look and you think, oh, that could sneak through. In fact, actually, the line that Abbott's bowling, it actually could. If Ben Brown wasn't to take it cleanly, that would go all the way through to the helmet. Abbott bowls, fuller and straighter, and Rhodes pushing that up to mid-off off the front foot. Really is a patience game this now, with the ball getting older into the 40th over now. The ball really will be getting soft.
And the problem for Warwickshire is if the runs aren't coming, then it just means the time they have to stay out there builds and builds.
Yes, and of course with the softer ball, of course you don't get full value for your shots.
No.
Harder ball comes off the bat quicker, harder. Softer ball, not so much. And of course more difficult for the bowlers because the ball doesn't really come through off the wicket either. Here comes Abbott, and that's a good line, but then again a good leave from Will Rhodes. Will Rhodes in the first innings was part of that collapse in the afternoon session. In fact, he was the second one to go after Sibley, caught by Holland off Abbott for 2. That was in the slips, wasn't it, there?
Well, she did produce a very attritional innings, albeit first innings, to secure a draw in the last game, Northampton. Of course, Tom Sibley was a big part of that. And he's been and gone here.
Yeah, that was a big wicket, though. As Abbott comes in again and bowls, and nice drive by Will Rhodes up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Me and Charlotte in here now.
Yeah. She's talking there, but yeah, she's getting ready. Charlotte Taylor, the Southern Vipers off-spinner, with us today, who will be missing practice this afternoon. We can't actually see them practice over the nursery ground because all this temporary seating that's there, that there's a leftover from the T20 International Thursday night, and has been left up for another international just before the start of the 100. I think we'll be left here for the 100 as well, so we can't actually see over to the nursery ground and see Charlotte Taylor's Vipers teammates having a practice outside the off stump, and that's left alone. Probably just as well, isn't it, Charlotte?
Yeah, I might be a bit jealous.
Yeah.
That's okay though.
What are you missing? A bit of fielding practice. Start off with.
Yeah, probably in this heat. I think I'll probably get away with it all right. But yeah, that's okay.
That's all right, no?
Yeah, we don't mind that.
You're all right.
I'd much rather watch this
Well,
unfold.
are they all practicing today, or some of them sort of got other things? I guess you've got, as with all regional teams, what is it, 6 pros, 7 pros now?
6.
6.
Yeah, I had to think then. Yeah, but definitely 6.
Yeah. So they would definitely practice during the day, and the
yeah,
others.
they do sort of Tuesdays and Thursdays during the day, and then Wednesdays a bit more of an evening session for the rest of us.
Yeah. Liam Dawson round the wicket to Alex Davies. Is on 38 not out. Length ball. Davies just pushes that into the covers, and there is no run.
Yeah, it's been a good day's play so far. We were sort of discussing it at lunch at length, weren't we, about the state of the game, and Hampshire obviously hunting for those 7 wickets.
It's length ball, which Davies is well forward to. Plays it out on the onside. Again, you know, for me, it's just to the right hander. This is just the wrong angle for Dawson, because he's actually pitching it into an area where there is no rough.
Yeah, you need to be aiming for that.
Yeah.
That bit outside the leg stump.
Yeah, that's asking it to do too much, isn't it? Really, that's a little fuller on leg stump.
From round the wicket.
Yeah, it's
come over the wicket and bowl into that would be a better option.
Yeah,
maybe 2 slips.
but I'm not sure he'll come over the wicket at the moment. That's a bit too defensive, isn't it? It might come in later, you don't know. But at the moment, he's round the wicket, bowling into the dry area rather than the rough area. That's a low full toss there. Davies misses out as he drives that to extra cover.
He's faced 105 deliveries for 38. Alex Davies. Patience at its finest.
Yeah. It's forward again. Davies out on the offside. Yeah, it's going to require a lot more as well as the day goes on.
But as we keep saying, if they keep losing wickets,
Yeah.
it doesn't help that they're not scoring.
That's right. So they've added, what did they start the day on? 11. So they've added 73 today. It's pushed out on the onside in a session and 25 minutes. So it is slow scoring. It is a wicket which we know that if you bowl accurately on, it is quite difficult to get away. And yeah, keep bowling accurately all day. It's going to be very much like this, and you're kind of just waiting either for the next mistake from a batter or just a good ball. One that's turned out of the rough, maybe. It looks like there's very little there for the seamers at the moment. Abbott's not getting much joy at all from that pavilion and coming round the wicket now.
Yeah, he's just changing the angle, isn't he? He's got 2 slips. Vince at first slip, ever present. Dawson at second slip, and well, in between a 4th slip and a gully, I suppose. Ian Holland there, quite close with his floppy hat on. Fuller at point, Gubbins at cover, Barker at mid-off as he comes round the wicket, Abbott, and he's left that one alone outside the off-stumpers Rhodes. They got the hands in the air, but it is no run, and didn't miss by a lot, but he would argue it's a good leave as he goes up and prods the pitch, Will Rhodes. I think it's one of my favourite things about watching Abbott bowl is sort of almost every ball that passes the bat, it's like raising his hands to the heavens.
There's also a little bit in these situations, isn't it? It's trying to make the batter feel not at home out there, isn't it? Trying to make them feel uncomfortable. There's a lot of that going on, isn't there?
all of the mind games.
Yeah.
Which we don't mind to see as he comes around the wicket again, and that's Fuller in length, and he pushes that back up to mid-off. Keith Barker wanders over and picks it up towards his left-hand side, and there is no run.
Joe on Twitter wants another post-lunch collapse like the first day. I mean, from a Hampshire point of view, wouldn't that be nice? But I'm sure from a Warwickshire point of view, everybody would be pulling their hair out.
Yes, they would be, yes. They just want to see a little bit of a partnership here, but they probably do want to see some runs being scored. Be interesting to see what the fans think of this day's play so far.
Well, I don't think it was ever. Yeah, I don't think it was ever going to be a quick day, was it? I don't think ever.
They're never on the cards. That's turned off Will Rhodes's hip, and it's gone down to Felix Organ at fine leg, and he picks up one more. He moves to 3. Warwickshire 85 for 3.
It's just not that sort of wicket.
No.
You know, it doesn't matter what the situation is in the game. I mean, you could be playing this game at Radlett, and it would be going through quickly, and you know, and even if you're behind, you'd still find runs being scored. But this type of wicket, you know, it was never going to be quick scoring against accurate bowling. I mean, Warwickshire bowled pretty well actually, and when they did, the scoring rate wasn't quick at all.
No, he's got 2 slips and a point. No 4 slip to the right-handed Alex Davis. He pushes that up to the bowler, and Carlaba just sort of kicks it to cover.
It's a nice bit of footwork. I think Keith Barker would have been happy with that.
Well, he tried to do it earlier, Keith Barker, and I thought, oh my God, he just rolled his ankle. It just seems bizarre to me that the strength and conditioning coaches are not, and the physios are looking at it going, why are you just playing with fire here?
Perhaps he's just he's lost his football skills over the years.
Yeah.
Although he does have a nice little flick. I haven't seen it too much this year, but he does have a nice little flick where he puts his leg behind him, and sort of flicks it away to the mid-on or mid-off.
Well, we'd love to see that, Keith. And that's left alone by Happert. He's got his arms in the air again. It's duck bedding quite a long way, and Ben Brown's taking it to his left-hand side. And again, Alex Davis comes up the wicket, pokes around a little bit, has a little conversation with his partner. Was that a good leave, mate?
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, I think actually this time for Abbott, I think there was some justification there, because actually that did nip back, and that was close. But I don't think we'll see too many balls like that. So from a batter's point of view, I think that's a good leave. I mean, you wouldn't expect the ball to be darting back like that. It doesn't happen very often.
No, it doesn't. But Abbas got it a little bit, didn't he? A little bit of movement both ways earlier on in the day. So Abbott's seeing a little bit here, getting that ball shiny side upright, allowing it to swing, and that's Fuller in length. Alex Davis just pushes that to point, and there is no run. That's the end of the over. 42 overs gone, and the deficit is 66 or 68. 68, and Warwickshire 85 for 3.
Ralph Brooker at Solent Sports says suffering from his 4th COVID jab. 4 COVID jabs. Both of us. So that's obviously his partner or whoever in his household. Some sort of feverish, achy fatigue, apparently. As the same as the 3rd jab. Oh, gosh. Listening to the game, getting hammered on my chess app, top level. I've only 3 wins in total. Because you're a dart player. Are you a chess player as well?
Definitely not.
You're not chess?
No, that's not something that I would... I wouldn't even know... No, I'm not even going to pretend like I know what I'm doing.
Wouldn't you even know how to play it?
I don't think so.
No.
I know that the little pawns at the front, I think they can move forward once or twice, maybe.
Yeah. No, once. Oh, you can move twice at the start of the game.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And then something moves at an L, but I'm not quite sure which one that is.
The knight.
Right, there we go. And do you know how I know that?
Go on.
Harry Potter.
Oh, right.
Because they play wizard chess, which is slightly different, but that's the only reason why I know that.
Most of us of a certain vintage will say we learnt it out of a book. You say from Harry Potter. Over the wicket is Dawson. That's flicked away by Rhodes, but only as far as Barker on the 45 on the leg side. I should have known that, really. But your darts is your game, as you said earlier.
Apparently so.
Yeah. Do you practice darts? Do you just play darts when you can? Do you look to play?
I used to have a darts board at my parents' house when I lived there. It's still up, I think, just doesn't get used.
Dawson again is quite leg side-ish, as that's just tucked away again to Barker. Riley Russo apparently was quite a good darts player when he was here.
He's quite good at a lot of things.
Yeah, well, he's very good at batting.
Batting being one of them, yeah.
Very good. Yeah, looking forward to that semi-final at Bristol.
If we can keep him quiet.
Got to get him out pretty quick. Here comes Dawson again. Bowls, and Rhodes prods forward up towards mid-on. 2 men close in on the leg side.
Be interesting to see if he was in this situation. Say you just plonked him in this situation here, how he'd play it in the current form that he's in and how well he's hitting the ball. Would he continue in the same mindset, or would
Well,
he sort
he
of
would,
adapt to
actually.
this? Yeah.
Because for 3 seasons here, we saw him, and he did play like that. Dawson tosses that up into the rough, but it comes off the bottom of the bat back to the bowler. And
that type of mindset and that type of player.
Oh no, I saw him on many occasions try and hit himself out of a situation like this and just not get any.
Oh, okay.
Quite a few times, if I'm honest. Which is hard to believe when you see what he's doing for Somerset this year. Oh, that's gone on with the arm there a little bit. Rhodes is pushing down on that off the back foot out towards mid-wicket. But when he got it right, you couldn't take your eye off him.
No.
Absolutely couldn't take your eyes off him.
It's
Played
bit
a different game.
Yeah, that's what he makes it look very easy at the minute, doesn't he, batting?
But I'm afraid, there was, funny enough, we were talking about Chelmsford and Harmer. That's pushed into the ground by Rhodes. It goes out on the offside. That's the end of Dawson's 5th over. He has 1 for 6. That 1 wicket that's fallen this afternoon. Moseley for 11. That was after just under 10 minutes of play in the afternoon session. Funny enough, he tried to slug Harmer on a turning bounce in Chelmsford track. Tried to slog him against the spin and the bounce. So you can imagine what happened. He lasted about 2 balls.
So we don't want to imagine that. No. That's fine.
But that's the way he plays, and when he's in a purple patch, then it's everybody that comes up against him suffers.
Yep.
But it was unfortunately a bit too infrequent for us.
But he stands in our way as Hampshire fans on Saturday evening at Edgbaston, or Saturday afternoon, sorry, late afternoon. Abbott starts a new over. His 15th of the innings so far, over the wicket to Alex Davis, just pushes that to backward point, and there is no run.
Now, funny enough, in all the years I've been doing this, I don't think I've ever had a tweet about darts, but I've got one here.
That's because we've spent most of the afternoon talking about it.
Well, you're about the only one that I've worked with that actually plays darts, to be honest.
Do you play?
I used to muck about at school.
Oh, okay.
We used to have a dartboard up in the common room, probably like most schools. We used to have a little muck about. I think since then, no.
It's probably banned.
Well,
health and safety or something,
it probably is dangerous, thinking about it.
As in schools?
Yeah. But we were well disciplined. We didn't just go
around
throwing them anywhere.
I did not question that for a minute as Abbott comes over to Davis and he just pushes that to extra cover and there is no run again.
So Brian Barish, who's tweeted at Sonnet Sport, good morning from an equally hot and humid Philadelphia. Darts is big around here too, both the English and American style. I didn't know there was 2.
Oh, hold on, now I'm getting confused.
Do you not know the difference?
I assume I'm English, but I don't know the difference. Are there any? I don't know if there's any American professional darts players on the circuit, like in the professional darts setup, PDC.
Right, okay, we'll come to that.
We'll come back to Brian. As Abbott bowls, and that's back of a length. Davis looking to run, but there is not one on offer. Donald and Gubbins do the fielding between them.
Right, so both the English and American style are big in Philadelphia. The latter, this is the American style, of which is played with wooden darts adorned with turkey feathers on a wooden board.
All right.
So the other, the normal dart balls, what are they? Brush, aren't they? They're sort of a brush.
Yeah, I don't know what the material is actually.
And then the others are like cork, aren't they? Something, the cheap ones. Are they like cork?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, the cheap ones. It's exactly what they are, though. As Abbott bowls again, that's straight in line, and that's pushed up to mid-off by Alex Davis. There is no run. Good tight bowling here from Kyle Abbott. 4 dots on the trot.
So wooden darts, I guess. Normally they're metal, aren't they? They're sort of metal with plastic shafts. And what's the feathers? What are they normally?
They're flights, they're plastic flight.
Oh, plastic flights as well. Again, cheap darts with the plastic flights. Yeah.
They rip and.
So turkey feathers are a bit like probably shuttlecocks, aren't they? If you play with the proper feathers, they don't last that long.
No.
Whereas if you play them with plastic bits around them,
I know what you mean.
They
I
last
don't know what the word. I would say
yeah.
bits as well. So looking for a different descriptive word from me is not where you want to go. As that's fuller in length and in line. Abbott likes it. It's hit Alex Davis flush on the pad. As we look back on the live picture feed now, we'll just have a little look and see. And it's sliding down. He's getting it to do too much, Abbott. That's happened a few times in this innings so far. They'll pick up 1 leg by. And Warwickshire move to 86 for 3. Just doing too much there, Kev.
It is, isn't it? It's just shaping down the leg side, isn't it?
Just a few times.
Yeah, but that's his stock ball, isn't it? Angled in.
Yeah. Just needs it to hold, It's
just, he needs to hold the line. But
he's getting closer.
Well, he's probably working on the fact that enough shouts want to be good.
And he comes round the wicket to the left-hander this time. That beats the outside edge of Will Rhodes. As he walks away, Ben Brown collects the ball, and that's the end of a promising over. Gets a ripple of applause from the crowd. They like that one. And at the end of that over, Kyle Abbott's 15th. He's 0 for 31 of his 15 overs, 5 of them being maidens.
Yeah, he's working hard, no doubt about that, from that pavilion end, but you've got to work hard now with this ball. Well, we're into about 40 odd overs at the moment. Just wait for the scoreboard to tick up. Yeah, 44 overs we've had now, and that's generally when the balls start to go soft, very soft indeed, and it gets very difficult to get it off the straight. Sort of bowling that can get it off the straight, of course, is the spinners with these dry wickets and rough to work with. But again, it's Dawson against the right-hander. Probably not going to get a lot out of this pitch with the angle that he's bowling, coming round the wicket. He's got the silly mid off there, a little bit too short. Davis off the back foot. Tries to find the gap on the offside and misses, actually. Finds the extra cover.
I'm pretty disappointed with that. Probably would like to hit that deep cover or cover point with that one.
That's a one-run give me that, isn't it, really? He's just got into the shot a little too early. Played it too square. Sorry, too straight. Let's play back to the bowler, and there is no run. Just needed to wait for it a fraction more, didn't he?
There's a couple of times he's also not put his hands through it, like not really committed to the shot fully. There was one that he hit straight to cover early in the day, and I said to Clive, I said, I wish he'd just get his hands through it a bit more.
Yeah. Dawson bowls, flighted, sort of dug that one out, really. The Vince and Ben Brown behind the stumps felt that probably it hit Davis on the foot first before it hit the bat.
Vince has still got his hand on his head there, legs spread apart. He's going to have to go again here, though.
That's our hope. Here comes Dawson again. Bowls. It's got the gap this time. A little bit more cross-batted shot off the back foot as it goes out to Fuller in the deep, away to our left. Again, it's got very bright out there. We haven't actually, best part of a day, we've had a lot of hazy cloud. We've still got some, but overhead it's blue, and the sun is shining very bright indeed.
Yeah,
87 for 3. It is
one of the
66 behind.
One of the nicest places in the south coast, I think. Slightly biased. But
oh, you're right on message there.
On a hot day, nowhere else you'd rather be.
In West End, in Hedge End. That's pushed into the ground at short leg, and there is no run. And not that I'm saying anything against West End or Hedge End. I'm sure there's some lovely places around there. But from a cricketing point of view,
for being a slightly biased.
Yeah. It's the biggest Test match ground in West End. It's on the back foot there is Rhodes, plays that into the ground, bounces up quite high end of the over, and 87 for 3 it is. Rhodes is on 3. Davis, who's been there since the start, is 39, and I mean last night when Hampshire bowled 6 overs, 45 overs gone in this second innings, and Warwickshire trail by 66.
Yeah, I like Dawson coming over the wicket to the left-hander, working with that rough. I think he's more threatening against the left-hander at this stage. The rough against the right-hander is a little bit too wide, a little bit too full, I think, to use at the minute. So I like that approach from Dawson. Hopefully he gets to bowl a few more overs at the left-hander than he does to the, or a few more balls in his over, should I say, at the left-hander rather than the right.
Yeah, I think from a Hampshire point of view, we'd get more excited, wouldn't we?
Yeah.
Dawson to Rhodes than we would Dawson to Davis.
And the same with Abbott coming over to Davis, and he prods that into the backward point. They almost looked for a run there, and Nine Dollar was quick to pick that up and threw it at the stumps, but it was well backed up in the end by Ian Holland, and Davis was sort of wandering around a little bit.
Yeah, he tends to walk after his shot, doesn't he?
Yeah. It's obviously him trying to be positive, trying to look for singles. But he was just left wandering a little bit and had to stick his bat in quite quickly there. There's a short mid-wicket in play, a regulation, well, it's a bit squarer than mid-wicket in James Fuller on his left shoulder, still in the circle, and Keith Barker patrolling mid-on. Strolling around he is as Abbott bowls, and that's straight in line, pushed back to extra cover, and there is no run.
Here's an interesting tweet from Mike Martin at Solent Sport. Have you had a chance to ask Dawson about him losing his England record? Question mark. High score on debut at number 8, beaten by Overton. I think it was 66 not out. I think that was Dawson. He doesn't seem the type to be bothered about records as long as Hampshire win. I think you probably answered your own question there, Mike. I shouldn't think Dawson even knows.
Probably not. Well, he might.
How many did Overton get? 90 odd, wasn't it?
Yeah, 97.
I shouldn't think he even realises.
Probably not.
But I might be wrong.
Maybe worth an ask. As Abbott comes over the wicket to Davis, and he just pushes that to point, and there is no run.
I think the next interview I do with Liam Dawson, assuming that he doesn't pick up big wickets in this game, I hope he does, but of course he doesn't. I'll be back T20 finals day, because I'm actually looking around here and I'm trying to get some interviews done ahead of the game, and there are already 3 players on this pitch for Hampshire that are likely to play at finals day: Vince, Fuller and Dawson, and all the others won't be there. So I haven't got a lot of choice to get them done before the end of this game.
No, you don't. I think I did see Ben McDermott strolling around early with his bag on, but that's because he's living in this hotel, of course, I think. So, and that's Abbott over the wicket, and it just dead batted straight in front of Alex Davis. Another dot. He's now 39 from 124 deliveries.
Amazing. Yeah, I saw Nathan Ellis warming up on the side of the wicket prior to play. Australian seam bowling all-rounder.
So you couldn't grab them as well?
Well, it was. I mean, I was up here; they were down there. I mean, I was getting ready to do commentary, but I mean, I'm talking about sort of end of the day, you know, that sort of thing. I mean,
are they going to still be around? Yeah.
Well, are they? Are they? Yeah. So we'll see.
That's right.
We'll
got a good 3 to choose from.
Yeah.
As Abbott at the top of his mark, probing line. He's bowled 4 dots so far. He's into Davis, and he just works that down nicely to third man. Donald's after it, and it's going to be 4. It's well played off the back foot, just guides it nicely for 4. And Abbott's got his hands on his hips as he's leaked a rare boundary, and Davis moves to 43, Warwickshire 91 for 3.
Yeah, it's quite disheartening. I mean, no third man, I suppose, at this stage. You've got to, whatever field is you're going to place. I mean, I know we've actually, it's quite interesting what you said earlier, actually, when you think that most of the runs have been scored behind the wicket, like Liam Dawson was saying, and he did, that I suppose it would be pretty natural to suggest that for most batters that is the case. So would you have a third man? Probably, maybe, thinking about it.
Yeah, they've got a fine leg, but no third man. But I suppose they've got that catching mid-wicket in at the minute. Or could they get rid of their cover? All good questions, I suppose. As Davis pushes that back to Keith Barker at mid-on, and there is no run, and that's the end of the 46th over. Warwickshire 91 for 3, trailing by 62.
Abbott's bowled 6 overs in this spell. I'm just wondering if that might be his last for now. He's worked really hard. His 6 overs since lunch have cost just 11 runs. But he's still to pick up a wicket in this innings. Yeah, 62 the deficit.
Well, if he's going to be replaced by someone, it looks like maybe Mo Abbas. But he doesn't usually bowl from that end, but he is warming up.
Yeah, he doesn't, does he?
So I don't see Keith Barker getting loose. Nor do I see James Fuller or Ian Holland. So, yeah, who knows?
Yeah, I think you're probably right. Dawson over the wicket to the left-hander Rhodes. Oh, he's wrapped on the pad. That looks out. Oh, it is. Bit like Mosley, but that one didn't bounce at all. It came out of the rough and just skidded on. Came back to him. He's plumb in front. And Rhodes goes for 3. And Warwickshire are 91 for 4 now.
Yeah, he knew that straight away, didn't he, Will Rhodes? Knew it didn't bounce. And like we said earlier, Liam Dawson bowling at left-handers into this rough. It's a really good option for him. And I'm not sure whether Warwickshire have any more left-handers coming out. I don't know their order all that well. But,
I'm just trying to think. So I think, well, you've got, you go right down to George Garrett at number 11, but I'm not sure that's going to worry too much. Hannon Dalby is left-hand as well, so the last 2 are, but I think by then it might be a game over anyway if we see them in the not too distant future. But yeah, that is out. That's the difficulty for left-handers, isn't it?
Yeah.
What is that ball doing out of the rough?
No.
And you don't know?
No, you don't know. And he did as much as he could, I think. He was disappointed, but he knew as soon as it hit him on the pad, he was almost walking off straight away. He did know, and that's Dawson's second. He's 2 for 7 off 6.1, and he's bowling well, and he's looking threatening here. Now it'd be interesting to see whether he is going to come round the wicket. Oh, sorry, over the wicket to the right-handers now.
Yeah, see, I just think that's too defensive in this situation. I mean, they can kick that away. You know, if they were...
He's got to do an awful lot, I suppose.
Yeah, if they were 100 in front, 120 in front, and you want to take some time out of the game, maybe, if you're in that situation, then fine. But I mean, I think he might try it, but I don't think he... Well, I mean, if I was him, I don't think I would do it on a regular basis. But actually, as you say, Charlotte, actually, he's going to come over the wicket. So maybe he thinks it's worth a try.
He maybe thinks it's just going to do a bit more than maybe we think it's going to do. It's got to do a lot, hasn't it?
It has. Well,
and especially take an outside edge to Vince. Are they thinking about that? That's got to do an awful lot. So.
I mean, Holland was out in the Hampshire first innings, to Briggs coming over the wicket. I mean, you know,
it's possible. It
is possible. You're taking the LBW out of the equation, so you're taking. Well, if you think that both Dawson's wickets have been LBW, you're taking that out of the equation straight away. But I suppose what you lose, you gain in the fact the unpredictability out of the rough.
Yeah. And they might just get a leading edge or something, one to bounce a bit more, one to keep. You know, it's just the possibilities are endless. I suppose that's the beauty of it now. We just get to see for ourselves from the best position in the ground exactly what's going to unfold. Okay. Although it's not set, they're just sort of. There's another helmet coming on, I think, for Nick Gubbins. I think he's going to go under the lid here. James Vince sort of patrolling things. He's got his arms flailing around next to the batters from slip, sorry. And there's going to be a slight field change. So I'll just describe it for you quickly. When they all get set in, because it's changed a little bit for the new batter, Lamb, yet to face a delivery. So we're going to have a leg slip, a regulation first slip, a short leg on the leg side, and then a short silly mid-off in front of the bat. So there's 4 men round the bat, a deep fine leg, a mid-wicket just in, a square just in front, sorry, inside the circle, quite close still, mid-off, mid-on, and a point.
Was it me? I can't remember.
It was you. Dawson. That's okay.
I know. I was looking. I was going around the field as you were calling it. That's played into the ground and fielded at silly mid off. So yeah, gosh, there's 4 men crowding Matthew Lamb there. Lamb, who was out in the first innings, one of 3 Warwickshire players not actually playing a shot, bowled by Keith Barker for no score. So he's on a pair at the moment, and very nearly off a pair, but he strikes that off the back foot straight to Barker at point.
It was a good-looking shot, though. Like I said, get the hands through it. That's what you like. So when you're going to be attacking, and when you know, it's a controlled shot through the offside, and get your hands through it a bit more.
Look at you, number 11 for the Southern Vipers.
Yeah, I've scored 1 not out, so I'm just in the zone.
Dawson bowls, that's into the rough, but forward is Lamb. Plays that into the ground on the offside. Because you scored a run, you think you know how to bat. That's
and I've just seen Paul Pritchard, who just told me that I shouldn't be batting at 11.
Fantastic.
So there we go. My confidence is high. What can I say?
Well, that's the job of the coach, isn't it? He's working. Lamb's always played a miss in there, and that's almost taken out Ben Brown behind the stumps. That's bounced and turned quickly. Has he got an edge on that? Is he off a pair? It's a bye. He's still on a pair.
Of the
well, wicked delivery that was.
Well, I think that's maybe why he's coming over the wicket, because that's bounced, turned, and just missed the top of off stump by literally about an inch. Yeah. Not even. And that's what I think Dawson's looking for. And yeah, like you say, it almost took Ben Brown clean out then.
It did, didn't it? That's why wicket keepers wear helmets these days. I think he was just rubbing his top of his forearm there, so that's where it hit him. But gosh, that knocked him back. Now, it'd be interesting to see how Alex Davis plays as this. Now, he was out in the first innings sweeping, but from straight to Dawson. Dawson's over the wicket now. Davis pads that away, which is perfectly fine because he's pitching outside leg stump, even though he's right in front of the stumps. And even I very nearly went up there at 92 for 4. It's funny, isn't it? You can't help yourself, can you? When you see batters just sort of stand right in front of the stumps and kick it away, you think that's out, but then you think, oh, hang on.
It'd be interesting to see someone that doesn't know, maybe all the rules or whatever, and they're new to cricket, and they think, well, LBW is leg before wicket, and that means that they have to stand in front of the stumps, and that's exactly what he's done. He's not played a shot, and it's like, well, it doesn't quite work like that. Even if it might be clattering into the stumps, it doesn't quite work in the same way as you think.
Oh dear. Charlotte do one more over, and then Clive Eakin will come in.
Abbott's going to continue. We thought that might be his last, but he's going to continue here for one more, maybe.
Probably because of the new batter, I think.
Yeah, he's just sort of said, I'll have a go at the new one. And
which is fair enough.
Absolutely. Yeah. They're 92 for 4, Warwickshire. Deficit of 61. Matthew Lamb just walking away, walking back to the middle. He's quite tall in stature, Matthew Lamb. And Abbott's at the top of his mark as he comes into him now, past the umpire. And he pushes forward in defence. There's a solid forward defensive shot right in the middle of the bat out to Nick Gubbins at extra cover. And there is no run.
Matthew Lamb playing his 41st first-class game in this contest. Average is 32 in his career.
And how old is he?
25.
Yeah, solid in defence that first ball, showing the sponsor's name, or the maker's name as they call it. Abbott at the top of his mark. That short mid-wicket on the leg side is still in play here for Kyle Abbott, and that's hit straight to him as Lamb just tries to clip that off his legs, but it's hit it straight to Ian Holland there. I think it's hit him in the shin, actually. I think he's lucky he's got those shin guards on, but there is no run. He's hobbling around a little bit.
Can't really walk very well in those either, can you, half the time?
Well, I think it's sometimes a bit harsh that they end up having to field out in the boundary in them and run around in them. Tammy Beaumont did it in the test match, and poor girl was having to run around deep fine leg with a pair of pads on. But there we go. I'm sure that she wouldn't have minded too much, and that's another solid forward defensive by Matthew Lamb. 2 extra cover, and there is no run.
Yeah, Abbott right on the money here to the new batter. It's a bit of experience, isn't it, from a bowling point of view? Make the batter play, get the right line straight away, and give yourself a chance.
Yeah, absolutely. Try and get as many dots as you can at a new batter. Force them to feel under pressure. Like you said earlier, force them to feel uncomfortable out there, and force them to make a mistake. Maybe trying to do something that they don't need to at this stage. 61 the deficit for Warwickshire. Big innings to play here for these two. And Abbott comes in now, and that's a drive uppishly from Lamb. It's beaten extra cover. They're going to get at least 2, and it will be Mo Abbas after it. He's turning now, and they're going to get 3. Good running, and it wasn't the most convincing drive on the up, but it's a rare sort of a lot of 3 runs in front of square. We haven't seen too many of them, as we've been saying before. Lots of runs coming behind square.
Not only that, but Lamb was off, and Felix Organ misfielded it. I think if he'd picked that up cleanly, I think there was a chance of a run out. Certainly a chance of a throw at the bowler's end. I think that's what Abbott was probably more disappointed about. That yeah, it wasn't a completely crisp shot, was it? But the fact that actually he set off and went for a run. And it was at Felix Organ, although it was slightly to his right, but a clean pickup. I think Lamb would have struggled.
Could have been interesting. A few half chances of run-outs. Gubbins had 2 earlier on. Potentially a missed one by Organ there. But again, that's full, and Davis is forward in defence. And he trots up the wicket as if to take a single, but I think he's just messing around. Looks to be positive Alex Davis. 43 from 129 balls he is. He's playing an interesting innings. Not scoring very quickly, but also just playing, you know, if he was not batting at all here now and they were 5 down, could be a different conversation we'd be having altogether.
Yeah, I agree. I'll be doing a quick 30-second summary in a moment. I'll just take over for a minute, Charlotte, if that's all right.
No problem.
We'll do a changeover with Charlotte and Clive Eakin as well, but always going to take a quick single up to mid-off. He was napping a bit there, Abbas, and Alex Davis realised that. That's good alertness from him. He's been looking for that once or twice, as Charlotte says. Thank you, Charlotte. She'll be back in half an hour. And Davis moves on to 44. I think he's been superb, actually, Davis. I think Hampshire bowled particularly well at him, actually. I don't think they've given him hardly any chances to get the ball away. He's had to work for every single one of those 44 runs to date. In fact, 130 balls he's faced for that 44. Lamb is 3 from that one scoring shot off Abbott through the covers. 96 for 4, which means the deficit is 57. Welcome back to Clive Eakin. I'll just do this update and then you can join in. And Dawson will come over the wicket to Davis, and still with those 4 men around the bat. So Dawson to begin the 49th over of this Warwickshire second innings, and we've still got 54 overs left in the day. Just waiting for Alex Davis to settle down, and Dawson will come over the wicket and bowls now, and that's just kicked away. He's made sure that the bat is well above his head, out of the way. Well, Warwickshire in their second innings are 96 for 4. They're still trailing Hampshire, but they've got it down to 57. Alex Davis, who's been there since the start last night, is working very hard. He's 44 not out, frustrating Hampshire somewhat. Matthew Lamb has joined him. He's 3 not out. There's been 2 wickets to fall since lunch, where Warwickshire was 72 for 2. Dan Mosley, LBW to Liam Dawson, one that came back to him in the rough. He bats left-handed. And Will Rhodes, funnily enough, also LBW to Liam Dawson, and that one came back out of him in the rough. This is a very dry wicket. There is some turn for the spinners, but it's from quite wide. 96 for 4 Warwickshire.
Thank you, Kevin, and live on line
That's pushed out on the offside by Alex Davis, and there's no run. Welcome back, Clive.
Yeah, I can't question Warwickshire's efforts and determination, but Hampshire bowling really well, and you just feel that Warwickshire, that one's, is it you or me?
No, don't worry, just kicked that away and fielded at short leg. But no, you're right. I mean, Hampshire bowled very tight. No, I think Warwickshire did yesterday as well. But you know, in the it's the scoreboard situation as well as much as anything. But you know, if you bowl accurate on here, it's difficult to get the ball away with any sort of regular plumb. And again, he's just going to kick every ball away here, isn't he? With a bat high above his head. I don't blame him.
No, he might have to change that tactic if he persists doing that.
I agree. He's trying to get the batters to play, isn't it? But Alex Davis having absolutely none of it, and he's quite right as well. Doesn't need to play. It's Dawson really that's bowling on an angle you wouldn't normally see, but he's trying to find the rough. It's kicked away again by Davis. I think just about all those balls were kicked in that over. 96 for 4 then Warwickshire, 57 adrift. Yeah,
it's still a long way behind. Tell you what, if they were chasing 153 to win, it would be a bit of a thriller now. Cool. Sadly, from Warwickshire's point of view, they're chasing 153 to try and make Hampshire bat again. It's going to take them a while. 2 for 7 off 8 overs now, Liam Dawson.
Michael's emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, I think we must have been talking about something about rules and laws, and he says they are laws, not rules. So sorry, Michael, for getting that slightly wrong. We'll make sure we get that right next time.
Yeah, but there are regulations as well, aren't there? Sometimes it's a fine line between what's a law and what's a regulation.
I never know, if I'm honest.
It's like that in football as well, isn't it? It's laws, not rules. So Ageas is going to come on to bowl. He was incredibly accurate in his first spell, 1 for 5 off 7 overs. Got the wicket of Dom Sibley, crucial wicket. Bowling to Matt Lamb. So Warwickshire's next target is to get to tea, but they are still 17 over. No, they're not. They're more than that. They're 21 overs away from that. So every way you look at it, it seems a long way off from Warwickshire's point of view. Ageas from the pavilion end bowls to Lamb, who's solidly behind that. Onto the offside, no run.
Kyle Abbott's spell after lunch from that pavilion end, 7 overs, 2 maidens, none for 15. Bowled well, bowled very tightly.
Well, they're not giving anything away here, Hampshire. That's why Warwickshire are having to bat so long. They've been scoring at 3 and over by now. They'd be pretty much on parity, but being restricted to 2 and over. Ageas, 2 slips in place. Lamb nips back at him a little bit, pushes it out to the covers. It's a dot ball. I mean, he's last couple of innings have disappointed, but he's actually been in pretty decent form this season, Matt Lamb. So hopefully he'll still have a bit of confidence there.
150, didn't he? Got Northants at your place?
Yeah, I think he got a beginning's first game against Surrey, if I remember right.
Yeah, got 100.
That's right, because he that's the point that we were making. I made that earlier in the game. As Lamb plays that into the offside, there's no run. He was in that team, but Alex Davis wasn't available, and there were a couple of other players out, and you sort of thought, well, who's going to make way after that match? And you're thinking quite possibly Matt Lamb, but he made himself undroppable. He's actually got 2 centuries this season. He got one in that game against Surrey, and he got a century also against Northants at Edgeworth, 155 not out. So he has done well, but he needs something pretty big now from Warwickshire's point of view. Ageas into bowl 2, leaves that one. That's a comfortable enough leave. It's still slow going for Warwickshire, 96 for 4. I said if they get to T5 down, they would give themselves some sort of chance. Well, they could still do that, but they've got a long way to go to achieve that. That lamb goes on walkabout. And takes his guard. He's just delaying things a little bit here. 2 slips fielded on the long leg boundary, mid on, mid off up. Fielded quite close in at mid wicket. As Ageas bowls and Lamb hits it to mid on along the ground. Keith Barker's able to stop it.
Essex have beaten Gloucestershire by 9 wickets. Chelmsford with Harmer, I think, was it 11 in the game or something?
Yes, no, 13.
13 in the game.
Yeah. But it was, I'm sure it was a fair pitch for bat and ball. In comes Ageas to bowl, and Lamb plays that to mid on. It's another dot ball. And still Hampshire giving nothing away, and Warwickshire battling obdurately, but up against it. It was a maiden to Ageas' 6th in 8 overs. And Warwickshire 96 for 4. Still 57 runs behind.
There's another interesting piece of cricket news that's come out in the last 5 or 10 minutes or so, that South Africa have forfeited their one-day international series with Australia. The decision has been taken in order to focus on the launch of their own T20 franchise league. And there are some comments to go with that.
I should imagine there will be.
Yeah, well, from the BBC, it's suggesting is franchise cricket now taking precedent over internationals. The decision means that South Africa will miss out on vital World Cup as Dawson bowls, and it's just quietly played behind square by Davies for a single, moves on to 45, 97 for 4. The decision means South Africa will miss out on vital World Cup Super League points and may now need to enter a qualifier to reach next year's World Cup. Interesting.
I haven't got the details, but that sounds pretty naughty, really.
So
you've got to treat international cricket with a bit more respect than that, surely.
So, wouldn't you? Dawson's going to stay over the wicket to Lamb, who plays forward and misses. Hits him on the top of the back leg and balloons out on the offside. It's interesting, isn't it? He's playing at it. Davies is just kicking at everything. And it's how right-handers decide best to play this line of attack. It's not something they would normally have, but if you know the ball's going to pitch outside leg stump, you're perfectly within your rights just to kick the ball away. Here's Dawson bowls, he's playing at that one. Again, he's pitching outside leg stump, stabs down on that, plays it back to the bowler. But it's interesting, actually, if he's going to play Dawson with a bat, then I think he might have 1 or 2 problems.
Yeah, I quite know why he is. Why he isn't just padding it away. Maybe he just feel confident enough to do that.
Well, I tell you what, I can tell you it's quite difficult sometimes. And he's on the back foot there, steers that away in front of point. Chase for Barker. The ball's winning that at the moment, and I think it's won the contest. That's 4 runs, a little bit too short there from Liam Dawson. Lamb moves on to 7, and that's the 100 up for Warwickshire. 101 for 4. That's come up, that 151st. Do you know what? Some players, I've always felt this, that some players make kicking the ball away look very easy. It's always astonished me how sometimes you see a player and you think, oh, they just seem to know instantly to kick that ball away. And I don't know, others made it look a bit awkward, and if I'm honest, I class me in that. I sometimes just couldn't quite judge how to kick a ball away, and especially if the ones are not sure if the ones that are pitching on leg stump or not. Plays at that one again. Lamb is quite full. Plays it out on the onside. Alex Davies, I think, is playing it absolutely superbly, making it look very easy to kick away. 100's
given 304 balls, which means the second 50's taken 165 balls.
And the first one was
139.
Wow. Dawson bowls again. Lamb forward, gets an inside edge onto that, goes on the leg side. Davies calls him forward quickly. Through for a single as it goes out on the leg side. Ageas fields, he'll keep the ball because it's him bowling the next over. 102 for 4. Warwickshire trail by 51 now.
Well, only 4 they get is a welcome relief for them, but they're still hard to come by. The run rate, which is nicely displayed on the scoreboard, help us out, is showing 2 and over, which will be right because they're 102 on 51 overs, if I can work that one out. So again, I keep saying it, if it's going to take them till 25 overs to go today just to get on par if they keep on at that rate. If they do manage to bat all day, they'll be 50 ahead at the end of the day. So still with an awful lot to do. And it would mean they'd have to bat probably till tea tomorrow to save the game. So it's Ageas again to bowl, and Lamb leaves that one outside off stump. Wicketkeeper gets excited, but I think that was a legitimate leave. He's standing up, Ben Brown to Matt Lamb. Seems to be getting hotter as the day is going on today. A bit of cloud cover, a bit of relative coolness earlier today. So I've got a fair way to go till we get to the next interval. Hampshire just being patient, just plugging away. I'm not clattered through Warwickshire, but they're working their way through them. Lamb plays that into the offside for no run. Remains 102 for 4.
Yeah, it's a very big patience game, isn't it, at the moment?
It is.
Patience, perseverance.
What's happening elsewhere? Lancashire 312 for 1. They've actually only got I awarded the maximum bonus points, but actually I don't think they will get that. They've got 11 overs to go to get 88. That's wide, and for once Matt Lamb's given a delivery that he can hit by Ageas, and he's placed that away and through the covers for 4. Well exploited by Matt Lamb. He moves on to 8 and takes a score to 106 for 4. He's on to 12, in fact.
Yeah, poor ball that from Ageas. Don't often say that phrase. But, yeah, short and wide, that one.
Yeah, so Lancashire, you'd think they will get to 4 batting points, but I doubt they'll get to 5 now. What about Surrey? Let's have a look at them. Oh, they're actually spot. Well, not bothers, thankfully, but that one is driven away by Lamb through the offside. It's good consecutive 4s. We're rattling along here, heading for the declaration. Lamb moves on to 16, 110 for 4. That's got the deficit down to the 40s. It is now 47. Oh, no, it's not, it's 43. It hasn't gone up yet. Sorry, 358 for 5. They're in the 97th over, so they're going to struggle to get down. Well, they've got. No, they might in the 10. Yeah, they probably will. Also, as long as they don't get bowled out, they probably will get maximum batting points. I did award them that earlier when I was calculating the table. Ageas to Lamb, 1 slip in place. Lamb defends that to the offside for no run. Need to get carried away now. 2 4s this over. Thank you very much. See it out.
Second shot was a nice shot, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The other one was a bit of a gift, but that was.
I say he's been in decent form this season. As Duck in the first innings notwithstanding, he's did pretty well this season for the most part, and needs a big score here for Warwickshire. Ageas, last ball of the over. And a bit of an inside edge from Lamb that time, but comes out into mid-wicket. There's no run. Good over for Warwickshire. Matt Lamb scoring 2 boundaries. Move on to 16. Warwickshire 110 for 4. Trail by 43. Just to complete the scores then. What have we got? So we know already Essex have beaten Gloucestershire by 9 wickets. Canterbury could be a good game there. Northampton 62 for 2 in the second innings. League Kent by 30. And Worcestershire going very well, chasing 238 to win. They're 158 for 1 against Middlesex at Northwood. Not been the best of seasons for Worcestershire, but going well today, looking as if they could win that. Derbyshire 160 for 4, lead Durham by 147 at Chester Street.
Dawson continuing over the wicket to Alex Davis. Still the 4 men around the bat. Just waiting for Davis again as he's ready to face the first ball of this over. He's playing at that one, although thrust the pad forward in front of the bat.
Leicestershire 314 for 4, 274 behind Sussex first innings total. One more in a moment.
Dawson into his 10th over here. Bowls. Davis kicks that one away. Just lets it hit him actually as it goes out behind square on the offside. No
point in running, of course, because he wasn't offering a shot. Glamorgan 255 for 3. Lead Nottinghamshire by 288 at Cardiff.
110 for 4 here. Vince back in his position at slip. We're ready to go again. Dawson bowls, flighted, again kicked away by Davis, who knows that again is pitching outside leg stump. It's doing like a holding roll here, Dawson. I mean, it certainly is when he's bowling to Davis. Davis has got it sort of measured, really. Here comes Dawson again and bowls, kicks that one away, keeps the bat out of the way. They're asking for the catch. It doesn't look right at all. It may just have come off the elbow, but the bat seemed to be well behind his body. If you're watching the live picture feed.
They're pitting for the light there, aren't they? Dearie me.
It's very bright. But yeah, normally he's had his bat above his head. That one wasn't.
I'm going to suggest they wouldn't have reviewed that if there had been a review system.
Dawson comes in again. Bowls. It's again kicked away. Goes out on the offside this time. Looks like Dawson's quite happy to continue the way this is going. I think they're just waiting for one to maybe to spit a bit out the low, but we haven't really seen one do that too much. Very quiet around the ground at the moment as Dawson bowls again. He's kicking that one away. It's only just pitching outside leg stump, but again the angle usually means that it will, and that's going to be
Drinks.
Yes. I saw the umpire knock the bells off and I thought, surely that's not tea. A maiden over from Dawson, 10 overs, 5 maidens, as much as I'd love it to be.
He might have just knocked the bells off in celebration of the 2 most ridiculous appeals of the season. However, it's interesting Dawson going for that tact. I mean, Hampshire got plenty of time, so I suppose he's figuring, so what, keep doing it. As you say, it only takes one to spit. It doesn't seem to be taking them anywhere at the moment, but they've got so much time that they can afford to grind it out a little bit. 110 for 4. What's the deficit? 43. But well-earned drinks all around. It's getting hotter and hotter out there.
It's getting hotter and hotter in here
it
as
is,
well.
Yeah, there is that.
Dawson 2 for 13 from 10, 1 for 13 from 9 Abbas, and Keith Barker at the top of the innings, opening up 1 wicket for him as well. Yeah, he's beginning to hot up. I think it's because the sun is breaking through the cloud, which we didn't have for the large part of yesterday. It stayed behind the haze, and whilst it was muggy, we didn't have that extra sort of heat from the burning sun. You mentioned earlier about Matt Lamb, came into this game with 469 runs, averaging 52. So you're right, good season.
Yeah.
Actually, if he can keep going the season averaging that'll be a mighty fine return.
I think he missed 1 game through injury. Well, still an awful lot of work for Warwickshire to do, but you have to add it to them. They certainly haven't caved in here. Could easily have been all over by now if it shown a little less fight than they have.
Yeah, and maybe another reason for Dawson to certainly continually come over the wicket to Davis is maybe just to sort of stop his scoring altogether.
Well, yeah, because that gives them a bit more time, doesn't it? I mean, they've probably got till tea tomorrow to bowl Warwickshire out. I think if they bowl them out by tea tomorrow, they'll have a little awkward chase, but it's probably one that, unless the scoring rate changes notably, it's still probably one they'd fancy getting. So time is on Hampshire's side.
Yeah, just the 2 wickets that have fallen since lunch. Dan Mosley, LBW for Dawson for 11. That was 81 for 3. Will Rhodes, LBW to Dawson for 3. Both left-handers. Seeing the ball turn sharply out of the rough. One bounced a little at Mosley. Will Rhodes is kept low. 91 for 4 when he went. Is it you or me?
No, I think it's you.
Yeah, Ageas Bowls, and that's thick outside edge from Lamb. It goes to backward a point, no run.
I think, wait, it is now.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm easy either end. Coming up to 3 o'clock here at the Ageas, 6 minutes before the top of the hour. 53 overs bowled and 1 ball, and we've got just over 48, I think it is, to bowl in the day. Here's Abbas again. from that pavilion end and bowls to Lamb. Lamb forward, pushes that up towards mid-off, no run.
Might be an extra 8. Well, I think it's actually 10 these days, although they still call it the extra half hour.
Yeah.
I think they actually allow 10 overs, don't they?
Okay, yes.
I believe. Certainly it became that at some point a few years ago. Whether that is still the case, I haven't checked for a while. It very rarely gets that far, to be honest, to find out. Because normally if you're into the extra half hour, it doesn't last much longer.
That's right. Here comes Ageas again then. Bowls and Lamb whips that away on the leg side, slightly straighter this time from Ageas. Goes down towards backwards square leg. Looks like Felix Organ away to our left there. And Lamb moves on to 17, and it's 111 for 4. And the deficit now is 42.
He's playing with a bit of confidence now, Lamb.
Yeah.
Davis has gone to a shell a bit, but that's partly because he's padding away the leg side deliveries of Dawson. Will he now feel pressure to score against Ageas with that in mind?
Davis just takes his time, doesn't he, when he's back on strike. Comes Ageas again then. Bowls, Davis on the back foot, steers that to short mid-wicket, and there's no run. So very quiet sort of day really, in a way. It's just all about Warwickshire batting and chipping away at that deficit, and Hampshire, who aren't getting too much out of the wicket, certainly not the seamers, not too much help with the ball either, just plugging away. Always say, it's always days like this when you say in the field, you say, yeah, perseverance. It's all about perseverance.
I was going to say, Hampshire don't look as if they're too concerned yet. No. They know that they're going to have to work for it, but
yeah. The wicket's fairly dead, that's for sure. Outside the off stump, but it hits Ben Brown on the pads and it ricochets down to fine leg. Oh, is that leg by? Did it shave Alex Davis's? No, it's a bye. So kept low, hit Ben Brown and shot off down to fine leg. 112 for 4. Deficit 41. Both batters prodding down the wicket at the moment. Just taking their time. Really trying to slow the game down. Just looking at the time. So coming up to 3 o'clock, we've still got 16 overs to do until tea. And that's with a fair bit of spin.
Yeah.
Here comes, having been bowled, Lamb on the back foot, steers that up to mid-off. That's the end of Abbas's 10th over, 1 for 14 he has. Got the wicket this morning of Dom Sibley caught behind. That was the first wicket that fell after 20 minutes. He went for 1. Chris Benjamin, the other wicket that fell 20 minutes before lunch. He was also caught behind off Barker for 24.
I've actually had a 27 in 21, sorry, in 7 overs. So they're going at 3 and over this pair. So they've slightly speeded it up. If they could carry on at 3 and over, I'm not saying they're well special the way Dawson's bowling, but that could potentially then be 100 ahead by the close of play. If they're still there, that's asking an awful lot. 4 around the bat still for Dawson. I think I did inadvertently swap there, by the way, never mind.
That's all right.
That one is played into the ground by Davis, so he did play at that one. And Dawson has head in hands. Slip, leg slip. Forward short leg, silly mid off for Dawson. And well, I'm not sure actually hit the pads then. He stuck his front pad out and the line was a bit closer to leg stump. I think it might have missed everything. It was taken by the wicket keeper. It's a quicker ball by Dawson. Liam Dawson wearing number 8 on his back. He's going to have a lot of work to do, you feel, today. He pitches that one in the rough outside leg stump, and Davis lifts his bat high above his head and pads it away. Can't be LBW, of course, if the ball pitches outside leg stump. Some want to change that rule, but that is the law as it is now. That one, though, is aimed at leg stump, so Davis has to play at it and plays it down to backward point for a single. Davis moves on to 46. Seemed to be in the 40s for a very long time. 113 for 4.
Well, certainly this angle from Dawson is certainly virtually cutting off everything for Davis. Maybe that's a tactic.
Lamb goes on walkabout. He's shown a willingness to play at deliveries, pitching outside leg. What will he do with this one? 2 balls left in the over. Dawson bowls, and it's defended by Lamb. Dot ball.
It's a bit of a breeze, or am I imagining
a little
it?
bit. not overly forgiving, but a little bit.
Oh.
So
Where's he gone?
In comes Dawson, and he defends that out into the offside for a single. Dawson, being a spinner, raises a hand after every ball as if he's ready to celebrate a wicket, but that's spinners for you. It's 114 for 4.
Yeah, he's a fierce competitor. He's Liam Dawson. So Clive will be back a bit later. What's happened to it? He's forgotten what he's doing. Yeah, he's going to come back in a couple of minutes. I'll just carry on, and then Charlotte Taylor will take over from me. So changing round then, Dawson has completed 11 overs, 2 for 15. And Mohammed Abbas with 10 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 14. Kyle Abbott's spell from the pavilion end just after lunch was very accurate indeed, and a couple of sort of half shouts to Davies with the ball just sliding down the leg side for LBW, but 7 overs, 2 maidens, none for 15 for Abbott. But very little for the seamers left in this pitch at the moment, as Abbas comes in with the keeper Ben Brown standing. Oh, he's bowled! I just say that, and there's the middle stump knocked out of the ground, and Abbas just punches the ground. It's got through Lamb's defences, and I think Abbas has just found a modicum of life out of this pitch. It's just nipped back a fraction, and Lamb goes for 18, and it's 114 for 5. And just a hint of the ball nipping back off the seam was enough to get through the defences of Lamb. And Abbott enjoyed that. Abbas enjoyed that one. And Lamb, who'd looked pretty comfortable actually after his first couple of deliveries or so, was beginning to settle in there. And that is another wicket knocked off the tally that Hampshire need to win this game, either by an innings, which I don't think will happen. I mean, it's only 39 runs, the deficit, but maybe at the very least a smallish total to chase. A big wicket, that one, and maybe an even bigger wicket coming up, because Michael Burgess is another Warwickshire player who's enjoyed a good season so far. 650 runs coming into this game, averaging 59, but he was another one that, or is on a pair, just like Matt Lamb before him. So Burgess walks out to the middle, and Matt Lamb. That looks a seriously good ball on a wicket. As I say, you know, you go through a few overs and there doesn't seem a lot there for the seamers, but Abbas just found something. I guess that's what separates the really good bowlers from just the good bowlers. They can always find something when others can't. So Burgess just takes his time here, and the keeper, Ben Brown, is standing back now. And here comes Abbas to Burgess, and that's a length ball. Burgess pushes forward out into the covers, and there's no run. Burgess was a player actually in the first innings who was looking to get well forward, and in fact almost walking into 1 or 2 shots, and then got surprised by a short delivery from Kyle Abbott, and it literally went off the shoulder of the bat and flew to first slip James Vince. And I'm sure Hampshire, of course, will have noted that. And I think even Mohammed Abbas, who's not the quickest bowler, but I'm sure even he, even if he hasn't already thought of it, he'll certainly be told by the Hampshire fielders that at some point, just let him have one. Here comes Abbas from slightly wide of the crease. Burgess drives strongly up to mid-off, and that's fielded by Kyle Abbott. He'll certainly be one that will remind Abbas at some point to bowl a short one at Michael Burgess. But 114 for 5, that's the 3rd wicket that's fallen since the luncheon break. And again, with each wicket that falls, that deficit, which is down to 39, just feels slightly more than 39. Welcome back, Clive Eakin, and he's going to be joined by Charlotte Taylor, the Southern Vipers off-spinner.
Well, I gave them 5 down at tea to have a chance, so they're going to go through another 14 overs without losing another wicket. for that to be the case. Ageas into Burgess, who drives that out to the offside for no run. And, well, Warwickshire have been out there for 55 overs now, so they have battled, but Hampshire have given them absolutely nothing. And as a result, they are still very much chasing the game, the Bears. Welcome back, Charlotte.
Thank you, Clive.
Looking forward to your practice. You're going to be training later. Looking forward to that.
Yeah, the heat just needs to die off a little bit.
Yeah,
it doesn't totally happy.
Doesn't get that much cooler these days by that time, does it? That one is almost gets through Burgess. He plays it to mid-on. There's a no run.
But we can't complain because it's not raining.
Yeah, there you go.
Us English, we love to complain when it's too hot, and we love to complain when it's raining. It's almost like we just love to complain.
Yeah. So where are you doing the training? Is it on the nursery ground?
Yeah, just over to our left-hand side.
Not too far to go then, that's good.
No.
Have they got you in for a bit of batting as well?
Well, I'm down to bat, but my kit is actually at the top of that hill over there in my car.
Ah.
So that's going to take a little bit more effort. So we'll just see how that goes.
Last ball of the over for Ageas, and Burgess hits that slightly uppishly, but he has got it through. He's going to get probably 2 runs here. Might even have time for 3, and they are turning for a 3rd. That's a sprint, Michael Burgess, but it's a comfortable, safe enough 3, and it's 117 for 5.
Yeah, that was good running, wasn't it? Run the first one hard, as they say, and get 3 very comfortably in the end.
Well, it's got it down to 36, a deficit. Just feel a bit better when they finally wipe out that deficit. And I suppose 8th and 9th wicket partnerships, they put on half-century stands in the first innings, so they can repeat that, who knows. They're not dead yet, Warwickshire, but they're still very much second favourites.
Still 4 men round the bat for Hampshire, crowding the new batter of Burgess, trying to put him under some pressure. Trying to eke out his wicket. Takes a leg stump guard by the looks of it. And is he going to play a similar role in padding this away to Dawson if he's going to pitch it outside the leg stump? Or is he going to look to rotate a little bit more? Who knows? As Dawson comes over the wicket to him, and he is back in defence and plays that back up to mid-off. And Holland just sort of raised their hand to Kyle Abbott as if to say, don't worry, I'll go and get that. Because Kyle Abbott did not move from mid-off. And Dawson's in again. Comes over the wicket, back of a length, and that's punched into the offside. Abbott does go and get that one from a extra cover position, but there is no run. Good tight bowling, Liam Dawson. Aiming for that rough just outside leg stump and trying to get those big turning deliveries that are bouncing as well that we've seen from this hotel end this afternoon post lunch. He's in again, and that's Fuller, and that's just missed outside the off stump by about a millimetre. It's full, and it did turn outside of that rough like I just said, and it didn't bounce an awful lot, and it's missed the off stump by not very much at all. A peach.
Yeah.
Not a lot that Burgess could have done with that. And Dawson's in again, into that rough again. He's padding that one away. Half an appeal from Ben Brown, but it was well outside leg stump. Gets a round of applause from his wicketkeeper.
Yes, Kevin was saying about players padding up. He looks a bit more awkward doing it, Burgess, when Alex Davis does it.
Is he more of an aggressor? Is that
yes,
why?
He is a more aggressive player.
He wants to score. So that might not come naturally to him to just pad it away. And that looks a bit more convincing. He's well forward and hits the middle of his pad. And Aaron Dold does the fielding at short leg. 5 dots in the over so far. Can he string them together, Liam Dawson? Seems to have a rhythm. Nice flowing run up as he's in again. And that's back of a length, and it's just pushed to backward point. Keith Barker's there, does the fielding, and that is a maiden from Liam Dawson. His 6th. He's bowled 12 overs, 2 for 15 so far, and a round of applause from the crowd. They appreciate that effort from Liam Dawson. 117 for 5, Warwickshire.
Well, the halfway, the bowling Warwickshire out. Less than halfway, or slightly more than halfway through the day now, aren't we? Just over. So still on course. Can they do it in time to win today? I don't suppose I'll be too bothered about that, but still at the moment on target. You'd say Hampshire, Warwickshire doing their best to stay in the game. Alex Davis playing a key role. He's now faced 149 balls for his 46.
He's batted a long time, hasn't he? But he's batted sensibly. He's what's held it together so far. And some severe concentrations happen to be put on show here by Alex Davis.
Abbas comes into bowl, and Davis plays that for the leg side. There's no run. It would be a big deal for Alex Davis if he did play a really big innings here and put Warwickshire in a position where they had a chance. If he was the mainstay of that in a season where he hasn't quite flourished as much as you'd hope, high profile summer signing, so it would be a big deal for him if he could do it here. I'm sure he's thinking that. He's an opportunity to
in a match-saving position for his team.
Abbas into bowl. He's hit that off his toes, but straight to the fielder at Shortage mid-wicket. There's no run.
Bowls that nagging line and length, Abbas. No extreme pace from him, just does what he does best. Asking questions of the batters pretty much every ball. He bowled 2 loose deliveries in the over before this, or maybe the over before that.
Yeah.
That found the boundary, but up until then, he's gone for 17 off almost 12 overs. So keeps things very, very tight and asks questions every single delivery of the batters.
In now to bowl, and that's a hit to mid-on, but Keith Parker will field. This is another dot ball. Another ball faced by Alex Davis. He'd love to score a few runs, but his main job is to stay.
Just keep taking time out of this game.
Yeah, start counting the overs to tea. There's still 12 and a half though to get through.
I like the fact that Ben Brown's up to the stumps here as well. I like that from him, from Hampshire.
One slip behind him as Abbas comes into bowl, and Davis doesn't get out of the middle of the bat. It rolls away to the adjacent pitch.
Yeah, it wasn't far away from off stump. I think it just hit Ben Brown's pads, but I don't know for sure.
Goes
Just
back
looked
to
to me
us.
like he just missed it completely.
Yeah.
Hit Ben Brown's pads and bounced into the offside, but I could be wrong. I thought we were going to see a replay, but we're not. On the live picture feed.
Abbas continues to nag away, continue to ask questions. Bowling from the pavilion end. Real chance for Hampshire to take a step forward in the chase for the county championship. That's a wide, and Davis has played it straight to backward point in his court. Would you believe it? A bad ball from Mohammed Abbas, and Alex Davis couldn't resist the temptation, and he cannot believe it. He doesn't want to go. He's leaning on his bat, and he just cannot believe that he's got out that way after all that patient play. He's gone for 46, and a bit of good fortune for Hampshire, 117 for 6.
That was a sharp catch from Aaron Donald, diving to his right-hand side at backward point. And like you say, it was a loose ball from Abbas. And like I've said before, he's only bowled 2 in the sort of previous over from this, and everything else has been on the money. And that was another one that should have found its way to the boundary and found its way straight into Aaron Donald's hands. Good low catch to his right-hand side, and he's trudging off so slowly here, Alex Davis. He did all the hard work. He took so much time out of the game and did exactly what Warwickshire needed him to do, even albeit slowly, but he's gone now for 46, and Warwickshire now are in a really sticky position with 2 relatively new, well, 1 brand new batsman and 1 Michael Burgess has only been in for 11 deliveries.
Yeah, I feel that's a big, big step towards victory for Hampshire. They might even still be thinking about the innings victory here. Warwickshire are still 36 runs behind. And Alex Davis applauded. He'll be distraught about that, though. But I suppose that is part of Hampshire's reward, because they bowl so accurately. When a rare bad ball comes, the batters think, oh, I've got to hit this. And unfortunately for Davis, he's hit it straight to the fielder.
You're absolutely right, Clive, and I think what we said earlier about he hasn't looked totally fluid and he hasn't been able to play many expansive shots. So, like you say, as soon as he gets an opportunity to to hit one powerfully. He got enough of it. He just hit it at such a catchable height, and unfortunately straight to backward point.
So Hampshire in for the kill now. New batter is Nathan McAndrew. Did bat very well in the first innings. Can he repeat it in the second? His first one he's defended solidly back to the bowler. But more success for Abbas, who now has 3 for 17. He won't care what delivery he gets on the wicket.
No, he's bowled fantastically in this spell. He's bowled that nagging line and length, and although that loose one did buy himself a wicket, he's bowled brilliantly, and he's caused mistakes from these Warwickshire batters. But Dawson's going to continue as well. He's bowled fantastically. 2 for 15 from 12, 6 maidens to his name. He's stood there very casually at his top of his run, waiting for his fielders to get back into position. Abbas just taking a little bit longer to get into his position of a mid-wicket inside the ring. And he comes over the wicket to the right-hander, who pads that one away. Burgess not looking comfortable doing it, like you say. But they've got to take some more time out of this game, Warwickshire. They've just got to keep batting now, because Hampshire will be eyeing up 4 more wickets to finish this. And their foot on the gas. And he comes in again, and again that's padded away and taken by short leg off above his head. And there is no run. 117 for 6, 36 behind Warwickshire. 4 men round the bat in a square-like position. It's quite picturesque actually when you look at it from up here. And he comes in again. That's forward in defence as Burgess plays it up to mid-on. Felix Organ does the fielding. He was warming up just a second ago, so whether we'll see him or not take over from Dawson, I don't know. Wouldn't have thought so at the minute, but who knows? I have been wrong today on many occasions, so who knows? And that's a great drive. It's a quick single taken to mid-off by Burgess, and they get through. McAndrew's quick enough, and they take 1. 118 for 6, 35 the deficit now.
The overs, does that say -2? Are they back to -2?
They are -2,
well, that might be a thought then, because if they suddenly find themselves bowling Warwickshire out, they won't be able to get those back. So maybe they'll bring Organ in just to try and get that -2 off the board.
That might be a possibility then, I suppose. I didn't actually I did notice that earlier, but I'm thought they...
surprised, I must admit.
And that's left alone by Dawson. Looking for an appeal there. It's tried to be padded away by McAndrew, and it's carried through to first slip in the end. And Dawson was half interested.
He knows he can't get LBW for that.
But
pitched well outside leg stump.
He wants it anyway. They're on the hunt, Hampshire. They've just decided to go against all rules, and same thing again. That's been padded away to short cover, sorry. And there's some interesting appeals going on, but none of these are out, and that was more or less out than the last one.
I think there was quite a grumpy not out from the umpire. Then we could hear it from here. Yeah.
Anyway, that's the end of the over. 59 overs gone in this innings. Deficit of 35. Warwickshire 118 for 6.
Hampshire getting there. I could do it in 4 more balls. So say, I'm a bit surprised by that -2, and whether they can negotiate that off. No doubt I would imagine that they'll be talking to the umpire and umpires just checking where they are. Sometimes what's in the scoreboard, the players are told something slightly different.
Yeah, maybe it's just 1 or something, and then they're not too worried about it. But Abbas has bowled his overs, and now he's going to take a little rest. By the looks of things, he just strolled off the wicket, so it means that there is a sub-fielder on. I think it would be Scott Curry. Usually comes in. He thinks he stood at mid-off now.
So that's a relief for Warwickshire. They've got rid of Abbas. They've only got Kyle Abbott now bowling at them.
We haven't seen Barker yet, have we?
No.
Since lunch.
He's still to come as well, so really no respite for Warwickshire. It's a very good attack, and that is a drop. It was a difficult chance. Keith Parker was a striker, not a goalkeeper, and he dived to his right there, got his hands to it, but could only tip it round the post. And they get 2. It was a miss-hit shot from Burgess. It was in the air. It was, well, perhaps he's perfectly athletic, Keith Parker, but even more athletic fielder, if you like, more supple fielder, perhaps. Might have had a chance, but...
I think he'd be disappointed though, because he did all the hard work. He managed to get across the ground well enough, and he got 2 hands to it. Like you say, he just tipped it round the post.
So 2 to Burgess, but nothing to discourage Hampshire really with that.
Chance missed.
And, Abbott into bowl, and Burgess pushes out the offside. There's no run. Well, yeah, I suppose when Burgess is 140 not out, they'll look back on that. I think that's a turning point in the game.
Yeah, the goalkeeper style dive from Keith Parker did not save him. Well, it did save him. Didn't save Hampshire.
33 the deficit. Can Warwickshire even wipe that out? That's not a certainty by any means.
We keep the pressure on here from Hampshire. Keep working away at these batters.
Abbott in again. Burgess hits that one's better off his toes, but it doesn't beat the inner field, so he doesn't get a run.
There's lots of noise out there now from Hampshire. You can hear them. Although I'm not actually sure if that's the players or the crowd now. There are some vocal crowd members.
Well, will be
maybe a combination.
Fully predict they'll be happy by the end of the day, because for all Warwickshire shown a little bit of fight, Hampshire are being ruthless and getting towards it. That's an edge from Burgess, but it's along the ground, and it's fielded at backward point by Donald.
No harm done. I've just noticed that Dom Sibley is on about his 18th lap.
He does do a few
out.
walks, yeah.
I just watched him go round and round. Is that so? Does he do a lap for every run that he feels like he's missed?
Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, that was a big wicket when he went.
I don't know if he's been walking consistently since he's been out, or I've only noticed sort of since after lunch.
Don't know what Warwickshire's plans are, whether they go straight home if they lose tonight or whether they stay. That one is an inside edge and goes down to like a square leg for a single. Burgess onto 7, rather unconvincing 7, but he's still there, 121 for 6. 32 behind now. Nathan McAndrew's got half centuries in his last 2 innings for Warwickshire, one of them unbeaten. Plus a century for Australia, not a century, a 92 for Australia, eh? 3 men going out on the boundary. They feel he might be tempted to try and hook or pull something. The leg side boundary.
Yeah, we haven't seen that much short pitch bowling. The short ball plan, as it were, this innings.
And that was pitched up, and he turns it around onto the onside for no run. End of the over, 121 for 6. And Hampshire still have 32 first innings runs to play with.
They do indeed. Organ's stopped warming up now, which makes me feel like Dawson's going to continue. But James Vince is talking to the umpire about the ball once more. No, Organ is going to bowl. I thought he might do. He's given his hat to the umpire. They were looking at the ball, but it's been thrown back to Felix Organ. He's going to bowl to these right-handers. He's going to bowl into that little patch of rough that we were describing earlier. If you can see that on the live picture feed, it's just a little bit full though. But see if Felix Organ can put some pressure on these batters, these right-handers, bowling it, spinning it hard back into them. Going to have a slight field change. There won't be 4 men round the back. Looks like there'll be 3.
He's going for another lap, Tom Sibley.
He's committed to it, fully committed to the laps.
Maybe he's on a sponsored walk.
Maybe. Raising money for charity.
So
Felix Organ, from this hotel end, he's got a deep square, deep cover, and a mid-on that sort of, if there was a circle, he'd be on it. But of course there isn't in these county championship games. He's got a short leg and a slip as catches, and almost like a catching mid-wicket also on the leg side. He's in now, and that's back of a length. He's pushed that to that mid-wicket fielder, and there is no run. Michael Burgess, 7 from 22 deliveries. He's in again. Organ shining the ball. Stands tall at the end of his run-up. Or his walk-up. Trot-up, whatever you want to call it. And that's straight. That's swept fine by Burgess. They're going to pick up at least one. It's a good-looking shot. And that will be 4. James Fuller cannot get round. And that's a good-looking shot from Michael Burgess. Decides to sweep that one nice and fine. And he picks up 4. He's 11 now. And Warwickshire 125 for 6. The deficit 28.
Got 2 naturally aggressive batters here. I just wonder whether they might start thinking that's not much to lose now. Let's just have a blast and see if they can get some quick runs and maybe just get Warwickshire ahead.
That's what they'll be trying to look to do. Organ needs to get this ball fuller and outside off stump. That's a bit better. It's slapped, though it's too short. I say it's a bit better, it's actually not. It's been slapped through mid-wicket, and that's another boundary. And the pressure's being released here. Michael Burgess 15 now. Warwickshire 129, and that's 2 loose deliveries from Felix Organ. He's got his hands on his hips and he's not happy. And I don't think his team would be either after we've caused so much pressure. It's not the best delivery as Liam Dawson has to fetch that from the rope. But he's in again. He's 8 off the last 2 deliveries as Burgess. Can he find some momentum? That's swept again. That's swept. And it will be... Well, I don't even know where that's gone. It's gone 4. 4 through mid-wicket. I just completely lost it for a second then. I knew he slog swept it, but I wasn't quite sure where it went. And James Fuller's going to have to collect that one from the boundary. That's three boundaries on the trot.
He is batting and score very quickly, Michael Burgess. He's got 14 sixes this season. I think they came pretty much in one innings. Burgess. It's
a field change. There's a deep wicket, mid-wicket in place now, and that's outside of the off stump. That's driven out to deep cover. Burgess again, he's straying his line now to the offside, is Organ. He's been put under pressure this over. 13 from it so far, 1 ball to go.
Burgess got 178 against Surrey and 170 against Essex at Edgbaston, both of them. And in both cases, carry on with this after this ball.
The suspense is killing me.
It's not that exciting.
As Organ's in again, it's a Fuller delivery in defence. That's a better line and length from Felix Organ. Good finish to the over. 134 for 6. McAndrew on none. Burgess now 20 from 25. He's racing along. And the deficit now only 19 for Warwickshire.
Both cases he relied on Ollie Hammond-Dolby, the number 11 batters, great job to do, staying with him for a very long time. And Ollie was blocking at one end and Burgess was walloping the ball at the other. And worked very well. So
I love those situations though, because you just think if Hammond-Dolby did make a mistake in that situation, it's just ruined it. You know, Burgess has done all that hard work, and you know, it's ruined so quickly.
Of course, Hammond-Dolby's been promoted to 10 for this game, so
what a treat!
He'll be in 2 more wickets down as Burgess pushes out into the offside for no run. Danny Briggs to come next for Warwickshire, then Ollie Hammond-Dolby, and then the inexperienced George Garrett, who was out very quickly in the first innings. So there's not a lot left for Warwickshire, but McAndrew did do it in the first innings, and Burgess is showing a bit of intent here.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see whether Organ gets another over after leaking 13 from that one. It seems like Burgess liked the ball spinning back into it, and he's able to clear that front leg and target that leg side. So it'd be interesting.
Yeah, Abbott comes into bowl, and that's a bit of inside edge of the onside. I wonder, would you be tempted as captain to give him one more just to see if Burgess gets a bit carried away and makes a mistake?
I don't know whether I would.
Fair enough.
Kevin James is also saying absolutely not.
Okay. Just a thought.
But yeah, it'd be interesting to see whether he does it or not. I don't think he bowled well enough. I think there was nothing. Dawson was doing nothing wrong. Was getting the ball to turn out of that rough, and even though we, you know, queried that plan earlier, I think it worked very well, and they didn't look as comfortable against it.
This one, Burgess leaves decently. It nipped back a little bit, but I think he was always confident that was going to miss. Taken by Ben Brown. 134 for 6, so got the deficit down to 19. As I say, this would be an absolute thriller now if they were chasing 153 to win.
It would be, but instead there's a different game on our hands.
Right, so
they've got to bat as long as possible here, but I like the intent shown by Burgess. Just put the pressure back on these Hampshire bowlers and fielders.
Yeah, almost into nothing to lose territory, aren't they, really? As Burgess hits him high on the bat, but he controls it, plays it into the ground, no run. And
he definitely looked more comfortable against Organ than he does here against Abbott. He's bowled nicely here, Abbott. 0 for 42. It's 18.4 overs. He's having a good chat with Keith Barker now as they walk back to the top of his mark together.
I think he summoned Keith Barker actually.
Oh, did he?
He wanted to say something to him, ask
Maybe
ask
why
him
did
some
you
advice.
drop? Why did you drop that catch about 2 overs before?
I'd like to think it wasn't that. That would be a bit harsh. Comes into bowl now. And that's, I keep losing track. It is me, isn't it? That's a hit off his toes to mid-wicket for no run.
That's okay. The heat's getting to both
well,
of us now,
I'm due a break anyway in a moment, so I think we're going to swap round, are we? Is that the idea, Kevin? So Charlotte will leave us for a split second while Kevin jumps in and then take my place. Will we be here tomorrow? It's looking less likely, still possible though. It's last ball of the over, and Burgess plays it onto the onside, doing it. Both hands in the air there. Abbott thinks he almost got that through, but Burgess plays it. So after the carnage of the previous over, that's a maiden from Kyle Abbott. Every maiden is displayed gallantly on the scoreboard here. The big letters in big letters says maiden over, and then there's the bowler's name in yellow print and their bowling figures, which is great, except it takes a score off the scoreboard. 134 for 6.
How many off that previous over from
was it 3 fours?
Was it only 3 fours? Gosh.
I want to think
it was only 13, gosh. Anyway. No, Charlotte's not on. It's you. That's all right. We're doing half hours, aren't we, this afternoon? You remember the last couple of days? Remember the last couple of days?
I can't remember.
So, Dawson is back. There's not a surprise. There's bowling to McAndrew, who's yet to get off the mark, actually. I mean, he's another positive player when he gets going. The fielder, Keith Barker, is pushed back at deep backward point for the reverse sweep, but still 4 men around the bat as that's kicked away. In fact, it's missed. And fortunately, Ben Brown gets some glove on that. Otherwise, that would have been buys down the leg side. Maybe even wides. Oh, it's a wide. It's been given a wide. Has been given a wide. The umpire has decided that this is quite negative bowling if it is down the leg side. And that's kicked away by McAndrew. Everybody's getting excited, but McAndrew's got his bat right behind his body and well away from any danger. Dawson is into his 14th over here. Over the wicket again. And bowls, and it's turned away square on the leg side. So McAndrew is off the mark. 136 for 6. The deficit now is 17. How exciting it is as Warwickshire close in on parity. It's been hard work. 4 wickets have fallen this afternoon. I'll do a very quick 30-second summary and go through those. If I've got time, of course, in 30 seconds. Over the wicket, and let's play in a missing. I'm trying to play a conventional forward defensive to that. Just turning a bit out of the rough past the outside edge. I think you said earlier Burgess was just getting into a little bit of a pickle, kicking it away. Again, as I say, some butters make it look easier than others. Yeah. Alex Davis made kicking it away look second nature. Dawson bowls, Burgess on the back foot, hits that into the ground. They'll take a quick single as it goes out towards extra cover. Throw comes in from Abbott. Another single, 137 for 6 Warwickshire in their second innings. We've still got another 7 overs to do after this before we head into the tea break. And here's that quick update. Well, Hampshire are slowly working themselves through this Warwickshire second innings. They've taken 6 wickets now, 137 for 6 now, Warwickshire, and they are just 16 runs behind. It's been slow going. It's not the sort of pitch where you can come in and bish it around. But 4 wickets have been taken this afternoon since lunch. Dan Mosley, LBW to Dawson for 11. Will Rhodes went the same way for 3. And Mohammed Abbas has picked up a couple of wickets. Matthew Lamb bowled for 18, one that nipped back. We haven't seen too many of these on this docile pitch. And Alex Davis, who played really well for his 46, chipped Mohammed Abbas to point and was caught by Donald. So 139 for 6, Warwickshire trail by 14.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Live online
2 there for McAndrew to complete that over.
Now, this week.
So it'll be Abbott to continue.
I'm very worried about that over rate because, you know, I mean, it looks like...
It's surprising, isn't it?
Yeah.
And
Hampshire don't get another chance to bowl after
well,
this.
exactly. That's the thing. And these last few wickets would have go quickly.
It might have been that Organ was coming on to help with that.
Well, that's what I thought.
And maybe Dawson from the pavilion end, and tactics have to be switched.
Problem is, it doesn't speed the game up much if the ball keeps going to the boundary, which it did in that over. Well, they've just got to get on with it here, Hampshire, really. Abbott comes into bowl, and a bit of an inside edge from McAndrew, but no run.
Yeah, so that may well have been the tactic. Bring Dawson on at the pavilion end. A few overs of Felix Organ, but actually been hit out of the attack. Organ. Nightmare.
139 for 6. Next target to get the deficit out of the way. And let's see if they can beat their first inning score of 217. It's a tight lead by Burgess, that one. Inevitable head and hands, but I think there was some cause for it on that occasion. That didn't look as if it went past off stop by all that much.
I think it's just a matter now of how far Warwickshire get in front. I mean, it may just be tricky. I'm just wondering what even a tricky total will be, because there's pressure on, even if you're chasing 70.
Yeah, there could be some dramas, but they'd get 70.
Well, I'd like to think so, Clive, but I don't know, there's a lot riding on it.
They'd get 70 even if you and Charlotte were opening.
And you.
And me coming in at number 3. Yeah, that one's pushed out to the offside for no run.
Oh dear.
100, even then you'd expect them to get it, but I suppose psychologically at 100, you lose a few early wickets, it can become a bit nervy. I mean, the thing they've got in their favour, they've got no time pressure, have they? They're not going to be thinking, oh, we've got to get these quickly.
I'm thinking of Hannon Dolby with a couple of those balls that shape away, and the nip backer. He got a couple of big wickets, didn't he, with the nip backer?
They've got to get there first of all. It shouldn't be fair, no, by any means. That's driven down the ground, and that hit the shins of Abbott. And he gets no run, so I'm looking at a decent shot from Burgess there.
Liam Dawson on 92 out with that nip backer from Hannon Dolby. That was a really good delivery. I'm just thinking. I don't know.
Well, I mean, what should we thinking now? Let's get something that we can bowl out. Who knows? Stranger things have happened, but they've got to get there first. So they've got to wipe out these 14 runs before they start totting up the lead. That's short, and Burgess says, "Yeah, I'll have that."
Oh,
and has hit it straight to mid-wicket. Was he dropped?
Don't think
the ball
so.
went very fast. I thought I was looking towards the boundary.
So was I. I thought the fielders weren't moving, literally, because the ball was hit so well. I just wondered if it hit him. Oh, it did hit him on the hand. I think that's Ian Holland at mid-wicket.
I mean, he wouldn't have had time to react there.
No.
We're not going to see a replay of it, but but just be a bit frustrated by that one.
Plays that shot well, doesn't he?
Neither another batter's been in very good form this season. And again, despite getting a duck in the first innings here. Abbott into bowl. That's short, and he's hit that one away. And again, he's denied by the fielder. It's frustrating for Burgess. 2 well-struck shots, and he's got nothing for them. That was a substitute fielder, wasn't it? Scott Curry has stopped that one,
Was
I
he
think.
out there again? Yeah. Who's that? Oh, for Bass, probably. Can't see him out there at the moment. Looks like he's just coming back on, actually, and Scott Curry's making his way off. Scott Curry's a very, very good slip fielder. I think as a sub fielder, if you see him in the slips, you need to worry. He's very good in there. Not getting much of a game for Hampshire at the moment. But good bowling all-rounder, the youngster. But others ahead of him in the pecking order at the moment. Dawson will continue from our commentary end, the very hot camera gantry end. Could have another day of this yet, Clive, the hot weather up here.
Yeah. Well, I suppose if they get to tea, can they carry it into the final day? They've still got a lot to do to take it to the final day.
Yeah, I agree. It Depends on how they play Dawson coming over the wicket. It's uncanny how some of them are still trying to play normally, even when the ball's pitching outside leg stump. But we've explained all that earlier. As Dawson comes in and tries to flick that away, gets wrapped on the pad. As I say, some batters quite happily kick it away and make it look easy, like Alex Davis. I think he kicked the ball away about as well as I've seen anybody do this season, and maybe for a few seasons recently. But others, they seem to just like to still play it. And of course, you run the risk of it just spitting out of the rough a little bit. On the back foot there, plays it just past short leg. They'll take a single. McAndrew moves on to 4. 13 the deficit between these two sides now. Brings Burgess back on strike. Being very positive, 21 from 39. Just waiting for the fielder to get in short. I think that's Donald. 4 men still round the bat as Dawson over the wicket again. That's kicked away by Burgess. Quite full outside leg stump, that one. So just to repeat, Abbas back on the field. Good spell from him this afternoon. I'll calculate that in a moment. 2 important wickets as far as Hampshire are concerned. I'm sure they'll be trying to wrap it up today if they can, and that's turned and gone over the top of the stumps. But again, you see, that's a batter playing at a ball when you know, somebody like a Davis would have just stood there in front of the stumps, a bit like French cricket, and just let him hit the pad because he knows he's pitching outside leg.
And he almost fell forward, risking the stumping there.
Fascinating stuff here. Dawson deliberately targeting that rough outside the leg stump. Bowls, that is kicked away, that's good. That's exactly how to play it.
He's on another lap, Dom Sibley.
Who's he walking around with, physio?
I don't know who that is, to be honest.
Here comes Dawson again, runs away from us and bowls. That's kicked away again, perfect. Get the bat out of the way, put the pad right in front of the ball, and that's the end of the over. 140 for 6. Burgess has 21, McAndrew 4. And that is a situation where Warwickshire are 13 behind.
Well, they certainly battled today, Warwickshire, but this Hampshire attack does look a very good one. A lot of people spotted that at the start of the season. We're tipping Hampshire for honours. Let's see how the other challengers are doing. So Lancashire, no, it looks like they did, Lancashire 4-2-2 for 2. I think they did get maximum batting points. But to actually win the game from there, I suppose, I mean, they're only 2 wickets down. They could surge ahead and then put Somerset under pressure. 4th innings, third innings potentially. Surrey, I've also got maximum batting points. They had, so Lancashire must have gone some actually, because they were quite a way behind it, but they must have gone some to get there. And Surrey have also got maximum batting points, 410 for 6, and that's 111 behind Yorkshire.
Some runs around, isn't there?
There are some runs around. Also, you need 40 more to beat Middlesex, 3 wickets down. So they're tantalisingly close to a win. We're going to see Ian Holland into bowl.
First time in the game.
Yeah.
Right on medium pacer.
Will he speed the over rate? Is this partly that, do you think?
Somebody's got to. I'd have a bass bowling off spin at the moment if it could.
Only 15 overs from the new ball, of course. That's played by McAndrew out into the deep for a single. He's on to 5. So the rate they've been going, they'll be about 20 ahead if they're still there when the new ball is required. So quick blast of the new ball could wrap it up and leave Hampshire a modest target to chase.
Well, these two can bat though, can't they?
They can. McAndrew's found some new confidence with the bat lately. Burgess certainly can. And Danny Briggs still to come. That's the next mainstay. After that, that's play back to the bowler. There's no run. Impressive that Ollie Hallandobby has been with the bat this season. You have to say once I get past Danny Briggs or whoever's with him, then they'll be nearly there, you'd think, Hampshire.
I've just calculated Abbas's figures this afternoon. A spell of 5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 12.
And I mean, he got a wicket with a bad ball, but in some ways it was a reward for good bowling. That's short and it's pulled by Burgess for a single. I just think it's such a rare bad ball that Alex Davis is thinking, blimey, it's a bad ball, I've got to hit that. And he's tempting, hits it straight to the fielder, but snatches at it maybe a little bit.
Yeah.
He couldn't believe it, Alex Davis, could he? Could not believe it. After all that hard work to get out like that.
Distraught. It looked like somebody had just walked on the pitch and said, "You're leaving Warwickshire at the end of the season."
So in comes Holland to bowl. That's driven by McAndrew. Elegant looking drive, but it doesn't turn him a run.
154 balls for his 46.
Yeah.
He batted, I have to say, he batted seriously well, I thought. Great concentration. Oh dear, the ball's...
Oh no, here we go.
No, it's not.
I know, she wants to hand in the umpire something. So, actually this ball's not alright, we've only changed it once, haven't we?
Was that this morning?
Yeah, was that about 20 overs in or something?
Yeah, 25.3.
Yeah. In comes Holland. Oh, that wraps him on the pads. Holland's appealing. He's not getting a huge amount of support, so not from Ben Brown, the wicket-keeper. Not out is the call.
And it didn't look stone dead, did it? Probably just going down the leg side a little bit there, angled into the right-hander. A few of those, isn't there? Really, a couple from Abbott earlier on. Just angled in and just sliding down a fraction.
Next one from Holland is pushed out to backward point for no run. Tidy enough over from Ian Holland, just a couple of singles off it. And McAndrew on to 5, Burgess on to 22, Warwickshire 142 for 6, trail by 11.
Well, I hope the message is getting out there that the over rate is 2 behind, because of course that's 2 points to be deducted, and Hampshire have already had points deducted for over rate fines already this season. And you know, if Hampshire were to win this, and I think it's fairly safe to say that they are in a very, very good position, that I think it would be disappointing if a couple of those points were taken off. But at the moment, that's what will happen.
I presume they're in conversation with the umpires, and they might be just checking with the umpires what the situation actually is. And umpires might be saying, "No, you're okay."
Let's hope so.
But,
Let's hope so. With Felix Organ having been hit out of the attack, that's not ideal at all. Liam Dawson to bowl his 16th over, 2 for 22. He's over the wicket again. That's cut away by Burgess out to Barker at deep backward point. Burgess moves on to 23, 143. Sorry, 22 he moves on to, 142 for 6. Oh, he has moved on now, typical. The deficit is 10. You know your own scoreboard, don't you? And I kind of got the pace of it, and of course, typical, it's done me there. Here comes Dawson over the wicket again, kicked away by McAndrew. There'll be 3 overs till tea after this one. Pavilion clock showing 4:45. The scoreboard clock showing just about another minute or so more than that. Dawson again to McAndrew, kicks that one away, keeps the bat well out of the way behind him. That's the way to play it. And I think also, you're right about the Alex Davis situation. Maybe he just saw a ball there to hit, which he hadn't had too many of. But maybe what we were seeing here with Dawson, just continually over after over, bowling outside leg stump, and he's kicking it away. Oh, and he's wrapped on the pad. There's no point in shouting for that because that's pitched outside leg stump. And sometimes even the batter, even though he's comfortable doing that, of course he's mindful that his score's not moving. So, maybe there was a combination of Dawson's overs bowling into that rough, kicking it away, and then all of a sudden, a little while down the road, there's a ball there to hit, and probably just not quite in the right position to execute the shot. Here comes Dawson. Bowls, that's flighted, that's kicked away from full as that goes down towards the 45 on the leg side. Fielded by Ian Holland there. One of a few men in the sun hat. You've got James Fuller at deep backward square leg in a sun hat, Barker in a sun hat at deep point. That's straighter this time, so he has to play that one, McAndrew, and that's pushed quietly back to the bowler, end of the over, 143 for 6. Just 10 runs now between these two sides. McAndrew, there's 5, and Burgess, after that initial flurry, is sort of, I don't know, playing more in tune with the way the day's gone now. 23 he has.
Well, another target for Warwickshire now is 3 more overs to tea. I said if they get to tea 5 down, they'd have a smidgen of a chance. Well, 6 down, I suppose. I won't give it up, that's for sure, but I've got 3 overs to go to get there. And by that time, well, they might just be a couple of runs behind. Ian Holland to continue. And of course the new ball not that far away as well. Comes into ball to Burgess. And that's played out to the offside for no run.
Thank you to Mark Moody, who's just emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, regards Ian Holland, he had 2 overs in the first innings, says Mark. Thank you for pointing that out. Of course, I did say that deliberately to make sure you were all awake, because it has been a slow runs day. So I deliberately threw it in there to see if anybody would pick up on it, and well done to Mark. He wins the prize.
This next one is played out to the onside. There's no run.
Obviously 2 forgettable overs from Ian Holland in the first innings. I suppose it would be, wouldn't it, really? Just a couple of overs. I'm going to look it up now, actually. It's 2 overs. 1 maiden, none for 4. There you go.
This next one is pushed out to the onside by Burgess for a single.
It's all very warm up here. I'm looking forward to another session in this heat. Hasn't been enough over the last few days. What's the highest? Is it set to continue till Monday or Tuesday now?
I think the weekend is supposed to get even hotter.
Hot in Birmingham?
That's pushed out the offside. There's no run. I should ignore that.
Mind you, Hampshire actually will probably be the hottest part of the day actually when they play 2:30 against Somerset. Second semi-final. Was it the first Roses game in ever, isn't it, in the T20 history, 20 years?
Yes, apparently.
Well, Roses finals day.
Yes, I was going to say, yeah, they obviously play each other on the group stages every...
Did they have a tie this year or something?
They did. This next one is pushed out the offside for no run.
Don't normally take much notice of what happens in the North Group until the quarter-final draw, to be honest. Bit like Division 2 Championship.
Yeah. Lancashire started the competition very well. Yorkshire weren't I mean, they're quite lucky to be through. They're only through because of Leicestershire's ill discipline.
Oh, yeah.
And this one is pushed back to the bowler for no run by McAndrew. 144 for 6.
Nick Jenkins makes a good point on the tweets at Solent Sport. He says at least kicking the ball away means you quickly get through the over. That's very true. The only thing is they probably need to kick Ian Holland away as well for Hampshire to get through this, because it's rather worrying. As Clive says, maybe there's something with the umpires, but I don't know. I detect they've been a bit stricter this year with over 8s. Do you detect that?
I haven't really. I don't think Warwickshire have fallen foul of it yet this season. So I'm particularly aware of it.
No. It's maybe because we're always behind. I've noticed it. Mind you, we haven't got Fidel Edwards anymore. That's kicked away again at the start of a new over from Liam Dawson. Actually, that's just reminded me, and I didn't notice at lunchtime, if indeed it happened. So if somebody is listening or watching on the live picture feed, there was supposed to be something for Fidel Edwards at lunchtime today. Let me just call it up. Off the back foot, and that's stroked into the gap in the covers. Keith Barker, initially slow to come in off the boundary, comes in a little quicker, keeps it down to a single, and there is no run. I know there's a benefit game for Fidel Edwards tomorrow at Hartley Wintley Cricket Club. It was a real shame actually, because I think COVID prevented Fidel's last season here, so he didn't come over in 2020. Here comes Dawson over the wicket, kicked away by McAndrew out on the leg side, and I think there was a presentation for Fidel at lunchtime. There was anyway, there was meant to be, but because I wasn't looking, I'm not sure if it actually took place. So if anybody knows that it did or didn't, can you let us know at Solent Sports, solentcricket@gmail.com.
Do you know what? I think I might have seen him in the hotel this morning.
Ah, right. So he's definitely around. So
well,
that's good news.
I might be wrong, but I saw Olihan Dobby talking to somebody who was sort of in vaguely cricketing type gear at breakfast.
Yeah.
And Ollie said to him, don't forget to come into our changing room, not Hampshire's when you visit. So.
Well, that's good.
So
right.
that might well have been him.
Yeah. Oh, good. Oh. Now he's round the wicket now, Dawson, to McAndrew, who prods forward out on the offside. I'll just call it up because yeah, there was only some notice on Tuesday actually about all this. I think other people would have known, but I didn't see it until it was actually posted. Here's a nice drive by McAndrew out towards short extra cover.
Coming round the wicket now. See Dawson.
Yeah, testimonial match at 3 o'clock at Hartley Whitney. I think some of the players would have been lined up for that, but of course they're at T20 finals day, so not quite sure what that will happen. But I think there was something that was supposed to happen at lunchtime today. So anyway, it'd be nice to bump into him if he's around. Another drive up towards mid-off by McAndrew, and that'll be the end of the over. Just one run off that one. We've got 1 over to do until tea, and Warwickshire at 145 for 6 are just 8 runs behind. So
the more half-empty Warwickshire fans who might have muttered as we all over by tea. Actually, one person, I won't say who it was.
Me?
You might get, no. Something to do with Warwickshire, you might get into trouble for saying it was going to be all over by tea. Looks like they're going to be proven wrong. Well, they are going to be proven wrong.
That's what the game's all about, isn't it? Proving people wrong. Yeah. It is what it's all about.
Last over before tea. It's still been a decent session from Hampshire. They're having to be patient, and credit to Warwickshire for that, but they are being patient, and they'll still have their tea thinking, we've got a bit more work to do, but no worries. We're paid to do that. And the win is still very much within Hampshire's grasp. And it's Holland to continue. Right arm over the bowl. That's pushed out to mid-off. There's no run. And no doubt at tea they will have a chat with the umpires, scorers, find out where exactly they are in terms of over-rate Hampshire.
Somebody needs to be good at negotiating.
Yes.
Send your best negotiator out.
In comes Holland, and that's come off, I think, the thigh pad. Now he's got a bit of a nick on it. Down to fine leg for 4. Burgess, 4 welcome runs for Warwickshire, and 1 more of those, and Hampshire will know they'll have to bat. 149 for 6. I remember the Yorkshire scorer, John Potter, lovely chap, and he got a bit offended when it was the Yorkshire press saying to him, don't worry about the over rate. John will negotiate that away. Took exception to that. But he did seem to be pretty good at it. That's a hit off his toes by Burgess, who's got a single there. And, well, it's a decent effort from Burgess. 150 is up for Warwickshire. Warwickshire supporters applaud it enthusiastically. They are battling here, and they're still not completely out of the game.
No, definitely not.
So
these two are more than capable of getting big scores.
It's one is driven by McAndrew, but straight to a fielder. There's no run. I think that was 417 balls, so the third 50 has taken 113. So actually, that's the quickest of the innings. They're rattling along. And they're nearly at tea. 2 more balls to survive. Can Holland make the breakthrough? At least he's not conceding too many runs. Rather unfortunate for this one. I suppose he did stray down the leg side slightly, but that one's played back to him. There's no run. Still only 8 runs conceded in 17 balls. And here we go in the last ball of the session. Another fascinating session, and that's pushed away by McAndrew. There's no run. Warwickshire survive, but they're still up against it. They're still 3 behind at 150 for 6. Michael Burgess on 30, McAndrew on 5, and Hampshire taking 4 wickets in the session. 2 to Liam Dawson, 2 to Mohammed Abbas, and Warwickshire 150 for 6 at tea.
We'll take a quick break, and we'll be back in just under 20 minutes. Time with myself, Kevin James, Clive Eakin, and Charlotte Taylor. And we are just a few minutes, probably were because it's warm everywhere. We are a few minutes away from getting the evening session underway on day 3 of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Warwickshire. The state of play, as we go into these final 32 overs, assuming we go through that far, is that Warwickshire in their second innings are 150 for 6. They are almost level in the game with Hampshire. They are just 3 runs behind now. Making Hampshire bat again, and the not-out batters are Michael Burgess, who's on 30 not out. Nathan McAndrew is 5 not out. 4 wickets taken in the afternoon session, 2 by Liam Dawson, 2 by Mohammed Abbas. Alex Davis, the last to go before tea, who battled very hard, the Warwickshire opener, for 46 off 154 deliveries. That's where we are. Your commentary team this evening. A little later, you'll hear from Charlotte Taylor, the Southern Vipers off spinner, but myself and Clive Eakin to take you through this session as that's kicked away, or for this first little bit anyway, by Michael Burgess. Harmlessly goes out on the offside, and there's no run.
The good news for Hampshire is the over 8 is now saying level, so that's not an issue now.
Thank goodness.
Lucky Hampshire.
Yes, oh, they always say that. Oh, that's bounced. Oh, is he called silly mid off? No, says the umpire, it's come off his hand. Not his hand, his arm. If it was off his hand, he'd be gone. Just bounced out the rough. Just to say, if you were with us just before the tea break, and I said that I thought there was a presentation for the former Hampshire fast bowler and West Indian fast bowler Fidel Edwards. Well, it actually took place at tea time in front of the pavilion, and we're a long way away from it, but it looked very nice. All the players came down, and he was presented with something. I couldn't see that far away, but it's nice that Fidel's on the ground as that's kicked away by Burgess, and that goes out on the leg side. So, as I said earlier, that his last year at Hampshire cut short because of COVID, wasn't able to get over here, but was a very, very popular member of the side, and there is a game for him at Hartley Whitney Cricket Club in the north of Hampshire. Tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock, if you are so inclined to go along. That's played out on the offside, and there's no run.
Looking elsewhere, sort of assuming that Lancashire and Surrey might struggle to win their games, that Lancashire are giving themselves some sort of chance by batting really big in the first innings.
Dawson over the wicket again. 3 men round the bat. There was 4 before tea. That's cut away by Burgess, giving himself some room. Hits that away on the offside, goes out to Barker at deep backward square, and that is 151 for 6.
They are 454 for 2. That must be fun for the fielders on a hot day, chasing that around in Southport. Keaton Jennings is unbeaten on a couple of hundred, and they lead by 8 runs.
Bet the commentators are having a fun time on that as well. I'd like to listen to that. That's kicked away on the leg side, to see if they're keeping going. Because when I saw a picture of them actually commentating, they looked like they were outside as well, no shade. Did you see that?
I haven't seen the picture, but I know it can be like that on those sort of grounds. Sorry, I mean, unless they can bowl Yorkshire out cheaply in the third innings, they're 438 for 7, so they're still 83 behind on first innings. Both Surrey and Lancashire did get maximum batting points, but still, of the 3, Hampshire have the best chance of winning. They need to wrap up this Warwickshire innings. 2 is the deficit now. And we are going to see James Fuller in the attack. Bowling to Burgess, who batted positively before tea. 31 he's on. And they're going to, at some point, tempt him with a short one, I think. There's 3 men on the leg side, deep boundary. So, Fuller yet to get a wicket this innings. Turns, bowls. Oh, that is a bouncer, but it's one that Burgess just has to lean back and see go past him. 151 for 6. Warwickshire.
A new ball.
Yes.
Just over 8 overs away.
Indeed. So whether Warwickshire thinking we've got to get as many runs as we can before then, or whether they'll just keep playing each delivery on its merits. That's a little push out and run there from Burgess. Good play, just pushed it into the offside. There's a little gap there. He's able to get through for a single. He's on to 32, 152 for 6. We're almost there from Warwickshire's point of view in terms of the First innings deficit. I wonder if there are any Warwickshire supporters in the ground. You'll hear them applaud shortly, I think. Probably not cheer, but applaud. So, Fuller to McAndrew. Short, McAndrew pulls it, and Hampshire will have to bat again. A single from McAndrew wipes out the first innings deficit. If Fuller now takes, well, he can't because he's only got 3 balls left, but if Hampshire now take 4 wickets in 4 balls, they'll be chasing 1 to win.
Bit like
Awkward 1.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, down at Somerset, where Hampshire needed 1 when they went out to bat for a second time, it was the worst 1 run to win a game ever, because Felix Organ, I forget, faced one of the seamers and played this horrible chip over mid-off.
That one is short, it's pulled, and the field is out in the deep. It's a controlled pull shot into the ground by Burgess. So Warwickshire now surge ahead at 154 for 6. They lead by 1.
Well, we've said that, I mean, these two can bat. And McAndrew, I thought, played very nicely for his 63 in the first innings. Burgess, of course, Warwickshire supporters know how well he can play. He's had a good season. It's not inconceivable that these two can dig in. Well, they're a bit, they don't bat like they dig in, do they? But
that one's played out to mid-on. There's no run. Yeah,
these two can quite easily put on a few, and then, I mean, Briggs.
Well, you also wonder how they'll go. Will McAndrew and Burgess think let's play really positively and see if we can get a quick 70 or something, and then maybe eke out a few more from the tail. They won't have given it up by any means. They won't have packed their bags just yet.
Oh no.
He's not within sight of the coach anyway. This next one is short and it's played into the ground by McAndrew, and so just got 3 singles that over. McAndrew under 6, Burgess under 33. Tick it along. They lead by 1 at 154 for 6.
Now about the over rate, which Clive pointed out earlier that it's gone to level. Alan Mills, the Hampshire scorer, has just emailed me actually. sonofcricket@gmail.com. He says he can only change the over rates when the umpires give him the figures. This is normally at the end of each session, so that's right. Yeah, that's right. Thank you, Alan, for clarifying that. He's really good actually. He does from time to time email me and just make sure that I'm on the straight and narrow. So yeah, there's confirmation. So Dawson over the wicket again. Is going to be bowling to Michael Burgess, who's on 33. Short leg, silly mid-off and slip. Again, he's going to attack that rough outside the leg start bowls. It's very full. Hit into the ground and pushed out into the covers. No run.
Well, 10 minutes of me is enough for anyone, so I'm going to bring Charlotte in.
Thank you very much. Dawson's got a deep backward square leg, and mid-on is fairly deep. So that's a Bass on the back foot there. Burgess just strokes it out to Felix Organ's left hand. They don't take a single. Joe on the ground's just pointed out the over rates level. See, all the Hampshire fans have been looking at that. They probably look at that more than any other number on the scoreboard, because minuses means points deducted. That's driven out into the covers. Barker comes round from backward of square. That'll be 2 more to the Warwickshire total. So all these runs now are in credit for the visitors here. And as I said, you just never know.
You don't ever.
80, 90. You just never know what might be a tricky total. But it hasn't really spun. It's certainly not spun out of straight. Not really. A couple have gone out of the rough, but it's never been bad. That's kicked away by
He's been practicing that kick, hasn't he, Burgess?
Yeah. Plays it well.
Didn't look like he wanted to earlier.
He played at it, didn't he, early? Yeah, he did. But has decided that
kicking is the way
probably
forward.
got to measure it now. But that's straight, so he does play it. Plays out towards extra cover. It, as I say, even the fact that Dawson got a couple of wickets this afternoon, that was against the left-handers with it turning out the rough. The right-handers with this angle, as that's played out just behind square on the offside, that'll be the end of the over. But Danny Briggs had this sort of line as well for a little while. In fact, Ben Brown actually swept him really well. Actually made it look very easy, the sweep shot, which it isn't, of course. Although I suppose you'll be practicing that tonight from 6 o'clock with the Vipers.
Absolutely.
You'll be practicing your sweep.
I don't ever get it out really.
Do you not?
More like I can deal with a little paddle sweep.
Oh, good, yeah.
But I don't know whether it's my short arms or I'm not going to give my weaknesses away.
Are you not?
However,
What, in case anybody from
anyone figures out that
Lightning's listening?
in case they figure out that I can't sweep. But if I'm gonna,
To be honest, the minute you go to play it, I think they'll work it out.
But if I'm needed to sweep and reverse and do all this kind of stuff on Saturday, batting number 11, we should be a bit worried what's happened above.
Agreed. Yeah, you shouldn't be needing to bat. We're going to have a ball change again, everybody. Although I say again, we've only had one today. And
You sound like that was like a shock.
Well, to be honest, if this is the second ball change, which I think it's going to be very much, then actually to have two at this stage in the day actually is not too bad, actually.
No. Okay, we'll take that,
Yeah, we'll take that. Honestly, I can't tell you how many there's been over the course of the matches.
Well, it's this season, isn't it? There's something about the person that was weaving the ball. Is that what they do? Do they weave the seam? Or something? Stitched it, that's it.
That's the one.
I don't know what would be weaving. It's a bit of a worry, isn't it? But
that's probably what the problem is.
Because they were weaving rather than stitching. But the person that was stitching it wasn't stitching it tight enough. Was the discussion that was being had, wasn't it?
Correct.
So.
And I think some of the old balls sent back to be restitched, do they?
Yeah.
I think I heard that.
They weren't doing a good enough job. As Filler comes in, and that's cut sharply to backward point. Good bit of fielding by Donald. That was very sharp, actually. He's done very well to stop that. There was cover, though. There is a third man on the boundary. Carl Abbott stretching down there. But it probably would have beaten him if it got through. Strong shot from McAndrew.
I'll be doing a quick 30-second update in a moment. Trying to do a summary of what's been happening. Well, most of the day anyway.
Fuller's in again then to McAndrew. That's short and just clipped off his hip into the leg side. There'll be no run as Vince does the fielding at mid-wicket.
Yeah, looks like there's not too much going on for this ball either. As mind you, I mean, there must have been a very old ball in the box.
A 72.2 or 73.2 over.
73.2. I can't believe any balls in that box have reached that far. If they are, they must be all square.
Yeah. Oh dear. Potentially. Do you want to take over, just in case?
Yeah, I'll do that, yeah. Fuller from that pavilion end comes in and bowls short, and he pulls it into the ground there, McAndrew. He's waiting for it. Didn't really get hold of that at all. Yeah, I think he was into that a little too early. It was almost like he toe-ended that. Trying to pull that away. There are two men out there in the deep awaiting a miss hit. So just after 4:30. Let's quick hold. We're into the evening session now, and Warwickshire have a lead. They are 156 for 6 in their second innings, but that lead is just 3. Hampshire desperate to get these last 4 wickets today. We still have another day tomorrow, so there's no real need to get these 4 wickets quickly, but I think they'd like to do so if they could. But they're having to work really hard on a pitch which isn't offering a lot. There is a bit of turn out of the rough for the spinners. Liam Dawson picked up 2 this afternoon, Dan Mosley and Will Rhodes. Mohammed Abbas picked up the other 2, Matthew Lamb and Alex Davis, who played well for 46, but no wickets since tea. Warwickshire 156 for 6, lead by 3.
Thank you very much, Kevin James at the Ageas Bowl for us this afternoon.
Change of angle now from Fuller. He's going to come round the wicket to the right-hander. He's got 3 men on the rope on the leg side. One at fine square and one forward of square. And that is short, but it's outside the off stump, and Donald does the fielding at point. Doesn't look like there's any real pace to be able to
It's not, is it? Well,
get it through.
No, it's the ball. It's the
Well,
wicket,
yeah, and
isn't
that.
it, really?
So why is this plan being taken then? Why is this an option?
Well, I mean, what do you do otherwise? I mean, these two players can play. You know, there needs to be a plan. That's for sure. But well, I think because actually in the first innings, they did pepper McAndrew at times. Well, they don't say pepper, but they certainly rolled 1 or 2 short ones at him. Yeah.
And that's short again, and it's off his hip. McAndrew plays it out to deep square. Organ comes around, does the fielding. They pick up 1 more. And 158 for 6 is the score, 1 off that over, and the lead is 4.
And Burgess certainly was out to a short ball from Kyle Abbott, got surprised at it and just sort of the bat quite high, top of the bat through to Vince. at
So maybe
the slip.
maybe
so.
that is the plan then.
Oh well, I think and I think maybe because, as I say, there's nothing for the seamers out there really. I mean, when Abbas picked up those 2 wickets this afternoon, I think we were surprised. I mean, yeah, a mistake from Davis really, wasn't it? Ball that was quite wide, slapped it to Donald at backward of point. But actually, the ball he got Matthew Lamb out before that was a really good ball, wasn't it? Nipped back. But how many have we seen of those?
Yeah, not many.
It's hardly
Well,
any.
that's probably about the only one that I remember.
Yeah, I think you're right. So, that'll give you an idea of the pitch. As I say, for Dawson, he's aiming it into the rough outside the leg stump, so he's getting the ball to just misbehave a bit, but it's not outrageous, nowhere near it. It's not Chelmsford, that's for sure.
I was just going to say that.
That's kicked away by McAndrew out on the leg side. So we're into the 75th over here. Remember, the second new ball is available after 80 overs, and maybe that might just unlock these two out in the middle. Who haven't been there for too long, but they did come together at 117. Kicked away again on the leg side by McAndrew. We have just over 27 overs left on day 3. Are we going to get a result? Warwickshire lead by 4 in the game. All out 217 in the first innings. There's Dawson bowls. Oh my word, that almost crept underneath the bat. I think he was going to kick that away initially. McAndrew realised actually it was too straight to do that and too full.
Well, I think he stepped almost like right across the line of it and liked to kick it away, and then thought, oh, that's actually quite straight and I'll probably be out. So I decided to play it in the end. It was well played in the end.
It is. I mean, it is an art kicking the ball away. It plays at that one, just outside leg stump. As I say, it's not easy. Some batters find it easier to kick away than others. I thought Alex Davis was superb at it. Made it look very easy.
But it's an art form in itself, if you like, a skill, yeah.
It is. That's very full. He's going for almost the Yorker there, Dawson. I think he's expecting either maybe a sweep or he's trying to get McAndrew to kick one away. Because of course, if it's that full, it's actually pitching straight. But so far he's playing the straight balls with the bat, and even the ones just outside leg stump like that with the bat as well. End of the over. Dawson's completed 20 overs now, 2 for 27. That was a maiden. 7 maidens in those 20 overs.
Yeah, he's done phenomenally well, hasn't he, Dawson? Tying up this one end. He's bowled for a long time now. Before tea, we saw 1 over from Felix Organ that got given the treatment, spinning into the right-handers, which released a bit of pressure, and that was the 1 over experiment, and it failed, you would say. And Dawson come back to continue. So he's got a long spell here for Hampshire. And Fuller's going to continue with this short plan by the looks of things with these 3 men on the leg side. And he is going to come round the wicket again by the looks of things. To Burgess, who's waving his hand up in the air. I'm not really sure why, maybe just waving at somebody. I'm not sure what that was, but there we go. He's in now. There's Fuller, and that is short, and that's hooked. It's gone 1 bounce to Felix Organ at he's just in front of square out there, and they'll pick up 1. That's 158 for 6. Burgess moves to 35, and McAndrew's now on strike on 7, with the lead of 5 now. Warwickshire. That was not totally convincing, was it?
No, it wasn't. No, in the air. I mean, it's quite a big boundary on the leg side, isn't
and
it?
they are all the way out there. It's not, well, I say that. Organ's probably about 5 yards off the edge of the boundary, but this is the sub-fielder of Curry down there. And that's another short ball that's tucked off his hip. He's gone very, very fine. And Holland will do the fielding down here near us, and they'll pick up 1 more. McAndrew moves to 8. But these two, Scott Curry, who's sub-fielding, backward square, he's right on the boundary, as is Ian Holland at fine leg, and Organ's about 5 yards off of it at between square and mid-wicket, probably more of a mid-wicket.
Yeah. And Vince is there as well for the miss-hit, saving 1. I mean, I think we know what's going to happen with this over, don't we?
I think we do. And poor James Fuller's got to bend his back and try and do it, and he's done that. That's gone out to deep cover this time, slightly misdirected. Allows McAndrew to get through for 1. And he moves to 9. Warwickshire 161 for 6.
Not a lot of pace though, even for Fuller, who's the quickest of the Hampshire bowlers. But even when he's banging it in short, that's not really coming off with any pace, is it?
No, and I did lie. That was actually Burgess that hit that, my mistake. But no, it doesn't seem to be troubling them too much at the minute. But he's going to turn around and do the same thing we think. James Vince has now gone to a more regulation square leg, just in front of the umpire here. It is short, and it is played down to Donald, that does the fielding. Slight fumble, but it costs them nothing. Bit of width on offer.
It's a cool one for the over, that. It seemed to be that high.
No, it didn't really.
I mean, it was up there, but it's harmless enough anyway. There's nothing to do whether it's harmless or not, is it? Oh, that was high, but it was harmless bouncer.
Yeah, it's fine.
So
He's changing the angle again. He's going to come over the wicket this time to McAndrew. He turns a big turning circle and starts this run up. Runs towards us here at the Ageas Bowl. Bowls, and that is short left alone, way outside the off stump by McAndrew.
That was better, wasn't it? Went through.
Was. It did zip through a little bit more.
Yeah.
McAndrew just sort of looked at the umpire, but I don't know whether that was just coincidence. He just turned around and walked that way.
I don't see the umpire signalling anything.
No, I didn't see that, but it was well away from McAndrew, and he didn't fancy wafting his bat at it. Just let it go through. Nice carry to Ben Brown.
That was, yeah.
Probably the first one we've seen in a while that's had some really nice carry through. This dry pitch, day 3 here at the Ageas Bowl. It's short again, clipped off his hip. James Vince does the fielding just in front of square, and there is no run. 3 off that over. 160 for 6. Warwickshire with a lead of 7.
Just I don't normally mention sort of emails that I get. It's nothing to do with the cricket. It's just generally my business account. And I've just got this bizarre heading on this saying, "What your sunbathing style says about you." What is that all about?
I don't even want to know.
Well, do you know what? I'm probably going to press the delete button before I even open it up. What on earth is that
Before
about?
you learn something that you don't want to learn.
I mean, who thinks up these things?
I don't know. I really don't know.
Who goes around?
What kind of sunbathing? Surely the sunbathing styles are back or front. Surely. Are you tanning the front
I think
of
it's
your body?
the way you do it. I don't know.
Hands behind the head, maybe?
To be honest, I'm not even going to look at that email. I'm not bothered. As new over from Dawson Bowles to Burgess, and it plays back. Who thinks of these headlines and who actually does these studies?
I wouldn't even want to know. Someone that's being paid to do a really random job.
I love that. Dawson Bowles kicked away by Burgess. We are into the 77th over now, so not long before the second new ball is due. Warwickshire lead by 7. It's a small lead, but they've got some proper batters out there in the middle. Danny Briggs to come, we know, hangs around and can play and does play properly. So this is not done and dusted by any stretch of the imagination. He's on the back foot there and cracks that through extra cover. Too short there from Liam Dawson. Burgess moves on to 41, always looking for the opportunity to score runs, the Warwickshire wicket-keeper.
Yeah, that was just really short from Dawson, wasn't it? Short and wide, and I didn't think Keith Barker wanted to go and get that from sort of deep backward point. He was sort of a bit reluctant to. Looked at Felix Organ as if to say, "You're younger and fitter than I am. go and have a chase after that." But he did it in the end.
Against my better judgment, I have opened up that email. So it's kicked away on the other side. And the first line is just bizarre. That's kicked away, gone down on the 45. So it says, a space invader, sleeping beauty or fidgeter. How you behave on a sun lounger speaks volumes about your personality, according to a study published today.
Does it tell you what these things... What's
well, it does, but I'm not sure anybody's that bothered.
No.
You've
made it interesting now.
Well, I'm the only one that's actually getting bothered about it as we sort of go into talking about it. That's kicked and it goes back to Dawson. I cannot believe that anybody. Yeah, so if you're a fidgeter as a sunbather,
so you're going to go into it anyway. You've committed to it now.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, everybody, if it really is annoying. As Dawson bowls, there's a full defensive. It goes quickly out to silly point, and that's the end of the over. 164 for 6 then. Burgess has 41, McAndrew 8. And Warwickshire lead now by 11. So if you're a fidgeter, you're chaotic but lovable and will try everything on holidays, including impulsive activities. The sun-worshipping pro sees a break as an opportunity to make the best of themselves, and the workaholic just finds it difficult to relax. There you go. I'm not going to go into it anymore.
End of conversation. No discussions to be had.
Or I may do. No, I'm not. No,
surely we won't get that desperate.
Delete. No, I'll tell you why, just to make sure I'm deleted. That's it.
There we go. There's no risk then.
No, it's gone. Interesting.
For all the listeners that were interested and wanted to find out more, no more. Unless you want to dive into the junk mail.
Or you just or you just go to that study.
Yeah, absolutely. You just go and find out for yourself.
Yeah. For about 2 seconds, that was interesting.
I found it quite amusing, to be honest. Fuller starts a new over then to McAndrew, and that is short. It's way outside the off stump. And The umpires look at each other, and there is one for the over. It's way away from... Way away? A long way away from Nathan McAndrew. That's a really odd thing to say, actually. I don't know why I said that. Way away.
Well, it was a long way outside off stump, wasn't it, really? I mean, it's difficult. I mean, Fuller's trying to put so much into it. I mean, first of all, you've got to get the ball up sort of head height, and that's not easy to do. I mean, obviously, you bang it in shorter, so it does that. But at the same time, you've got to make sure there's enough pace on it as well. So,
and the direction is right.
Yeah,
so
direction,
it's a fine art as Fuller starts again, and that is Fuller from Fuller. And he turns that off his toes and into mid-wicket. James Vince does the fielding and underarms it over the pitch to Merbass, who's just going to shine that on his trousers.
This is the old-fashioned short full, isn't it? That was, he went for the Yorker there, just a bit too leg side-ish.
There's going to be a field change. James Vince is going to run across the pitch and comes into the covers. And there's a big gap now at mid-wicket. It's come into a short cover though. Not on the ring if it was there. Fuller comes in, then that's drivable. He's wafted at that one as McAndrew. Probably should have left that alone if he was being hypercritical of himself. But he went for the big swing, and luckily for him he missed it and went through to Ben Brown. And I'm not really sure why he played at that, really. There was no real fortune. James Vince just plopped himself in there, and it's not like the cover region was completely open for that drive to bring some runs.
Well, you get too preoccupied, don't you, with the ball sort of short, and then you think, right, the odd one, he's going to try and bowl a Yorker, which he did before. You get so into that mindset that actually you sometimes forget to play properly.
Get a bit too excited, and that's slightly shorter in length by Fuller. He does the fielding off his own bowling.
Definitely a lapse in concentration, though.
Yeah. But McAndrew doesn't probably do an awful lot of batting. I mean, he doesn't... I've only seen him play, really. I say that like I know him and I've watched him play for years. I haven't, really. I've only seen him play for the Sydney Thunder in the Big Bash, of which he's done very well for them. I did like him when he was bowling in that, but I haven't seen him bat an awful lot.
Okay. 63 in the first innings, bad one.
Yeah, I saw that. As Fuller comes in again, that's clipped off the hip of McAndrew. He's going to get one to Liam Dawson, who's that deep backward square, strolls in and throws the ball back in quite leisurely. And they pick up one more. Warwickshire 164 for 6. Burgess 41, McAndrew 8.
Yeah, useful partnership. This came together at 117 when Alex Davis went. Hasn't been a wicket now for Hampshire since just after 3:10 this afternoon. These two have made Hampshire work here.
They consolidated nicely. 54 balls McAndrew's faced for his 9. And he's round the wicket to Burgess. He just drops that into the offside, but there is no run. And that is the end of Fuller's over. He's bowled 7 now for 26. No maidens. And the lead is 12 for Warwickshire. We've got 24 minimum overs remaining in today's play, day 3 here at the Ageas Bowl.
Yeah, I would say it's an over from Dawson, another over from Fuller, and then we'll have the new ball, I'd guess.
And then who's going to take that? Do you reckon Barker will take it, or do you reckon...
Good shout.
Because we haven't seen Barker yet, since lunch. I don't think. Unless I've just completely missed a spell of his bowling, but I don't think we've seen him.
I can tell you, actually. Yes, he did. He bowled a spell this afternoon of 5 overs.
Did he?
Yeah.
Maybe I dashed out for a minute then.
Yeah, just the 5 overs. So not a lot of it.
But you're right, Dawson is going to continue. I don't know who's warming up here. That's Abbott warming up down below us, stretching out some hamstrings and
getting in early. Mind you, this weather's ideal, isn't it, for not stiffening up too much. Here's Dawson then over the wicket again. Forward is McAndrew. He's playing at that one. Out on the onside. Now somebody else is warming up. That's Nick Gubbins. Surely he's not going to be... He bowls some very, very part-time leg spin.
Oh, does he?
Now, are they going to have an over of him? Just did some exercises there, didn't he, at Silly Mid-Off? Here comes Dawson and bowls. That's just played into the ground late by McAndrew.
Well, I thought it was Holland, and I was like, oh, well, that makes sense. Yeah. You know, that could be an option. That's fine. But when I saw it was Gubbins, I was like, surely not.
Yeah, I think... I need to check when he last bowled for Hampshire. He has bowled the odd over here and there. That's flicked away on the leg side by McAndrew. They should pick 2 here as Abbas jogs round to pick it up. And the lead has moved up to 14. And the Warwickshire second innings total. In fact, that's the 50 partnership as well. I was just trying to calculate that. I thought it was coming up to 50. That 50 runs has come off 124 balls. And this has been a really good effort from these two. 117 for 6 when Davis was out. And in fact, Warwickshire lost 2 wickets for 3 runs with Lamb out just before. That's kicked away, although it misses the pad and misses the off stump by not too much.
No, he's had a few of those as Dawson just kicked off the surface out of the rough and missed up off stump by not a lot.
Just feel it's not happening for Hampshire now, is it really? The McAndrew and Burgess have taken the sting out of the situation somewhat. Next challenge, of course, the second new ball as Dawson comes in. That's kicked away out on the offside. Gosh, if you've been practicing your padding up to deliveries before, then you've had adequate time to put it into practice today, that's for sure. Alex Davis, the best of them.
if we were to rank them.
Yeah, oh, definitely, he's up there. That's, again, kicked away on the front foot. And that is 79 overs completed. 167 for 6. The lead is 14. And 1 over to go, which might be Gubbins. He's taken the helmet off.
He's going to take his pads off.
I think we are going to have some Nick Gubbins.
This is exciting. I'm excited by this.
Are you?
I've not seen him bowl before.
Yeah, I
You're going to find out when I'll leave you to do that.
I'm not sure. It would take me a little while to find out when he last
We've got
bowled
time,
for Hampshire.
luckily.
I can give you his overall stats, Gubbins, in terms of first-class bowling career. He has 5 wickets in total. Actually, I tell you what, this is ridiculous. He's taken 5 wickets with his leg spin, and you won't believe how much they've cost a piece. 23. That is ridiculous. That's first class. He's taken a couple of wickets in other forms, but that's all.
Well, we're going to see him here from the pavilion end. Burgess, I think, just had a little change of gloves. I can imagine it'd be quite hot down there. When we walked around for lunch earlier.
Wasn't it?
Yeah.
It's like a steam room, isn't it?
Yeah, it was. You get a nice breeze up here, actually.
Not much.
A little bit. I'm feeling a little bit. But yeah, it's definitely a bit better than being down there, I think, baking in that nice July sun. Not that we're complaining. And Gubbins throws the ball from one hand to the other as he comes in with his leg spin. It's a bit short, a bit of turn though, but it is short, and they're going to pick up just one, as Fuller does the fielding out of deep cover. A bit short and wide from Gubbins, but it's probably a bit rusty.
Oh, I think so.
168 for 6.
I think it might have been him that was bowling on the side of the pitch this morning, because I was thinking, is that leg spinner?
Well, there we go. He's warming up. And that's a better, fuller delivery. Pushed out into the offside. And Ian Holland does the fielding at point. That's a much better line and length.
It was, yeah. So it was obviously him. I was thinking, oh, that must be a young second team bowler, but it was him. I can tell the action.
And he's in again. That's just flicked off the hip there from McAndrew out to deep mid wicket. They pick up one more. 169 for 6. And the lead now 16 for Warwickshire. And Gubbins in again, shorter. That's hit off the back foot out to deep cover. One more to Burgess. They seem to find a few singles, be able to rotate the strike nicely through this Gubbins over.
It's just a few inches too short, isn't it?
A little bit,
get
yeah.
on the back foot, isn't it? You know, as a spinner, you don't want the batters to get on the back foot too much, do you?
No, you don't want to be trying to hit down the ground as much as you can. That's Fuller. That's better. Hit to extra cover. Liam Dawson's there, does the fielding. No run scored. There'll be one more ball before I think they'll take the new one straight away. And that is Fuller, and he's dived over it as Nick Gubbins off his own bowling. McAndrew picks up one more. Abbas does the fielding at long off. There's 5 runs scored from that over. McAndrew 13. Burgess 43. Warwickshire 171 for 6 with a lead of 18. And the new ball should be appearing any moment now, I would have thought.
Another ball out the box.
But this time a brand spanking new one.
Yeah. So 171 for 6 off 80 overs. The run rate not especially brilliant. It's been accurate bowling. Hasn't been the easiest wicket to get away if you bowl line and length. There's the umpire signalling the new ball is being taken, and it looks like Mohammed Abbas will have first use of it. Great spell from him this afternoon. 7 overs, 2 maidens. Sorry, that was Abbott. 7 overs, 2 maidens, none for 15. Abbas's spell, which included the wickets of Lamb and Davis, was 5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 12. Which is a fine effort.
Yeah, it was a very good spell where it sort of changed that period of the game, gave Hampshire a bit of momentum. But he's back from his favoured end, this hotel end, running away from us. Because he does prefer bowling from this end, generally. But he did take 2 wickets from that end.
2 wickets up in the pavilion end.
But maybe that's because, or both of Barker and Abbott were just bowling to each other then. So whoever carries on from the other end, they also both have bowled rather well from that end as well. So I don't think I've ever seen Keith Barker bowl from this end.
Have you? Is that what you've seen? No, he bowls both.
I don't think I've sseen him bowl from this end.
In this game he has. Yeah.
I must have missed that spell altogether.
Here comes Abbas. That's a straight livery which Kandra is forward to and pushes that up to Barker at mid-off. Actually, thinking back to last season, Abbas got lots of wickets against Middlesex here. That's just the one thing I'm thinking off the top of my head. He bowled this end.
Yeah.
So I think, you know, maybe Abbott is more, I think, the pavilion end than either. I mean, they bowl both ends. I don't think there's a massive problem, but I think Abbott probably more often than most bowls at the pavilion end. Which then, of course, others have to work around. Here comes Abbas again, length ball, which Lakandra is quite safely behind that, pushes that up to mid-on. Abbott just bowls the ball to the Barker. Is that a signal that he's going to open the bowling at the other end, or is Barker going to have a go? I haven't seen Barker limbering up too much yet. No,
they just were sort of bowling the ball to each other a moment ago.
Who's going to win the battle for the second new ball? 171 for 6.
I think it'll be Abbott. That's my prediction.
Yeah, still wicketless in this innings after taking 5 in the first. Here's Abbas again, bowls. Again, it's a length ball, but nothing there off the pitch or in the air so far. McAndrew plays that out towards extra cover. Barker, look, he's practicing his bowling. It might be him.
You changing your...
Well, I don't know. If I'm honest, I don't know. Do you? Yeah,
No.
I'll say Barker. Are you saying Abbott? Or
yeah, I'll say Abbott.
Okay, you say Abbott, I'll say Barker.
No, it could be Gubbins again, who knows?
That would be a bit bizarre. He actually got better in the over, didn't he, Gubbins?
He's thinking, I've just got into my rhythm here.
Well, I might have delayed the new ball. Had him another over. Didn't seem to be much turn for him.
No.
Abbas comes in again and bowls. A little bit fuller, but again, McAndrew again happy to play that forward defensive. He's just signalling actually that might have nipped away a fraction. I'm not sure if it did. If it did, you could barely see it. But
yeah, it was controllable, wasn't it?
Yeah.
No real dramas caused.
Shaughnessy having a look at Abbas's follow-through again. He's been the one umpire that really has sort of looked at the follow-throughs when he was in the first innings up at the pavilion end, and now our commentary end at the hotel. He's been the one that's been eagerly looking at those footmarks. Here comes Abbas, comes slightly wider this time. Driven, half stop by Abbas. Score remains on 171 for 6, a maiden in this over so far to kick off this second new ball.
Yeah, he does something that he does really well, doesn't he? When he starts a spell, he always starts on the money. Doesn't ever give. Well, I say that, but it was 2 or 3 overs into his spell earlier. He bowled a couple of loose deliveries, but when he starts, he seems to start on the money. He doesn't give anything loose up first up.
Doesn't, does he?
Just occasionally, maybe as he gets a bit tired or into his spell, gives a couple more loose ones. But I mean, we're talking, he's gone for 17 runs off 13 overs. He's
terrific. His economy rate this year on the back foot there. McAndrew, but it doesn't really time it as that goes up towards that mid-on. That'll be the end of the over. 171 for 6, 43 to Burgess, 13 McAndrew. 21 overs left in the day. The Warwickshire lead is 18. Mohammed Abbas's economy rate this season, just over 2.3. And that is from nearly 190 overs. I mean, the guy just is a machine, really. Absolute machine. You know, when he's not taking wickets, which he is quite often, he's not going for any runs. He's an absolute dream for a captain, isn't he?
Yeah.
You know, you sort of say, well, give me a 5 or 6 over spell. You don't really want the game to go anywhere if he's not taking any wickets. It doesn't. And of course, he'll pick you up 1 or 2 most of the time, and it's just it's easy for the captain.
Yeah, and it will be Barker. You won.
Thank you.
That's okay. 1-0 to you.
Thank you.
He's going to take this new ball. He's going to come round the wicket. to the right-handed Burgess. He's got a fine leg, a deep square, and all the other 2 slips. And that's a drivable delivery, but Burgess gets nothing of it. It goes to point.
Paul Williams is bragging again in Portugal. I think it was 42 he said there yesterday at Solent Sport. He says, I had to run around a bit earlier today, but now it's time to stay indoors as it's 43 outside. Record temperatures could be on the cards.
It's madness, isn't it? There was talk of it reaching 40 in the UK as well this week, or this weekend, sorry, coming up, which will be something that we haven't seen before. As Barker comes in, and that's a drivable delivery, and he does just that, gets one, well stopped by, is that Vince there? Yeah, James Vince, the captain. Oh no, he's not, he stood at slip, that's got to be...
That's Gubbins, I think.
That's Gubbins, yeah. Limping around, but he saves a certain boundary, and they get 1 for his efforts. 172 for 6.
Must give Warwickshire credit for their efforts today, Paul Williams that tweet with. They've battled hard today. Very hard. That's
exactly the right word for it, isn't it? Battled. They've really dug their claws in. As that's a back of the length delivery by Barker. It hits McAndrew on the thigh pad, but very high. Half a shout from Vince. That's a good delivery. A nagging length.
It is, yeah. John, the tweets was on the ground at Solent Sport. You were talking about the breeze. She says there's actually a perfect breeze out on the ground now. Ideal for spectator, ideal conditions. Not sure what sunbathing position most are adopting, though, on the ground.
I knew you'd get some sort of reaction from your sunbathing conversation. Thank you for engaging. I'm sure Kevin appreciated that. That's Fuller from Barker. Straight delivery, push to point. Solid in defence, McAndrew looks now, doesn't he? He's not giving his wicket away. He's 13 from 73, and he's digging in here with Michael Burgess. Good partnership. The lead is 19 for Warwickshire.
Yes, this is holding up Hampshire somewhat, isn't it, really? I think we had a situation, didn't we, this afternoon where you thought, yeah, this is going to finish today. That's
exactly what you said. Those were your words.
I did.
It's pushed off the back foot into the offside by McAndrew. There is no run.
Might still happen. 20 overs left in the day, just over, but looking more likely that we're coming back tomorrow now.
Does look that way. We're 2 minutes past 5 in the evening. A lovely evening here at the Ageas Bowl. That breeze is lovely. I'm glad that everyone in the ground is benefiting from it as well.
You'll be hot doing your practicing.
Yeah, that's okay. Good preparation for the weekend. Full in defence is McAndrew. Push back up the pitch, and there is no run. And that's the end of the over. Barker's 1 for 14 off 10 overs, 4 maidens. He's bowled well. Warwickshire 172 for 6, and the lead is 19. 20 overs remaining on day 3 here.
And we started the day trailing by 142, 11 without loss. David Adams has tweeted at Solent Sport, "Hi guys, watching the mighty Hampshire cruise to victory on the live picture feed whilst lying by the pool overlooking Acapulco Bay." Right. Great to see the boys back on track after being on the wrong end of some dubious decisions against Essex. That's David's words. Loving the commentary as always, says Dave Adams. Thank you very much. It's a pretty rubbish spot, isn't it, where he is?
I was going to say, I'm a little bit jealous, really.
I've never been, actually. Abbas over the wicket. Charlotte's going to come in alongside me. That's nipped back quite quickly there. It is a new ball, so expect 1 or 2 to be doing that. That's nipped back on Burgess. Clive Eakin will be coming back in alongside me. So we're just under 20 overs left in the day's play on day 3. With Abbas looking to add to his 3 wickets, 3 for 17 into his 14th over. And Clive Eakin's here. He'll be the next voice you hear, and then Charlotte Taylor will be back on.
Thank you. Abbas in. And that's driven through the offside. That's a nice shot by Burgess. See, he's playing well. He's on to 48. 176 for 6. And I think that's what, 59 now added by this pair. The lead is 23.
It is indeed, Clive. It's a bit better from where Warwickshire were earlier. You're a bit worried earlier. You're saying, was this even going to Is this even going to get to a point where Hampshire are going to bat? So you must be pleased.
Yeah, they're certainly making a fight of it. Next target, I suppose, is to take it into a final day. Which they're not quite there yet. They're getting close. Ageas Bowls, and that's play back to there's no run. Bad news for you is I don't think it's getting any cooler out of your practice.
No, that's what Kevin and I were just chatting about. But there is a bit of a breeze apparently. Someone in the crowd just told us there's a nice breeze going across, so we'll take that.
Does the coach make you do a nice run before you start the practicing?
No, I think they would have done their fielding earlier, so I might have been able to dodge
get away
that.
from that. Okay.
Not out of choice, obviously. It's duty calls, but I'm not complaining.
Ageas comes into bowl to Burgess. That's a forward defensive. He must be almost tempted, Ageas, to bowl a bad ball here because he keeps bowling his accurate deliveries. He bowled that one bad ball to poor old Alex Davis, who cut it straight to backward point.
Yeah, saying he bowled a couple of loose deliveries earlier in his spell, but generally he's on the money, and he really asks questions every single ball of the batters. Does Ageas.
3 for 21 for him. He's got 3 slips in pace, bit of a gap between second and third slip. That hits the pad of Burgess, but the shouts only come from the slip cord, not from the bowler. No appeal as such.
No, I'm just looking on the live picture feed now. The replays come wide of the crease, but it is high and it is going to be sliding down the leg side, so no real dramas. Half an appeal from the slip cordon.
Have you got any training on Monday? Because that's where they've put out a weather warning for
Is that the 40
Monday.
degree?
Yeah, well, 33 is.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, whatever. But that's there is a weather warning for Monday, so.
No training Monday.
Oh, that's all right then. This next one is a little bit of a inside edge. Just went up in the air, gone down to fine leg for a single to Burgess, who moves on to 49. It's 177 for 6. The lead's still a pretty modest 24. Stick a 1 in front of that and they'll have something to bowl at. Stick a 2 in front of it, they'll have a chance of winning.
That's what they'll be hoping for. Just to stick this partnership together, and who knows what could happen. Going into the final day of this game. It's really all up in the air. But Hampshire will be hoping and praying to break this partnership now. Barker's coming round the wicket to the right-handed Burgess. Solid in defence he is and pushes that to mid-off. Carl Abbott is there.
Lancashire are now 520 for 4. They lead Somerset by 74. And Keaton Jennings is still there on 261 not out.
That's a bit of a flat track, I think.
It appear that way.
If you're a batter and you love to bat, and you love to bat for a long time, that's where you want to be today, I think. Barker comes tight to the umpire this time, and there is no run as Burgess pushes that to Brad Curry. Sorry, that's his brother, Scott Curry, at extra cover.
Elsewhere, the second ODI, Bangladesh have bowled West Indies out for 108. That's a 50-over match as well. So, and Scotland are heading for defeat in the Men's Cricket World Cup League 2.
Yeah, the qualifiers going on, lots of games going on.
Nepal only need 50 more to win with 6 wickets left and plenty of time.
Good for Nepal. Round the wicket is Barker. On the back foot in defence is Burgess. He's on 49.
Northants 190 for 3, Lee Kemp 158. Surrey 491 for 9, still 30 behind Yorkshire at Scarborough. Mentioned Worcestershire beat Middlesex by 7 wickets, chasing down 238. Derbyshire have recovered well, 284 for 5, now lead Durham by 271 at Chester Street.
And Barker does that weaving run up as you talked about earlier, Clive, as Burgess guides that to backward point. There is no run.
And past 1,000 runs now at Hove as well, where Leicestershire are 466 for 4. Replying to Sussex's 588. And Glamorgan, blimey, 396 for 4. They're 429 ahead of Notts at Cardiff.
429 ahead? Is that what you just said?
Well, yeah, they're in the second innings and they're 429 ahead.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Blimey.
Yeah, yes. A bit more than Warwickshire are.
You never know. As Barker comes round the wicket, and that's squirted off the outside edge. Scott Curry does the fielding at extra cover. That's a good ball by Barker. Squared him up a little bit.
Yeah, new ball hasn't really gone all over the place for them, has it? But I'll plug away with it.
Yeah, we're not seeing an awful lot of movement, but wait for that lacquer to come off, a couple of overs. And who knows what happened. Needs to get it up there in order to swing, of course. Straight in approach this time from Barker. Wrapped on the pads. There's a big shout from the slip cordon, but it looks a bit high. Barker wasn't interested at all, and that's an end of a very good over from Barker. Asked some questions in that one. Maiden over from him. His 5th maiden of his bowling figures. He's got 11 overs, 1 for 14.
They're still giving nothing away, Hampshire. Nothing at all. It's making it hard work for Warwickshire. Means they have to bat for such a long time because the runs aren't coming. They're doing their best, but against this Hampshire attack, scoring quickly. The run rate's been around about that 2.1 that it's showing now, pretty much throughout the innings. They've had little spurts and then periods where they've been getting nothing at all. 18 overs to go today, so at this rate, might be 60 ahead by the end of the day if they're still there.
That'd be a good news story for Warwickshire. From where they were earlier on, losing 2 wickets for just 3 runs.
Ageas comes in to bowl, and that's played out to mid-wicket for no run by McAndrew.
Apparently Jennings' 260 is his highest first-class score.
Josh. McAndrew played quite a different sort of innings second innings, isn't he? 13 off 76 balls.
Much more of an aggressive knock in the first innings. Shows he can play different ones though, that's good.
Yeah.
I was going to say to Kev earlier, I've only seen him really play for the Sydney Thunder in the Big Bash, obviously a very different format of cricket, so it's good to see him play all the different...
Well, that's 4 defensive for him. Well, he hadn't played much first-class cricket when he came to Warwickshire. He only played, I think, about a dozen first-class games when he came to Warwickshire. So he has undoubtedly taken him time to pick up the pace of county championship cricket, and but he seems to be getting better as he goes along. Unfortunately, I think he's only got 2 games left after this one.
Just as he settles into his groove, it seems.
Yeah.
Always the way. No, he's been good in this game.
Ageas comes into bowl. Oh, that one is that's hurt the hand of McAndrew. That actually hit the glove. He must have done because he's taken his glove off, and this could be a problem for McAndrew. Just spat up at him a little bit, wrapped him on the glove. Michael Burgess has gone down to see if he's okay.
He's looking at his thumb, whether it's just hitting flush when it gets trapped. Sometimes if it gets trapped between the ball and the thumb on the bat handle, it can be very, very painful. But looks like he's fine. Just took a brace of action and whipped his glove off, make sure that it wasn't throbbing and doubling in size.
Cartoon style, yeah. They don't want to have an injured hand.
No, you need that to bowl with, which is his primary role in this team, of course, but he's doing a good job here with the bat for Warwickshire.
So this was a moral victory for Ageas as he comes in once again. And he seems to play that one okay, without any great pain. McAndrew to backward point. Goes a little walkabout, but 177 for 6, so 60 now added for this 7th wicket. 3rd 50 partnership that Nathan McAndrew's been involved in the match.
No, he's been good, hasn't he? I don't know who sat on the floor there. That's Liam Dawson having a bit of a rest. Needs to get up as Ageas would like to start his approach.
Well, she's certainly making Hampshire work. Ageas in. Oh, that's a lead from McAndrew. Goes past off stump. A few oohs and ahs from me.
Comfortably left, I think, in the end. Just making him feel a little bit uncomfortable up there, saying you shouldn't be leaving that.
Yeah. 17 overs for Hampshire to try and bowl them out. If they want to win today, Bearing in mind they get the extra half hour, they probably have to do it a little bit quicker than 17 overs. Probably have to maybe do it in about 10 overs. Should give them time. Maybe a bit more. Might go away a bit more than that. Ageas Bowls, and that's played onto the onside by McAndrew. There's no run. End of the over. And he's 3 for 22 in 15. Another maiden for Ageas. 9 maidens out of 15 overs.
And he doesn't give much away at all, does he? It's a great return, 9 maidens.
Just trying to think about that. They obviously lose 10 minutes for the in between innings, so if we're looking at an extra half hour, they would. I wouldn't want to be probably if they were chasing. Well, they get 8 overs, because I think it is 10 overs now. The extra half hour. They were chasing about 40. They might be given the extra half hour, 50 at the very most. Any more than that, and I don't think they'd get it. They'd have to come back tomorrow morning. Not that'll worry them too much.
No, but Kevin James would love it to be done today. He's nodding at me from the other side of the room. Barker starts again, straight approach past the umpire, very close to the umpire actually, and that's guided off the outside edge by Burgess to backward point. Donald does the fielding there, but there is no run collected. Lead of 24 for Warwickshire. And that was looking unlikely earlier on, as they were trailing for quite some time, but they find themselves in the lead now. The umpire at square leg's doing some funky stretches, which I appreciate. It's caused me a little bit of humour. And he waits now, as we all do, for Barker to come in. He bowls to Burgess, he pushes that to mid-off. Abbott does the fielding, there is no run. I
think they're all getting a bit tired in the heat out there now. They're probably looking at the scoreboard thinking, blimey, we've still got 16.4 overs to go today, and that's without an extra half hour.
Yeah, they'll be looking to take these 4 wickets as quickly as possible, Hampshire, like you say, within 10 overs. Wrap this up today if they can, but it's looking more and more unlikely at the minute. That's a drive from Burgess, full of delivery from Barker. Again to mid-off, no run taken.
Don't forget Ollie Andorby, it takes more than 10 overs to get him out usually.
He's you call him the Great Wall of Dolby, do you?
Yeah, he has been this season, although you've actually got a bit excited in the first inning, scored a few runs.
Got a bit ahead of himself.
Put him in touch with you if you want to learn how to bat at number 11, because he's good at that. Oh, I'm sure he'll help you.
Barker again then, straight in approach. Sometimes he does that funny zigzag, but not this time. That's a lovely drive from Burgess, but great fielding in the covers. Nick Gubbins, a round of applause. Ben Brown likes it as well.
Yeah, fielding good, and all adds to the frustration for Warwickshire. It was a 4 shot from Burgess. He gets nothing for it. And we jest about Alejandro, but in all seriousness, he has developed a really valuable ability to stick in. I mentioned Michael Burgess's 2 big scores this season have both relied on Ollie Andorby being around for a long time.
Of choice?
Not sure he's quite got up to that phase yet. It's normally Craig Miles, who's obviously not in this team, and without him it would be Danny Briggs.
Yeah. So not quite up to that status, but
Not
he's working
quite.
towards it.
Yeah.
As that shorter from Barker, well swayed out of the way from Burgess, well directed bouncer through to Ben Brown.
I mean, to be honest, he could probably do the job, because his ability, he's not going to generally play a lot of great strokes, but his ability is keeping the ball out.
That's a good ability to have, and it will be very beneficial to Warwickshire if and when he's required in this game. As Barker again, he's bowled 5 balls, he's gone for no runs. A bouncer of the last ball, and it's a back of a length delivery, this one. Burgess pushes that back to him. It will be another maiden, and that's 2 on the trot for Hampshire. 1 from Barker, 1 from Ageas. He's bowled 6 maidens for his 12 overs, 1 for 14, Keith Barker.
And it continues to be good stuff from Hampshire, doesn't it? Warwickshire are really battling well, but they're not scoring runs. They're not being given a chance to score runs, and even when a good shot is played, it's very well fielded. And so just keeping Warwickshire down to that 2 and over, which means they can get to the close. They're still only 50-60 runs ahead, so Hampshire will still have plenty of time tomorrow. But they are really battling. McAndrew about to face his 82nd ball. And it's bowled by Ageas, and he defends it solidly once again. As you say, showing he's got more than one side to his game. He's hit a sort of run of form with the bat. It all started when he made a career best 92 for Australia A against Sri Lanka A, and since then he's come back, hit an unbeaten half century at Northampton. Top scored in the first innings for Warwickshire here, and now, though he's not got a huge number of runs, he's occupied a lot of time at the crease here, second innings. It's on 13, 2 slips in place. Oh, that's an edge. It's along the ground. There's no third slip. It wouldn't have carried a third slip anyway. He will get a 4, but it was a definite edge. Soft hands, I guess. Played it down.
Yep, well angled bat. Plays it all the way along the floor. You're right, wouldn't have carried to a third slip if it was there. But it doesn't matter anyway. He's picked up 4. Warwickshire 181 for 6. And a rare boundary off Mo Abbas.
Lead 28 for Warwickshire now.
You played it. It was well controlled, wasn't it? It might have been a genuine edge, but it was well controlled and played it late.
No fielder at third. Potentially runs to be had there. Abbas comes in as a fielder on the long leg boundary. The rest are in, and he's again. It's a good shot for nothing. He can't believe it, McAndrew. He's cut that one, hit it hard, but it's very well stopped. Who's that?
That was Nick Gubbins as well. He's fielded well today. A couple of run-out opportunities earlier in the day's play that weren't taken, but a good bit of fielding to stop them anyway, and that was very well struck off the back foot by McAndrew, and the concentration it takes to switch on and off like that, and you know, when the ball isn't coming too fast off the bat.
I didn't know, you might have done, I don't know whether you mentioned it, but that's played a bit off, there's no run. But Brian Halford's just texted me. Apparently Nathan McAndrew did a Bob Willis after tea, started walking out until Michael Burgess pointed out he didn't have his bat with him.
No, I didn't notice. I once played in a club game, a long time ago, and one of the girls got all the way out to the middle, stood there, and then realised she didn't have a bat when she went to take a card. And we just let her we thought it was quite funny, so we just sort of let her walk out. No one really told her, as you sort of do messing around. It was very amusing.
Abbas comes into bowl, and that's hit into the ground, back to the bowler, no run. Disciplined performance of McAndrew. That 4 did take him to 17, but it's still strike rate. They show the strike rates on the scoreboard here, and his is less than 20%, but that's okay. It's partly testimony to the bowling. Michael Burgess is going at 49.5, so he's been impressively positive.
Yeah, he's been stuck on 49 for a while, so he leans on his bat at the non-striker's end.
Here we go, Abbas in again to McAndrew again. An error in accuracy, but well defended by McAndrew. And Warwickshire plod along, 181 for 6. They lead by 28. And they have 15 more overs to negotiate today.
It looks like it's going to be Kyle Abbott. He was warming up in the last over, just below us here at the hotel end, as he just grazes his foot on the back crease, uses his spikes, create a bit of grip there for him. And he's going to continue here. He's going to take over from Keith Barker. He bowled well in that little spell. I think about five overs or so he bowled with the new ball. And Kyle Abbott's going to have a go from this pavilion end running towards us here. He's got 2 slips, some vocals from the crowd saying come on. They want a wicket from Abbott here. He's got 2 slips. Vincent Dawson stood there. Fine leg, deep square just in front, and the rest of them are a ring inside the circle if there was one. And that's stopped by Abbott in his follow-through. He's
done it again. There's been this narrative where Abbott has had some sort of thing going on with the slip fielders. So when the ball's hit straight back to him, at one point he actually grabbed the ball and then showed it to the slip fielders. And then a few other times he's done the thing of trying to deflect it at the non-striker's stumps. And every time he does it, he turns to the slip fielders and says something. So there's obviously some sort of something going on there.
That's when you need the old stump mic to tell you what's going on. As Abbott bowls, and that's pushed into the offside, well struck. out of the middle of the bat, defensively to Nick Gubbins. There is no run.
It's actually good encouragement from the crowd, because they must be getting a bit weary out there, maybe a little quiet, and I don't think they'll be worrying at this stage, but they were getting a bit weary, and the crowd just trying to keep them going and encouraging the players to keep each other going as well.
Yep. Good from the Hampshire fans. Those of you that are listening in the ground, well done. As we're all willing these wickets as Hampshire fans. Abbott again then, bowls straight. And that's defended by Burgess into the offside.
The players are beginning to join in, applauding that delivery. Trying to keep them going. 14 overs to go. If they can't bowl them out, at least get 1 or 2 before the close and try and make short work of it tomorrow.
Yeah, just winning each other on, Vince. Trying to G up his players. Trying to cause something here. They've bowled 3 dots at Burgess. That's Carl Abbott. He's in again here, past the umpire. Driving inside edge, and he's going to get at least 1 as Burgess. He goes to 50. It's a bit streaky. He tries to drive it through the offside, but he does pick up a single and moves to 50 off 103 balls. It's well played, and they needed him to do that. He gets a handshake from his partner McAndrew, and Warwickshire most definitely needed that. Their lead is now 29.
6 fours in that from Michael Burgess. Really good innings, continuing his good form of the season. Keep saying it, I know there's not really a vacancy at the moment, but Paul Farbury said at the start of the season that maybe Michael Burgess is underrated and ought to be looked at as a potential England player.
Well, there we go. McAndrew drives that one to the cover fielder, and there is no run. Yeah, that would be good for him then, if he's on their radar. 50 in this game, in an important innings, showing some fight, showing some good battle, digging his claws in. And there's 14.1 overs left in the day here at the Ageas Bowl. Abbott in again then for the final ball of this over, defended in the offside to point. Aaron Donald does the fielding, and that's the end of that over. Warwickshire 182 for 6. And like I said just before, 14 overs left in this day's play.
Yeah, the run's drying up a bit in the last few overs, but Warwickshire are keeping the new ball out. The lead is 29.
It hasn't looked that threatening really, the new ball. Hasn't done an awful lot.
No, I agree. They'll keep trying. Abbas to bowl to Burgess. There's one mistake needed. Burgess did get an inside edge on that last over from Abbott. 2 slips in place. Abbas is asking his mid-wicket fielder to go back towards the boundary. Will he tempt Burgess with a short delivery? It's also got a field on a long leg boundary. The mid-wicket hasn't gone all the way back, about 3/4 of the way back, and that's defended to mid-off by Burgess. Quite long boundaries, quite wide boundaries here at Southampton, even though the rope is in a little bit on one side. On both sides really, it's sort of decent sized surface.
Yep, always quite wide square of the wicket.
I'll do one more, then I'll have to go. I think that's probably the last one with you, so good luck with your practice tonight.
Thank you very much.
And, hope to see you at Lord's in the next final, hopefully against Central Sparks.
We hope so.
His next one is defending back to the bowler, and there's no run, 182 for 6. I'll leave you with Charlotte, and Kevin will come in a bit.
So Abbas here is probing that off stump line, that channel. And he's got 2 slips in play. He's going to try and have to make something happen here. And the approach is now from this hotel end. He's short, it is a short delivery, it's hooked, but all the way along the floor, luckily, out to that deep square leg fielder. And they pick up one more, that's McAndrew to 18. Warwickshire 184 for 6. They did just push that fielder back to that deep square boundary. and it's paid off. And he's back at the top of his mark. I haven't seen him do that too much, but he's trying the short ball. He's fuller in length this time, straight at the stumps. Good line and length from Ageas. And there is no run. Ball's thrown to Keith Barker, who bowled well earlier on.
Thank you, Charlotte. She's just off to practice her reverse sweeps, her sweeps, and whatever else is required. Here's Ageas from our commentary end, runs away from ours. There's a drive, beautiful shot through the covers. Haven't been too many of those to enjoy. The bowling's been very, very accurate indeed, but that was a half volley outside the off stump, and McAndrew just showing how alert that he is, able to take full advantage. And I bet he's thinking to himself, when was the last half volley I actually had? Well done, Charlotte. Thank you very much. Good luck with that practice. Good luck on Saturday. Vipers against the Lightning up at Derby. That match will be live on the BBC Sport website. That will also be on the live picture feed as well, which will go back to the Hampshire Cricket website and on the Vipers Twitter feed. So plenty of ways in which to watch and listen to that one. Here comes Ageas Bowl's length ball and McAndrew in behind that. And that is the end of the over. So this partnership holding up Hampshire, who will be expected to win this game, but as Warwickshire get further and further in front, it's not much of a lead, but you just never know, do you, really, in the fourth innings of a game? The lead is 34 currently, but the way these two are playing, you wouldn't rule that out going a lot higher, considerably higher. This wicket looks very dead at the moment for the seam bowlers. There is absolutely nothing happened with the new ball. 9 overs we've had with the new ball, and I think it's hardly gone off the straight if at all, really. So this wicket, which has been very dry, I'm afraid is giving nothing for the seam bowlers at all. They're having to work for absolutely everything. This partnership currently worth 70. As Abbott comes in and bowls. Oh, there's a drive, but a thick inside edge. Abbott's just getting the odd ball just to seam back a fraction, but it is only a fraction. And that total moves on to 188, and the partnership worth 71 between McAndrew and Burgess. Burgess on 52. We're stuck on 49 for ages. But he's doing a good job using up time, although of course we still have tomorrow, but just wearing the Hampshire bowlers down. But he's doing a good job. This is Abbott in his 22nd over. That's a length ball, played quite late by McAndrew, steers that out to point, and there's no run. 0 for 44, Kyle Abbott's had some close-ish LBW shouts throughout the afternoon, but generally the ball has just been angled into the right-hander and really just about missing leg stump on 2 or 3 occasions, but a couple of decent shouts anyway. Here comes Abbott again from that pavilion end on bowls to McAndrew, dug in a little bit. McAndrew just pushes that out into the offside. I have to say, apart from the odd ball that's sort of nipped back from mainly from Abbott, the batters haven't looked in too much trouble really. Just showing how well they've played, but also just how dead this wicket is. Quick 30-second update coming up. Trying to do a summary of the day. Here's Abbott. Next ball. We are into the last 13 overs of the day's play, and Warwickshire are still batting in their second innings. They're 188 for 6. They now have a lead of 35. It is slow going. There's some accurate bowling going on out there, and Hampshire's trying to find something out of a very dead pitch. They're being held up by this unbroken 7th wicket stand worth 71 between Michael Burgess, the keeper, who's on 52, stuck on 49 for ages, and Nathan McAndrew, the Australian, on 21. So the lead is 35, Warwickshire 188 for 6.
Thank you, Kevin.
Ageas Bowl, short ball, just swatted away down to fine leg. That's 4 runs. Just took his head outside the line and just swatted that away. Went quite quickly down to the ropes, and it's 192 for 6 now.
Warwickshire's biggest partnership of the match thus far. I'm just trying to work out whether we are now, how close we are to being certain of being back tomorrow. I don't think we're quite there yet, but we're pretty close. Let's say Hampshire were to get the last 4 wickets in the space of 4 overs. They probably would just about have time with the extra half hour to win it today, but if it goes much beyond that, I think we are set to return tomorrow morning.
Yeah, it's looking increasingly like that, isn't it? With the way these two are batting. Abbott comes in again and bowls. That's a short one, but McAndrew just ducks underneath that one. End of the over. Abbott still wicketless. 22 overs, none for 48. The lead for Warwickshire, 39.
So was it 80? No, 75 these two have added. It's been a really good effort. Warwickshire haven't managed a century partnership in the game yet. Can they here? Hampshire is plugging away. It's still only 39 runs ahead, Warwickshire. And the fact that Hampshire aren't really getting much out of the pitch should, in a sense, encourage them to know that as long as they're not chasing more than, well, sort of much more than 100, then it should be not much of a problem.
Yeah, nothing there now, is it, really? I mean, the wicket seems to be about as dead as it's ever been.
Some pitches this season have been doing this. They're getting easier as the game goes on. Keith Barker is now coming in from the hotel end, and there's a solid defence by Burgess. There's no run.
I mean, if you bat out there and you bat straight, I mean, trying to work out a ball that's actually going to pick out a wicket, unless there's a mistake from the batters, it looks very difficult indeed.
Doesn't it? Barker plug away, just takes one, comes in around the wicket. Oh, that's a wild shot by Burgess. Goodness me, chased a wide one there. Swings and misses.
Takes half a mistake, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
He's been very disciplined, Michael Burgess. You know he's a positive player. Somewhere along the line, he can't resist it.
Yeah, no, he has got to try and score runs. I mean, if Warwickshire don't score runs, they're going to have to bat almost to the close tomorrow to survive. They really do need to try and push that lead up. Easy to say from here, obviously. Burgess plays out on the offside, there's no run.
Well, I think they will do if these two just play. I mean, I know it's slow going. I mean, it's been slow going game, isn't it, in a way? It's certainly been slow going today. But I just think the way these two are playing, I don't see Hampshire finding a way through. And so the longer they bat, just never know.
Just trying to think, if they were still there at lunch tomorrow, it's a long, long way from that. That might be about 120 ahead. Barker comes into bowl, and he's hit that away, but again found the field. They have found the fielder a few times, and they have tried to play attacking shots. And some good stops as well out there.
Get 150 ahead. However they do that, and however long it takes, you know Hampshire are going to go for it. They have to.
Barker into bowl. Good accurate delivery, but solidly played by Burgess. Still these two frustrate Hampshire. Longest they've been without a wicket. Certainly in this innings, possibly in the game. I haven't worked it out, but what is it now? It's 32 overs now since the last wicket.
Well,
so 2 hours worth basically.
Yeah. 12 minutes past 3 this afternoon when Davis was out.
Barker into bowl, just gets a bit of bat on that before it lands on his pads. Burgess, and he's able to get one to square leg to move on to 53. 193 for 6. The lead is 40. Another over ticks by. 11 more scheduled today.
I think we'll see some overs of Dawson. I just think somewhere along the line, Felix Organ has got to bowl some balls and to these right-handers, pitching it in the rough. He just didn't get it right in his last over and had to come out of the attack. I mean, they played him brilliantly, but he served up some average deliveries. But you just feel with this dry wicket, right-handers and that rough, he's got to find a way of bowling some overs and put some pressure on, a different kind of pressure. But these two played him well. So Abbott to continue from the pavilion end. Lead of 40. Comes in and bowls a length ball to Burgess. Pushes that back to the bowler, and there is no run. Both correct techniques from these batters, and with the ball hardly going off the straight. Apart from that little waft outside the off stump. Last over from Burgess. As I say, you can't really see a way through. Abbott's just shaped a couple in, hasn't he? Which has drawn half full shots, where it's sort of hit the inside half of the bat. But it's about clutching at straws, really. Abbott bowls, drive on the up, but not timed out towards extra cover. That was the thing Ian Holland was saying the other night. Was it last night? Yeah, the other night. I can't remember. Was it last night when he got? Yeah, yesterday when he got 90. That actually it can be difficult to time the ball. And I think we're seeing that here. Two batters that are in playing nicely would probably expect to get a little bit more value than that.
You weren't on when I said it. Did you hear me say what Brian Halford pointed out to me?
Oh, right.
Apparently, Nathan McAndrew did a Bob Willis after tea.
What, bowling or a
I'll
comment?
explain in a second.
Length ball played back to Abbott again.
He marched out. Apparently, Michael Burgess had to remind him he didn't have his bat with him.
Really?
Apparently, according to Brian, yeah. So.
No.
The late great Bob Willis and the Bob Willis Foundation, lots of fundraising efforts for that.
Yeah. You can't believe that, can you? I mean, I never believed that original story in the first place, and I can't believe that somebody else has actually gone and done it.
Well,
is that weird?
Charlotte was saying that, I'm not sure it was just a practice game, but I'll describe this.
Abbott to Burgess. That's gone out into the covers, no run.
One of the players in the game that she was playing marched out with that, and they all noticed apart from her, and they waited. And it wasn't only when she tried to take guard that she realised she didn't have a bat with her.
No. How weird is that?
It does seem a bit strange, doesn't it? I mean, I forgot my mobile phone at work sometimes, but yeah. That's a bit different.
Gosh.
I know.
So these stories are true?
Well, apparently.
Oh, wow.
Maybe he thought he'd left it out there or something, because sometimes they do, don't they?
Yeah. Abbott again, and that's Fuller, and that's driven up to mid-on by Burgess to Barker. And no run there. It's the one thing that you'd think would be the most obvious thing to walk out with. Incredible. Yeah, I've heard the Bob Willis story many times, and of course, you know, but to think that it's actually happened in this game. Obviously, it's a Warwickshire thing.
It must be. Yeah.
193 for 6. Sun's just trying to poke through a little stronger as Abbott comes in. Short delivery. Burgess easily ducks underneath that one. As the ball goes through to Ben Brown. 10 overs to do in the day. 40 is the lead. 193 for 6. 53 to Burgess. 25 from McAndrew. Maiden over from Abbott. And he's still wicketless after 23 overs.
Yeah, a bit surprising. His run rate is the same as the innings, 2.1. It's been saying 2.1 for ages now. So on that basis, I think we've got 10 overs to go. So that'll be another 21 runs today at that rate, I think, if I'm doing my mathematics correctly. Which would take the lead to 61. If they're still 6 wickets down, then well, I feel they're in the game.
Definitely. Definitely the way this wicket is behaving. At the moment, it looks very difficult to get out on.
I'm going to say, I'm not sure they can win it without being bowled out, because I don't think they'll get in a position realistically where they'll want to.
Not when you're behind in the game, do you?
No.
Yeah, you don't then give it, or almost give it away again. It'll be Hampshire to make all the running.
Barker in. Ooh, that's gone past the outside edge of McAndrew. That was a good shape about that delivery. Good one from Parker. Is the new ball maybe beginning to do a bit? Yeah, sometimes
over.
takes a while, doesn't it?
13th over. It's the first time, isn't it? That is the first one that's shaped. Not a lot, but enough.
Let's encourage the Hampshire fielders.
Yeah. It's quite disheartening when the ball never moves around.
Barker round the wicket he comes, bowls. That one moves away as well, but it started wide, so no dramas there for McAndrew. He's happy to leave that.
Yeah, maybe Barker's just found a wrist position on the ball, or maybe the ball's at that time of its life that it is susceptible to just a bit of movement. Definitely, yeah, right. Definitely those last two have shaped away. Just enough.
Here comes the former Warwickshire man. Just 15 runs conceded. This is his 14th over. And that one is beating the outside edge again. Pitched that one up. Forward defensive by McAndrew, and he doesn't make contact.
Good delivery there, isn't it?
This is a good over from Barker. McAndrew might do well to survive this over.
Where's this shape come from? It's just suddenly arrived this over.
He's putting the pressure on here, Keith Barker. One of these players always looks fed up, doesn't he? I'm sure he isn't. He always looks fed up. Comes into bowl. Round the wicket again, and that's played the mid off, and there's no run. And it remains 193 for 6. Checking the electrics, and it's hot day.
Just making sure it's not too hot at the moment. I might just quickly go and get something actually to put on them.
193 for 6, Warwickshire. So far, they've got through the session without any wickets. They lost 4 wickets between lunch and tea. 2 wickets in the morning. But nothing so far. Still, though, 9 overs plus 2 more balls for Hampshire to try and get them. That one is Amor at middle stump, and it's a bit of an edge along the ground to backward point. McAndrew's not looking particularly comfortable this over, but he's only got 1 more ball to survive it.
It's the first over that's consistently sort of asked a question or two of the batters.
Yeah.
For a while.
So, Barker, last chance this over. He's bowled a good over. That one wasn't a babble, but just a little too wide to tempt McAndrew. But applause for that over from Keith Barker. It was a maiden, and a maiden in which he beat their bat a couple of times. 1 for 15 off 14 overs. That's pretty ridiculous, isn't it?
It is. But consistent shape in that over, which I have to say will give the fielders and the bowler just a little bit more, well, they've always got belief, but in terms of actually believing there's a chance of actually picking up a wicket, because it's been pretty much straight up and down for a while. But maybe Barker, oh, don't change the ball. Don't. What are you doing? What are you doing? It's just started to shape. What are you doing, man? Both umpires are looking at it. I mean, what do I know? You know, you've had a new ball for 13 overs. It's done naff all. In fact, 12 overs, and then the 13th, it just shapes a fraction, and you want to go and change it. And
they're not changing it. Oh no, they're not. They're tossing
No.
it back to Keith Barker. So
oh, the man at the far end with the box of balls was coming. Oh no, it wasn't. He's got something in his hand, but it's not a box of balls. Or was it? I think it was actually.
yeah, I think it was. Yeah, Lancashire now 582 for 5. They lead Somerset by 136. Put a bit of pressure on Somerset, won't we, on the final day there?
Yeah.
But Surrey were all out for 515. Trailing by 6 runs. That would have been a good one innings game, wouldn't it? Yorkshire 5 without loss in the second. Still likely to be draws, those 2 games. So Hampshire, I'm desperately hoping this one doesn't end up in a draw. Is that not you? No? Okay, sorry. It's this time of day.
Or is it? I don't know.
Think it is.
Oh, is it? Sorry, apologies. It's turned away on the leg side.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, you did, yeah. It's one run. It is that time of day. 193 for 6, and the lead is 40. 9 overs to do in the day.
The run still counts, even though we didn't describe it live.
Right. You could hear the clunk on the back, couldn't you? So you knew something had happened. It's coming up to 10 to 6. So we will actually be a fraction. Well, I said that last night. We will be a fraction earlier than last night. Length ball driven out into the covers, fielded by Gubbins. It's Burgess on strike. He's on 53. 25 to McAndrew. And these two really are holding Hampshire up here.
Well, they are. And,
playing well. Playing very, very well.
They'll have closed the play in their sights another half hour or so.
On 77 now.
Yeah.
2 men on the drive on the leg side. As Abbott comes in from that pavilion end once more and bowls. McAndrew drives slightly uppishly, but nobody's there as it goes up towards mid-on. Dawson just walking around to where he thinks the ball bounced, but he's, well, unless he fields there, which is just off the cut strip, he isn't actually going to be in play in terms of getting a catch. That, I mean, that was in the air marginally. Abbott still waiting for his first wicket into his 24th over here. As he comes in again, actually Dawson has gone quite straight and it's gone straight at him. Actually takes a step onto the cut strip as he picks it up. And there is no run. So still 2 on the drive. Let's see in Holland, who's more an orthodox short mid-wicket. Dawson close enough to have a chat with the batter if he wants at the far end. Not sure how well he knows Burgess. Probably knows him well enough just to say hello. Well played so far. He's right in front of Burgess at the moment. Here comes Abbott again. Bowls and Andrew just pushes forward, just slides out towards backward of point, fielded by Felix Organ. Just get the crowd just sticking around, just wanting one more wicket before they go.
I was just thinking, it's an obvious thing to say from Warwickshire's point of view. They'll be desperate now not to give them that wicket, not to give them that little lift before the close.
Agreed. Yeah, I agreed. I think Hampshire would dearly love to just get rid of one of these. Just one. The job is nowhere near done, that's for sure. Here comes Abbott again. And bowls. It's a length ball to McAndrew, who pushes that to Dawson once more. End of the over. 194 for 6. So just the 6 wickets today, really. 2 before lunch, Sibley for 1 and Chris Benjamin for 24. 4 this afternoon. Mosley for 11, Rhodes for 13, Matthew Lamb for 18 and Alex Davis for 46, but nothing since tea.
No, it's a terrific effort from these two.
It is.
She'll plug away. If they win the game, it'll be all's well that ends well. They are really be made to work for it. So, Keith Barker bowled a very good over last over. Can he bowl another one and make it count this time? This time he's bowling to Burgess to start with at least. 2 slips and Burgess drives it into the ground, but it will be cut off at mid-off by Abbas. No chance of a run.
Where are Hampshire going to get a wicket here then? Just trying to work it out really. I mean, Burgess had a little waft, didn't he, at Barker just outside off stump last over, but if he doesn't do that again, and there's no reason to think that he will, just think these two are just playing so correctly.
Barker bowls it short and it's pulled and just beats the dive of the fielder at mid-wicket and goes for 4. Just gambled slightly, but it was there to be hit and he hit it hard and he gets 4. 58 to him. That takes the lead to 45.
Well, he doesn't miss out on an opportunity to score, does he? I mean, you know, considering what has he faced? 122 balls now for his 58, and he was on 49 for a very, very long time. But that's only just short of a length. It's very quickly onto something even slightly loose.
I must admit, it did puzzle me that. I sort of, in one way, I understood why, but it still puzzled me as Barker comes in to bowl, and he's ripped out the way, and is he caught? He is! Oh, Michael Burgess has played a loose shot and gone to backward point and gone for 58. And Hampshire have got that wicket they desperately wanted, 198 for 7, and the lead is still a modest 45.
Well, again, the ball, as it's made its way down to the batter, has just shaped away a fraction. So he's not as close to the ball as he thought he might be. And that's the reason the ball was in the air. I think that might be Donald there at backward a point. Good catch.
It's another good catch from him then, because he got the catch and got Davis out.
But, you know, you just saw in the last over, just a bit of hope with Barker finding some shape. And as soon as the ball just moves a fraction off the straight, it's a different game. And Burgess there, just slightly guilty there of playing slightly away from himself, but well bowled to Keith Barker and well batted Michael Burgess. That was a very, very good innings of 58 on a day where Warwickshire have had to work hard all day and still need to work hard for this last, 7.5 or so overs to get through to the close. It's only a slender lead, but there's still work to be done.
Yeah, well, Danny Briggs and Nathan McAndrew shared a 50 partnership in the first innings. Burgess goes for 58. He's going to play his attacking shots. He certainly didn't play recklessly, but he's going to go for the opportunities, and there's always a little bit of a risk. That was a very good catch by Donald. And that'll just make Hampshire feel quite relieved, I would think, to have got that. It's getting a little frustrating. They're probably not going to win it today now, but they might be able to make short work of it tomorrow. I think probably, unless they get the last 3 wickets very quickly. We've gone beyond the extra half hour now, I think. Well, maybe not. We'll see. So, I mean, if Parker were to make it 4 wickets in 4 balls, there would be 5 overs to go, and then if you add 10 to that 15, yeah, chasing 45, yeah, it would have to be pretty much that quick. Barker comes in to bowl to Briggs, who hits out off his. Oh, he's going for a run. Oh, he's going to be run out. Will he be run out? Oh, they missed it. They've missed it. Briggs went 3/4 of the way down the pitch. McAndrew wasn't interested. The ball thrown by Abbott, I think, to the wicket-keeper, Ben Brown. He tossed the ball towards the stumps and missed, with Briggs still well short of his ground. What an escape.
Huge missed opportunity there. Wow, Brown may have been just a bit late going up to the stumps, not expecting the run or even the throw. I don't know. Brown just seemed to be slow.
Well, nearly was 2 and 2 balls there then. Goodness me.
That would have been over tonight, maybe.
Well, absolutely.
I don't think Danny Briggs will make the same mistake again.
Must be so relieved to see get away with that. Gosh. Barker round the wicket. Briggs, 4 defensive, stays right where he is as he plays that to bid off. Abbas is teasing a bit now. He's running backwards, letting the ball roll. Say, go on, take a run.
God, how on earth have they allowed Warwickshire to get away with that? He must have been 3/4 of the way down, very nearly, Danny Briggs.
I was just assuming that was going to be out. But
had to be. Huge mistake.
I don't know whether Brown would have had time to run up to the stumps rather than just throw it. Maybe not. He didn't think he did. Barker again then to bowl, and Briggs lets that go. That's 1 wicket in the over. It should have been 2, but 1 will do from Hampshire's point of view, I guess. 198 for 7. The lead is still only 45, and we've got 7 overs to go in the day.
Well, geez, I mean, from a long period this afternoon where it looked very difficult to take 1 wicket, could have been 2 and 2, but I guess in the end you settle for 1. But that there won't be many situations there where a batter runs that far down the wicket to a ball hit just wide of mid-off, and get away with that. But Briggs has done so. They're having a chat in the middle, quite rightly. But Danny Briggs won't be easy to dislodge. Hampshire have just added time onto the game at the very least here. 7 overs to do, 198 for 7. The lead is 45. That was a partnership of 81 between Michael Burgess and Nathan McAndrew that was parted in that last over. Barker picked up his second wicket in this second innings, 2 for 19 from 15, and it's James Fuller to take over from Kyle Abbott at the pavilion end. He's bowled 7 overs, none for 26. Bowled a few overs with a very old ball towards, well, right at the end, before the second new ball was available. Comes in and bowls to McAndrew, who plays forward, thick outside edge. Bounces away down to backward point where Gubbins fields. And there is no run. Well, that was a chance of wrapping things up tonight. Maybe not, but certainly he would have been thinking about having a chance of wrapping it up, but I think that might have gone now. Probably had gone anyway. But there was a field. There was a. I don't know. I know there's a few people listen and watch social media. Follow social media. There was a video a little bit, a few days ago, not a week ago, of a game or a moment in a game as McAndrew pushes that out towards extra cover. Of a kind of a village game where the batter has had a waft at a ball, missed it quite comfortably, and the keeper's only 4 or 5 yards back, and he's called through for a run, or he starts running as the batter, and it's just gone through to a keeper who's a few yards back, if that, and the keeper then underarms it at the stumps and misses, and then the non-striker decides to run as that's pushed up to mid-on, and there is no run. If you've seen the video, you'll know the one I'm trying to describe. And the ball actually then runs through to the bowler, who is probably at 2 or 3 yards away on the leg side by then to pick up the ball, and then slips with both batters literally halfway down the pitch. And then, because he's flat out on the ground, tries to throw the stumps from about 2 yards away and misses, and somehow the batters are through. And it was very much like that. That's come back a fraction. Good leave there from McAndrew. Very similar to that we've just seen. Yeah, not everybody will know what I'm talking about, but as I say, it was about 3 or 4 days ago I saw that on social media. Very hilarious. I think there was a special feed, or one or two of these feeds that highlight bizarre moments in amateur cricket. Fuller, 4 balls of his 8th over completed. Here's his 5th. Comes in right arm over and bowls to McAndrew. It's full. It's dug into the ground. He runs to Barker, who's left-handed, but actually Barker has to take his time as the ball's bouncing up towards him to make sure he picks it up cleanly, and McAndrew in the end was safely home to the bowler's end. Might be interesting between these two running between the wickets. I don't know. I can't quite make up my mind at the moment. Danny Briggs taking guard. McAndrew just walking 3 or 4 paces down. Has obviously said something to Danny Briggs. 199 for 7 then Warwickshire in their second innings. They lead by 46 as Fuller comes in and bowls. Length ball, and Briggs I think plays inside the line, to be fair to him. And that's a good delivery to finish off that over from James Fuller. We've had 16 overs with the second new ball. The second new ball was taken at 171 for 6. Warwickshire, as has really been the case throughout the day, really, just making slow progress, but it's been accurate bowling throughout the day. Not the easiest pitch to stroke it around, but there's been some good innings today. Alex Davis with a very patient 46 off 154. The last out before tea, one of 4 wickets that fell in that afternoon session. Michael Burgess is the only wicket that's fallen since tea. 81 partnership between he and McAndrew broken with a ball from Keith Barker that just left him a fraction as he went to drive, hence why it was an upward drive. That's pulled away by McAndrew out on the leg side, and that'll be a couple of runs. Felix Organ running round from deep square leg, and McAndrew moves on to 26. In fact, that'll be the 200 up. The scoreboard hasn't moved. It'll be 28. It'll be 201 for 7. They're looking at the board. It hasn't moved. I don't think somebody operating the board. There it is. Oh, finally. The Warwickshire 200 has been signalled on the board. Here's Barker bowls. Oh, that's shaped away, and he's edged it through to the keeper, and it's McAndrew who goes now. And again, it's the shape that Barker has found in the last 2 or 3 overs that has picked up 2 valuable wickets. McAndrew goes now. He's gone for 28. 201 for 8.
Can they finish this today? Might depend partly on the generosity of the umpires. If that's assuming they ask for the extra half hour, because if they do, then they'll be sort of having to score 5 and over, something like that, which they might want to do. Might feel they're able to do, and they might just say, "Well, let's just come back tomorrow and win it at our leisure." That's assuming they bowl Warwickshire out. So if the last 2 wickets were to fall this over, there would be 3 overs to go. Plus potentially, I think it's 10 to chase down 48. Yeah, they
Can't
probably would go
rate
for that.
I don't think light's going to be the issue.
No.
Would you? Yeah, we're borderline, aren't we? I
Yeah.
think if Briggs had been run out, then I think we would be pretty good. I just think with the scoring rate today, 2 and over, chasing 40,
Yeah,
that's
well,
another 20 overs, isn't it?
Even though it's a very, very low target, they probably don't want to get themselves into a pickle because they're trying to get the runs quickly. Anyway, we've got Ollie Holland Dolby to come now, so
The best thing to do is bat out the overs, then it takes it completely away.
Yeah. So the 200, for what it's worth, came in 577 balls. So the third 50 took 160. So that's slowed down again. Testament to the good bowling from Hampshire.
Yeah, they've just done what they just do, and it's been like this game after game, just squeezing oppositions, not taking wickets for an hour, hour and a half, 2 hours even, but then when you suddenly take those 2 wickets that you do, you realise that the opposition haven't really moved that far forward, and it's been very much like that this season. Barker's coming over the wicket to the left-hander, Hannah Dolby, and I can't remember whose over this is. It is me, isn't it? Yeah, because I did the wicket.
Yeah.
Here he is then. Comes over the wicket. Hannah Dolby gets wrapped on the pad. Stifled appeal. Danny Briggs is looking for a single again. He's like a rabbit in the headlights out there, Danny Briggs. Most unlike him. Or unless you're going to say that he has been like that this season. I don't know. I don't remember him being like this.
Maybe just desperate wants to strike.
Well, he looked like he was desperate to get off it, actually, with the first ball.
That was bizarre.
Lucky boy. 2 slips in a gully as the sun just breaks through that hazy cloud for a moment. As Barker comes into Hannah Dolby and bowls, playing a missing outside the off stump. I think he had a little poke at that one. Through to keeper Ben Brown. So we've had 2 wickets since tea then.
So the next question is, well, are we getting lunch tomorrow?
Oh, we will. This isn't Kent. Not naming any counties. I shouldn't have said that, should I? Not out loud. I can assure you we will. Well, I say assure you. I can't speak for the club. What am I doing? I'm talking like I know. I don't know, but I would hope so. Here comes Barker. Bowls. Might not have been. He cooks on the ground. It's pushed into the ground and on the leg side. So actually, having said for sure, I'll now take that back, saying I'm not so sure.
Well, yeah, target of these two now is to try and survive these last 5 overs. Got 2 wickets left. Who knows tomorrow? Gonna eke out 70 runs somehow. You've got something to bowl with, but it looks like a brave effort from Warwickshire is probably going to end unsuccessfully.
Yeah, deep backward square leg now for Hannon Dolby.
I don't think he's got a hook.
Barker bowls. He's gone for the Yorker, dug out by Hannon Dolby. Good bit of cricket, that one. 3 for 21 from 16 overs. Keith Barker, who came into this game the top wicket taker in Division 1, and just emphasising that not only can he take a few wickets, but he can also be miserly as well. 201 for 8, 48 runs the lead, 5 overs to do in the day.
When he's at Warwickshire, the feeling was England just felt that he didn't have enough pace to select him. But the argument at Warwickshire was always, yeah, but he does offer something different. However, not to be for him. But he's a very, very good county career and continues to do so.
He was just what Hampshire were looking for. Hampshire were desperate at several seasons ago. The man that got presented with a memento at tea time, Fidel Edwards. Hampshire were desperate to have somebody to back him and Abbott up. They didn't have anybody. And when Barker came along, perfect backup.
5 overs to go. Danny Briggs on strike. 2 batters on naught. And Fuller comes in. It's a Yorker length delivery. It's well played by Briggs. Clips off his toes and he's happy to take a single. He was given the single by the field placement. And he's willing to take it and put Ollie Hanadolby on strike. 1 more run, 202 for 8. Hampshire's target would now be 50 if they get these last 2 wickets.
Yeah, we're coming back tomorrow, aren't we?
I think so.
Got to be, surely. I don't want to be here till 8 o'clock. We nearly did that first night.
Yes, of course. Yeah. As I say, I don't know, it may well be the Hampshire would. I mean, of course, they're not obliged to take the extra half hour. They might, home game, they might perfectly argue that let's win it at our leisure tomorrow rather than worry about winning it today. That one, Hanadolby keeps out around the wicket. I mean, I don't think there's any weather issue tomorrow, is there? That's forecast.
Not that I know of. I don't know about you, but my weather app just seems to be all over the place.
I don't use them, to be honest.
No, they just, oh gosh, it's. But I don't think. I think you'd have to go a very, very long way away to find some rain.
I'll get a fur comb out and predict it that way.
No, I think we'll get a full day in tomorrow.
Shouldn't need it as Fuller comes into bowl. Hanadolby again, very correct and playing that back to the bowler. It's a short leg there, 3 slips, gap between second and third slip.
Well, big blows, weren't they, those? Burgess and McAndrew going within, 3 runs of each other. Huge blow. They played so well.
Yeah. Hampshire stayed patient, and the important thing is they haven't given anything away. If Warwickshire had been going at 3 and over right now, then what would they be? They'd be that one. He's played it in the air. It's just over the outstretched hand of backward point. He's going to get a couple of runs there, Ollie Hanadolby, but almost hold out there. So there'd be about 300 now, wouldn't they? There'd be about 150 ahead, and that would be a little bit of a concern. So that accurate bowling has been really important for Hampshire.
I think he got some fingertips on that, I think some pace was taken off that, Gubbins. I think just the fingertips. Yeah, he's holding them, look.
Oh, yeah.
Unless he fell on his wrist or something, but I'm sure some of the pace was taken out of there.
204 for 8, leads 51. Next delivery, always just pat out there a little bit to the wide one, Hanadolby. Taken by the wicketkeeper. 1 more ball this over to go. And 4 left in the day. Warwickshire's lead not enough at 51. And they still haven't actually matched their first innings score of 217. So much as we said they've battled this innings, haven't actually yet managed to improve on their first innings performance. Oh, that's a bouncer which hits Hanadolby. Doesn't seem to have caused them any discomfort. And it's the end of the over. I think it was a slower ball, so it didn't hurt too much. 204 for 8. 4 overs to go.
Yeah. I wonder if Dawson. Oh yes, Dawson is. Just as I said that, I can see him up. I thought it's interesting actually that Barker isn't going to have another over because, having just got that little bit of shape, you wouldn't rule out another wicket from him. But he's done a good job. That's for sure. In this evening session, got rid of the 2 players that were digging in and making it very, very difficult for Hampshire. I'll give you Barker's spell in a moment. And not surprising that Liam Dawson's on, trying to help polish off these last couple of wickets. So he has 16 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 21 Barker in total in this innings. And his spell after tea off the back foot there, Briggs, just short of the man on the drive on the offside. Well, actually short extra cover, not really on the drive. It's Gubbins again. He's in the action. 204 for 8. He's round the wicket here. Dawson, Briggs off the back foot, cracks that away, but there is a fielder out deep. He doesn't take the single, goes to Organ.
Interesting, protecting Alan Dolby from the spin.
I've just got to double check my figures actually, because I only had Barker down as a couple of overs. That can't be right, a couple of overs in that spell. He would have. I thought, yeah, I had him down as 14 overs at tea, as he plays forward there, Danny Briggs, and yet Barker's only bowled 16 overs in total, so.
Yeah, it might be right.
I can't, because he picked up 2 wickets. And I've only got him down as 1, so I've written something down.
Oh, I see, okay.
Yeah, so it's my fault. I'm not going to say anything. Anyways, 2 wickets for not very many. Let's put it that way. As Briggs works that to wide mid-on, and this time it is a comfortable single as Abbott picks it up, because Hannon Dolby answered the call straight away. It was hitting a very similar area where it was very nearly run out, where McAndrew didn't want to know.
4th ball of the over, so 2 for Hannon Dolby to face.
Probably trace back my figures actually, but I think it's going to take me too long, so I'm not going to worry about it now. 6:15 here at the Ageas Bowl. Still very warm and humid. That's been the theme throughout this game. There's been no let up in the temperature. It's been nice, to be fair. I think a couple of times in the afternoon it gets to a point where you really notice it. It's set to be for the next few days. It's going to be boiling at finals day at Edgbaston, that's for sure. As over the wicket comes Dawson, played forward, Hannon Dolby rolls back down the pitch, does the ball. Yeah, I think the evening game might be the most pleasant game of the 3 going on. So let's just hope Hampshire are involved for a change. Comes at Dawson, bowls, Hannon Dolby pushes forward, it's not doing anything out of the rough there. Hannon Dolby survives, just the 1 run off it. 3 overs to do, 205 for 8. Both batters have 2, and the lead is 52. I think Hampshire will feel that they should be able to contain these 2. Oh, Barker's switching ends. That's why he's off. Just hope he can keep that shape that he found bowling from this commentary end, because if he does, you wouldn't rule out another wicket before the end of play.
No.
But you're in the hotel again tonight, I think, Clive. I think you're fairly safe.
Okay.
You can order that fillet of beef again tonight.
So 2 slips, fielders running around to go to mid-wicket. Barker to Briggs. Not particularly offering him 1 at this stage, probably knowing he's not going to take it, so Barker bowls, he dries that to mid-off. Although he did take a single first ball, Barker's last over, but he's not been offered that this time. 205 for 8. I think Warwickshire need another 50 to even have a 100 to 1 chance, really. In comes Barker. The ball, Briggs plays that back to him.
I think the wicket's got to break up a bit as well, hasn't
Yeah.
it, really? I mean, it's just been very dead, isn't it?
Potentially 16 more balls to face today. Just George Garrett to come, who didn't last very long in the first innings. Briggs looks around. There's a bit of James Vince is just adjusting his field. He's bringing fine leg in. I think he's thinking try and keep Briggs at that end for the next 4 balls, maybe. Barker. Ball's edged and don't think it carried to slip. It's gone through for a single. But I think that bounced in front of Dawson. That slip was an edge. What do you reckon?
It's difficult to tell, isn't it, on the live picture feed. You know, again, there's a big gap between the 2 slips. Saw that earlier today.
Well, they got a run. 206 for 8 means that Alan Dolby potentially has 3 Keith Barker balls to see off. The lead roars up to 53. Barker is going to come around, over the wicket to Alan Dolby, who's launched that in the air and is going to be out. Catch is taken, and Hampshire need to take one more wicket to end this innings. And Alan Dolby doesn't manage to hang around this time. He's out for 2. So they take the wicket now. They potentially have 10 overs to get 53. It might still happen. The umpires are having a chat. I don't know whether they're chatting about that. Do we let them have the extra half hour if they ask for it? And yeah, they're looking at the scoreboard. I bet that's the conversation.
It's Keith Barker again.
Yeah.
Keith Barker again for Hampshire. Which will annoy, I'm sure, the Warwickshire dressing room even more. Now, I'm just trying to work out, when he came on, Keith Barker.
Was that another catch for Donald?
I think it was Donald, yes, it was, yeah.
Third,
I was just sort of thinking, was it him or not? I didn't want to say too much, but it's just been confirmed. So Barker had 12 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 14 at some stage. 12 overs, 1 maiden. I definitely wrote down the figures wrong, so apologies everybody. I'm just trying to backtrack so that I can work out this spell, because he's taken all 3 wickets since tea, and Warwickshire have gone from 198 for 6 to 206 for 9, so they've lost 3 wickets for 8.
Yeah, George Garrett marches out to the crease with 2 balls still to face this over. Interesting now whether we do try and finish this game off today. Danny Briggs have a chat. I noticed Danny Briggs had a chat with the umpire, so he might have been asking as well, what's the situation? Are you gonna let them have the extra half hour or not? I would think if Warwickshire see off the 2.2 overs, that would be it. I don't think there'd be any question of them keeping them out there. I wouldn't have thought. But if they get bowled out, they might.
I make Barker in this spell, wickets and runs anyway, 3 for 8.
He's 4 for 22 in the innings, and he's coming to bowl to George Garrett. That's going down the leg side, taken by the wicket keeper. One more ball this over. Could be another one seen off. And that would mean, in normal circumstances, that if another wicket were to fall, it would be the end of the day's play. But we'll see. We probably won't know actually for 10 minutes until we see whether they come out again or not. Barker comes into bowl, wraps him on the pads. There's a strangled appeal, might have been a bit of bat in it. Garrett survives, 206 for 9. The lead is 53. We have 2 overs scheduled left in the day.
No, I'm not reading this right. Anyway.
Liam Dawson is going to bowl what is due to be the penultimate over of the day.
Yeah, I don't think we'd all be too sad if it was, to be honest, and just come back tomorrow and however long it takes.
Seems easier, doesn't it, however?
Yeah. Well, he definitely had 1 for 14 at one stage, Keith Barker, and I'm a little bit annoyed actually, because normally I write down the figures and I've just got a bit tied up there a little bit, but never mind. So here we go then, Liam Dawson, 12 balls left in the day. Could be the innings could end here. That's wrapped up in the air, Briggs, and it just falls short of mid-on. What is Danny Briggs doing out there at the moment? He's running 1 or 2 of his shots. He's a better player than that. Just lofted it to mid-on. Fortunately, not enough pace on it. He's over the wicket again. Dawson, Briggs forward defensive, out on the offside.
That was one of the slips has taken the Marcus Trescothick position, is on his knees.
Here comes Dawson again. Oh, Briggs forward. Pushes that up towards mid-off. Still a lovely end to the day, sun-wise, temperature-wise. Still feel there's loads left of the day. Going for another stroll tonight?
I might do.
Yeah.
I might be going home yet. That's right. I'm not sure that Warwick should be too upset, actually, to be honest. They're going to lose a game, they might as well get home today.
Yeah, true. There's a reverse sweep there from Briggs, and that's 4 runs. Beautiful shot, actually. Quite full delivery. And that went quite quickly past Barker's left hand at backward point. And Briggs moves on to 7. The lead is 57.
Well, you said 70, I think, at one point has been a sort of... I mean, I don't think that's enough to really scare anybody, but I suppose... I don't know what the lowest... In recent years, the lowest teams been bowled out when they've been... Well, it's the lowest target a team's failed to get.
Yeah.
Put it that way. I suspect it's... I don't recall one as low as 70.
I think just and the way the wicket's played, hasn't it, really? There's a sweep shot but missed. Wraps Briggs on the pad. Everybody's up, so if he got hold of that, that would have been another boundary. I think you're right, but I just probably expected the wicket to be a little bit more tougher against the seamers by now, but it hasn't really. It's looked even more easy paced. Briggs bowls, sorry, Briggs off the back foot. Hits it to Barker this time, and that's the end of the over. 1 over to do in day 3.
Warwickshire have been up against it throughout this match, apart from the very beginning. A good opening stand in the first innings, but really from just after lunch on the first day, when they lost those 5 quick wickets. They've never really recovered that. They've competed since then, but they've never recovered from that loss. They did have Hampshire in a bit of bother at times, but always felt they were up against it. And they have battled today. Well, they still haven't actually matched their first innings total. Likely to fall short of it. Garrett defends that one from Barker to the offside for no run. So this is the last scheduled over of the day. I'm sure it will be if Garrett survives it. We'll have to wait and see what happens if he gets out.
So I've still got him as 3 for 8, Barker. I think it's somewhere around there anyway, this spell. Or well, actually, no, it wasn't this spell because he changed in, so it actually isn't the spell. But 3 quick wickets, let's put it that way.
Yeah, impressive bowling performance from Hampshire. Barker bowls it short. Garrett just leans back. He's batted a little bit in the way potentially. It goes past, goes to the wicket keeper. 4 more balls to see after. A small moral victory in at least stretching it to a 4th day. Who knows if an unexpected thunderstorm might arrive at 10 to 11 tomorrow and flood the ground. Barker into bowl, and that's, I think, has he got a bat on it? They're not quite sure whether to run or not. Can't quite know why they wouldn't. Well, it's, unless Garrett wasn't sure whether he played a shot at it, because it is a leg by. But the umpires are allowing it. And it's 210 for 9. And the lead 211 for 9. The lead's 58. I expect if he survives this over, Briggs will come out tomorrow and just try and belt the ball about a bit. See if he can get a quick 50. Just put something.
He's capable
on the board. Now the field's spreading out. If he wants a single here, he can have it. But if he wants to play a big shot to the boundary, he might be wise not to. 2 slips in place. Barker round the wicket. Briggs lets it go past. There is no run. 2 balls to go. It's been another good day's cricket. Hampshire taking 9 wickets. Warwickshire struggled to score runs against good, accurate bowling. They've only scored 200 today for those 9. So I keep saying it has been a battling performance, but because of the accuracy of Hampshire's bowling, they haven't actually been able to score runs. And I keep saying that in normal circumstances there might have been 300 at the end of the day, and that would have been a very different story. Barker bowls, and Briggs just gets his bat on that one. They've kept a bit low. 1 to go.
Yeah, it just goes to show it's not all about taking wickets, is it really? There's another part to it as well, which, you know, Warwickshire have probably felt as though they've actually done a really good job today, but when they look at the board, they've really not gone very far forward at all.
No.
Again, just to repeat, that's been much a feature of way Hampshire have bowled sides out this year.
Last ball of the day. If he gets a wicket, hang around for 10 minutes just in case. Barker comes into bowl. And that's in the air, but he's going to be short of mid-wicket, and they're going to get through for 1, and I presume they will go off now. Danny Briggs is, and that is it for the day. So Warwickshire close on 212 for 9. They lead by 59. I'm not being impolite when I go straight off, but I've got to do a quick... Oh, hang on. Wait a minute. Are they going off? Yeah, Briggs is going off, yeah.
Yeah.
I seem to be reluctant to go off there for a moment. I've got to go and do a report, so I'll see you tomorrow morning.
Thanks very much, Clive. Look forward to that. Yes, been another fascinating day. Not the quickest of scoring days, but fascinating in terms of the way that both teams have gone about. Warwickshire, of course, trying to save the game, and Hampshire, of course, trying to win it, and even trying to win it inside 3 days. Warwickshire starting the day 11 without loss in their second innings, trailing by 142. Dom Sibley and Chris Benjamin, the two batters out this morning. Mo Abbas and Keith Barker picking up a wicket apiece, and then Liam Dawson getting in on the act in the afternoon. Both left-handers, Dan Mosley and Will Rhodes, LBW to balls that span out of the rough, and then Matthew Lamb bowled by Abbas, and Alex Davis batted stoically, 46 off 154 balls, 150 for 6 at tea, and then Keith Barker, who else? Effectively ending the last bit of resistance from Warwickshire. Michael Burgess and Nathan McAndrew with 58 and 28 respectively, both out within 3 runs of each other after having put on 81 for the 7th wicket. And then Oliver Hannon-Dolby, a bit of a bonus at the end there for Hampshire. Barker picking up all 3. That's where we are then in the game. Danny Briggs 8 not out, George Garrett 0 not out, trying to eke out a few more runs and just maybe hoping that something might happen to the wicket overnight, which would make those 59 or 60 runs that Hampshire need, plus a few in the morning, you'd think, a little bit harder than it looks. Hope you've enjoyed the commentary today. Thank you to Charlotte Taylor, Southern Vipers off spinner. Enjoyed having her around. Myself, Kevin James and Clive Eakin will be back with you at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning.